Pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart. 'Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright.
안녕하세요. 오늘 이 자리에 계신 여러분들과 미래를 함께 꿈꾸고 만들어가고 싶은 교보생명 신성장 추진 담당 허금주 전무입니다. 컴업 행사를 통해 멋진 인연 맺을 수 있기를 기대하며 지금부터 잘 봐, 언니 프리젠테이션 시작한다.
컴업은 올림픽이다.
컴업은 우주이다.
컴업은 기대된다.
대표적인 글로벌 스타트업 축제회장 컴업에서
공감할 수 있는 투자자들을 만나서 투자를 유치를 하는 것을
저희 회사를 세계 시장에 좀 알리고 싶은 욕심이 있습니다.
창의적인 아이디어를 갖고 있는 스타트업들과의 만남을 통해서
뛰어난 스타트업들을 발굴하고
진심 어린 협력으로 함께 발전할 것이라고 믿습니다.
디지털 전환 시대의 교육의 진화에 대해서 급부상하고 있는 커머스가 어떻게 새로운 세계를 만들어가고 있는지를
기법을 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
컴업 2021 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
컴업을 통해서 3일이라는 되게 짧은 시간 동안 정말 압축적으로
온라인 오프라인으로 굉장히 많은 분들과 교류를 하시고
필수 코스가 될 거라고 생각해요.
새로운 어떤 가능성과 글로벌 진출에 대한 어떤 확신을
대한민국 사회를 그리고 글로벌 사회를 변화시켜 나가는 원동력이 될 거라고 생각합니다.
I'm in it until midnight. I'm just wondering where you at. Just thought I'd call and wish you good night. I left my key under the mat. I don't get anything done, you're stuck on my mind. I keep on missing your touch, missing your vibe. This feeling I go when I sit what we had. Won't you come on over? Don't you miss me too? Give it all you got, babe. Give it all you got, baby. I'd rather try than lose you. Give it all you got, baby. Give me all you got. Keep dancing in the moonlight. The shadows cover up my sins. Always smarter when in hindsight. But baby, I don't care to win. I don't get anything done, you're stuck on my mind. I keep on missing your touch, missing your vibe. This feeling I go when I say what we had. Won't you come on over? Don't you miss me too? Give it all you got, babe. Give it all you got, baby. I'd rather try than lose you. Give it all you got, baby. Give me all you got. Say
올림픽이다.
컴업은 우주이다.
COMEUP은 기대된다.
대표적인 글로벌 스타트업 축제회장 컴업에서
공감할 수 있는 투자자들을 만나서 투자를 유치를 하는 것을
저희 회사를 세계 시장에 좀 알리고 싶은 욕심이 있습니다.
창의적인 아이디어를 갖고 있는 스타트업들과의 만남을 통해서
뛰어난 스타트업들을 발굴하고
진심 어린 협력으로 함께 발전할 것이라고 믿습니다.
디지털 전환 시대의 교육의 진화에 대해서 급부상하고 있는 커머스가 어떻게 새로운 세계를 만들어가고 있는지를
기법을 기대하셔도 좋습니다. 컴업 2021 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
컴업을 통해서 3일이라는 되게 짧은 시간 동안 정말 압축적으로
온라인, 오프라인으로 굉장히 많은 분들과 교류를 하시고
필수 코스가 될 거라고 생각합니다.
새로운 어떤 가능성과 글로벌 진출에 대한 어떤 확신을
대한민국 사회를 그리고 글로벌 사회를 변화시켜 나가는 원동력이 될 거라고 생각합니다.
컴업은 올림픽이다.
컴업은 우주이다.
COMEUP은 기대된다.
대표적인 글로벌 스타트업 축제회장 컴업에서
공감할 수 있는 투자자들을 만나서 투자를 유치를 하는 것을
저희 회사를 세계 시장에 좀 알리고 싶은 욕심이 있습니다.
창의적인 아이디어를 갖고 있는 스타트업들과의 만남을 통해서
뛰어난 스타트업들을 발굴하고
진심 어린 협력으로 함께 발전할 것이라고 믿습니다.
디지털 전환 시대의 교육의 진화에 대해서 급부상하고 있는 커머스가 어떻게 새로운 세계를 만들어가고 있는지를
기법을 기대하셔도 좋습니다. 컴업 2021 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
컴업을 통해서 3일이라는 되게 짧은 시간 동안 정말 압축적으로
온라인, 오프라인으로 굉장히 많은 분들과 교류를 하시고
필수 코스가 될 거라고 생각합니다.
새로운 어떤 가능성과 글로벌 진출에 대한 어떤 확신을
대한민국 사회를 그리고 글로벌 사회를 변화시켜 나가는 원동력이 될 거라고 생각합니다.
글로벌 스타트업 페스티벌인 COMEUP 2021
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to COMEUP 2021, the Global Startup Festival. We will begin the COMEUP 2021 conference momentarily, so everyone please come inside the venue and take your seats.
현재 계시는 알림 2관에서는 첫 번째 뷰티 앤
In
패션을
Art Hall
아젠다로
number
잠시
2,
후에
we're going to
컨퍼런스가
be
진행될 예정입니다.
hosting the COMEUP
모두 자리에
2021
앉아주시면
conference under the
감사하겠습니다.
theme of beauty and fashion. So please come into the hall and take your seats so that we may begin.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your
잠시 후
attention,
COMEUP
please?
2021 컨퍼런스가 진행될 예정입니다.
In a moment, we will begin COMEUP 2021 conference under the theme of beauty and fashion. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that you please kindly come into the hall and take your seats. For those of us who are unable to join us here offline, we are providing live streaming via our official YouTube channel. So please stay tuned and you'll be able to join in all the festivities today. We also have some backstage Q&A sessions prepared that will be conducted online. So we look forward to seeing you there as
첫
well.
번째 뷰티 앤 패션을
And we will
아젠다로
begin the
컨퍼런스가
first
진행되겠습니다.
2021 conference of today under the theme of beauty and fashion momentarily. Please wait a moment.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's nice to see you all here again. Today we are going to begin the COMEUP 2021 conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and my name is Yooni Jung, and I'll be your MC for today.
COMEUP 2021 컨퍼런스는요, 코로나 이후에 변화하는 세상을 3대 대주제와
COMEUP 2021 conference deals with 3 overarching themes and 12 agendas in line with the post-COVID-19 age. Those of you who are unable to join us here offline today, please go to the official YouTube channel so that you can join in all the festivities. And after the conference, we will also be holding some backstage Q&A sessions, which will be streamed live on our YouTube channel as well. So please stay tuned. Then without further ado, we will now begin the COMEUP 2021 conference under the theme of beauty and fashion.
네, 컨퍼런스는 2시간 정도 진행될 예정입니다.
The conference will last for about 2 hours. We are going to hold 2 one-on-one fireside chats to be followed by a panel talk. The fireside chats will showcase one speaker and one moderator who will be carrying out discussions. The panel talk will be comprised of 2 panelists and 1 moderator, and will be a Q&A session between the panelists and moderator. Then let's dive into the first fireside chat of the day. The theme of the first fireside chat is From DDP to the World K-Fashion Expansion. I'm sure you're all very curious about what we're going to hear today. We have co-CEO 홍석 Chang from Delicious and CEO Woo-seok Lee from Swatch on. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, good morning. Today we'll be having a fireside chat under the title of From DDP to the World K-Fashion Expansion. What I do is I source the Korean fabric to the people around the world. I service Swatch on. I am Woo-seok, the founder of Fabric Time, and we have CEO Chang Hong-seok of Delicious. Could you briefly introduce yourself? Yes, hello everyone. I'm Chang Hong-seok, the CEO of Delicious, and I operate the Shinsang Market, which is a wholesale app for clothing. When we say that we enter the global market, Korean people think that this is a really good thing to do. And ever since the Korean War, Korean people strived to become a global player, and we have achieved great things. And a lot of manufacturers became global players, but also we are seeing many players in the entertainment area, including the Squid Game, create global content. And now I think it's also time for the fashion players to become global players. In particular, fashion is not just an industry, it's part of our culture. So it's really important how we export K-fashion to the world. So what I would like to ask you, Mr. Chang, is in order to grow and enter the global market, what should we do as a fashion industry? We have a DDP fashion cluster. This was not built by the government. It naturally formed on its own in the 1950s. And there are things that we need to maintain, and there are things that we need to change. The things that we need to keep is that this fashion cluster that we have in Korea is not made by the government. It's not made by the state. And nowhere around the world do we have something like the DDP cluster. So we have people with expertise in fashion, and it usually takes about 2 weeks to place an order to get the fashion item that you want. So it's a really fast cycle of fashion. So this is something that we need to maintain and strengthen going forward. And the things that needs to change is that if you look into the history of DDP market, it started off with Gwangjang market. So the Gwangjang market came in place in 1900s, and they sold everyday goods, consumables, and then we experienced the Korean War, and people had to make their own clothes. So people started to sell fabrics, and in 1990s, we started to sell pre-made clothes. And the wholesale market of clothes came into place. And in the 2000s, the e-commerce emerged, and now clothing are sold via online. So it's really important how DDP transitions into the e-commerce world. And fashion trading requires the connection between the seller and the buyer. So we need a platform that supports such transaction, and we need to make sure that this connection is well made. Thank you for that answer.
패션 산업이 되게 이제 넓잖아요.
And the fashion industry is a really big industry in terms of volume, in terms of its categories, and there are many subcategories under the fashion industry. And what's the characteristics of the DDP fashion market? Because when I think of DDP fashion market, I used to think that DDP fashion market was really successful in selling their items to China, but the market situation has changed quite a lot, so it's going to be a bit different today, and people tend to think that we are near the end of the COVID pandemic, hopefully. So it's important that we have a strategy to maintain what DDP does, or do we need an alternative for the DDP market? In 2010, China started to take interest in K-fashion. It was really popular in China, and what I remember is that this really popular actress named Tang Wei, she came to Korea and she used the Korean beauty item, 정샘물. She actually compared the Korean beauty item and the Chinese beauty item. And that led to the rise of popularity of Korean beauty items in China. And today, a lot of fashion items are made in China, especially when it comes to fabrics. So manufacturing of fashion items is standardized to some extent, but the items that's sold in DDP are designed in Korea, and they're manufactured in China, and they're exported back to Korea. And Chinese people come to Korea to buy that in Korea and bring that back to China. And they can sell this at a price that's a few times more expensive than what it's sold in Korea. So we are creating more value by creating our own designs and making our own clothes. So in the future, what's more important is design, because what you wear is what you use to express yourself. So designs are really important. I think design is going to be our competitive edge. And my company is focused not only in China, but also Japan. And I think a lot of opportunities exist in Japan. In Japan, there is no wholesale fashion cluster like DDP. I mean, they have small clusters, but they don't have a big cluster. And they don't have the capacity to build something like DDP in Japan. So in that regard, I do think there is a possibility to sell our clothing to Japan. And in Japan, most clothes are made by big companies, and they don't have many items to sell. So all the designers, the potential designers, don't have a platform to work. You know, big brands like Uniqlo dominate the fashion industry in Japan. And also, China is an important market, but from our perspective, we do think there's much potential in the Japanese market. So we need to have a more bigger focus on the Japanese market. So you mentioned design, and you said that this was the most important thing, and we need to come up with designs that is in trend. And I do think that's the major strength of our DDP fashion cluster. And when we started to export items overseas, when we mentioned K-fashion, people used to say that DDP is so fast, they change really fast, and their cycle is only about 1 month to create a new design and produce them. And that 1 month cycle of production is unmatched because in the US and the EU it's not possible. And the reason that DDP can do this is because it's a cluster. And I do think that we have the competitive edge of fast fashion. And when we want to enter the global market, we need to be able to bring the products to the overseas market and find the potential buyers. So that's the first thing that comes into people's mind, to find the distribution channel. And because we are Korean people, we know which channel to use in Korea. But if you go to another country, depending on the country, depending on the culture, the channel that's most used for distribution is really different. So you have to study those different distribution channels and study the marketing strategies that will work in those specific markets. So in that regard, I think that's the biggest hurdle that people face when they try to enter the global market. And is there any other platform solutions that can help people enter the global market? That's a good question, but I think what's the most Korean could be the most global strategy, because if you look at Squid Game, the Squid Game shows the childhood games of Korean people, and people were able to resonate with those games around the world. So in these countries, people don't really play those childhood games of Korea, but they can actually feel that nostalgic element of those games. That's why Squid Game was such a big hit around the world. And in the top 10 contents on Netflix, about half of them are Korean content. And we did not make those Korean contents overseas, we made it in Korea. I mean, if you think about 대장금, a famous K-drama, it was something that we created fully in Korea. But nowadays, we should be making content that reflects the Korean element. And by doing so, we can be successful. So there are two things we should consider when it comes to fashion. Fashion itself is a content, so we need to think about the content element. And when you think about the market, we need to think about how the market will change. So we need to be able to have that creative control when it comes to the fashion content element. And instead of just saying that we want to target the global market, we should be focusing on what we do best. That's how we can naturally transition into the global market. And I mentioned Netflix earlier. There are contents that are streamed on Netflix. If it's not animation, they all include fashion. And the people in their 20s and 30s around the world most favor the fashion items of Korea. So in that regard, we need to be able to show K-fashion through content. It could be an artist, could be an idol singer, but these cultural aspects can help people to consume more fashion items. So I'm sure the trends are going to be different per country, but when it comes to unique content and the content that's being consumed around the world can help us find which fashion items are going to be a big success in the world. So I think that's a big change. When we were young, we used to say that Japan was the leading country when it comes to fashion, and we tended to think that Japan was ahead of us, but now it's the other way around. Japan's trying to follow us in terms of the fashion trends. And when you try to engage in cross-border transaction, there may be some variables that were not expected. For instance, you have to go through customs, you have to pay tariffs. This is something that you would not have to do if you sell items in the domestic market. And when you use coupon to buy something directly from the overseas market, the customs part, it's easily addressed because Coupang does it for you. And I'm sure Coupang had to work a lot to make this easier for the customers. But when it comes to fashion, I think, I'm sure the platform has to carry out many efforts to help the companies in the DDP fashion cluster to export the items overseas. So when it comes to these export-related processes, are there any solutions or platforms ready to help assist the fashion designers and makers? At the moment, we do have many solutions and platforms which support exporting items overseas, but one shortcoming, I would say, is that for a fashion item to go to the actual overseas market, it has to go through a long value chain. For instance, a person might say they have an intent to buy, then we send the product, and the people in between have to go through the tariffs and customs processing. So from the seller's perspective, they should have a streamlined value chain so that they can have a seamless experience that we actually experience from the coupon channel. And in our service, Deliveroo, people can place an order simply on our app, and through a one-click solution, we provide all the customs processing services for the buyer. So the wholesalers in Korea can easily contact potential foreign buyers. And we provide an experience that is seamless when it comes to selling domestic items to the overseas market. That's one of our advantage.
I know there are some hurdles in logistics and distributions, and especially the difference in culture when it comes to fashion and clothes can cause difficulties and disparities in standards. There are product specifications that are controlled by standards across the globe, but that is not as much so with clothes. You use the fabric to produce the garments, and we used to work, with Mexico as well. And the clothes were produced in Korea, and the size in inches, so on and so forth. All of these specifications were told to us. We knew of all the specifications, but since the people in Mexico and Koreans have different body shapes and sizes, sometimes there were some difficulties caused by that. And I'm sure these are problems not limited just to my own case. I think we can see these types of challenges throughout the world because clothes, garments, are something where detail is absolutely essential, which is why I think having a standard would be great to have that set. Is there anything that you're doing related to standard setting? Well, as you said, the clothes created in the Dongdaemun fashion cluster aren't really standardized. For example, in our Shinsang Market platform, when you are registering your clothes, then that is where you produce and generate that standardized information. Normally, you take the barcode, and if they have barcodes on them, you would see, let's say you go to the department store and you have a barcode and you scan that barcode, then they will have specifications and details and information. However, the fashion items produced in Dongdaemun are not digitalized in terms of their information or specifications and information. For the past 8 years, we've been working on this stringently to get some standardization going on. Buying fashion items online always comes down to the size, the fabric, and the fitting. If you are shopping offline, you get to try it on, and it's a lot more accurate. But when you're buying something online, especially clothes, you can't try them on. And so from B2B channels as well, I think that these standardized specifications, inches, sizes, all of this is extremely important for them. So that is why we are focusing on that as a platform. And the next thing is about purchasing experience. Most of the clothes are produced with a minimum MOQ or minimum order quantity by predicting the level of demand. So about 7 to 8 units of garments will be available for you, for example. So it's a minimum order quantity. And that is why this type of data can help us also more accurately predict the level of future demand. In Korea, this is something that is already quite universal and quite general in terms of what we're doing. It's a general practice. But to apply this globally, we still have some way to go to provide that type of purchase experience. And we believe that accumulating this data and leveraging technology will help us generate more accurate projections on demand. What about the post-sales? For the Korean market, after you deliver, after you send out the garments or fashion items, and if there are problems or issues with the item, then you can always give them a refund. So if it's within the domestic market, that's not too hard. But if you're selling overseas, it's a different story, especially if you're not working in the B2C channel, but B2B. That is a completely different story in terms of the sheer amount of volume that you're dealing with. So let's say that you're working on a B2B channel overseas and you already have delivered a high volume of garments or clothing, and there's an issue there. Then how do you deal with this? This is a challenge to a lot of people. Whether it be FOB, these types of conditions are provided. So if it's on freight and if it has left your hands, then it is the liability or responsibility of the purchaser, for example. These types of terms and provisions are always important. And even if it's not such a high volume transaction, even in smaller volume transactions, after sales is something that is really important. Do you have any potential solutions for targeting or addressing these challenges? Well, I haven't really done any experiments or piloting regarding this, but refunds don't arise too frequently. Sometimes the clothes may have to be returned because the clothes themselves, they have some errors in it that you have to return it, for example, but that doesn't arise that frequently. For example, in the past, a lot of us, would buy things from overseas, from the United States. Of course, sometimes you will want to refund it. Sometimes the item that you've purchased it has to be returned, or you may simply change your mind and want to return it. But because of the cumbersome nature of actually getting a refund and sending the item back, people don't really tend to actually get a refund. So if you think of that, we don't. What we do is we don't actually have the inventory and stock piled up, but you get the demand or the order for it first. And we also do provide a refund system or scheme as well. So if you want to, then we can provide a refund. In the past, the Japanese practices or customs or culture meant that accuracy, confidence, so on and so forth were extremely important. So we would acquire the inventory beforehand, before getting the orders and selling. But now it's changing. Those in their teens and in their 20s, I think, are becoming a bit more open, like buying directly from overseas. A lot of our consumers now just don't take into consideration a possible refund later on. Of course, if there's a defect with the product, then of course you will need to, apply for a refund. But that is also available through our partnerships or whatever initiatives that we have in place to allow for refunds to be as convenient as possible. In the B2B channel, these after sales is area is different from B2C, and I do think, as you said, we need to work on it globally. You talked about the B2B channel and how having the inventory there beforehand, before getting the order, is different from what you would see in Korea and globally. The people in wholesales or in retail, sometimes you may have the inventory in the warehouse before you get the orders and start selling, or sometimes you will get pre-orders. These are some different sales channels, and I found that this is a little bit difficult sometimes to explain to overseas buyers. How do you sell when you don't have the inventory? I think this, however, is a very strong suit of the DTP cluster, but since they're not familiar with this concept in and of itself, sometimes I think we need to explain it a little bit better. So thank you for that, making that point. I think this will be our last question. We've talked about the Dongdaemun fashion cluster and its strong suits, but what do you have in the pipeline for the future? What is your vision? I think I can answer this question in 3 points. In the past 8 years, we have been working on digitalizing this platform, migrating from offline to online. And we have seen a lot of positive changes from that. The start of everything in fashion transaction starts with the product. And as time goes by, digitalization is inevitable, which is why we are working on using this platform to scale up digitalization in the fashion industry. As I said before, the content itself is different. It's not just, for example, data or information that you are consuming. You're actually consuming a physical, tangible item, which is why our global partnerships are going to be key in expediting the delivery system and the distribution systems. And last but not least, I want to talk about the value of data when we're migrating to online. We have about 65 million datasets that we have accumulated throughout the past 8 years. So and we also have about 20 million datasets about partners and specifications. So all of this data is going to help us predict the demand, as I said before, and also provide some insights as well. And in the end, this can create a virtuous cycle because this can help our partners grow and advance in their markets as well. That is our ultimate goal and mission. Thank you so much for your answer. And before we close this fireside chat, I would like to open the floor up to some questions. Does anyone have a question from the audience?
예.
All right, I see that the topic of this fireside chat is from DDP to the world. It's about going global for DDP. I think that was the focus. Now, if you think about K-Webtoon, it's dominating not just the Japanese market and Korean market, but the wider world. What about aside from digitalization? What if you want to go buy fabrics in Italy? Can we digitalize that? What about dominating that type of market and making inroads into Italy and Europe and other countries overseas? Could you give us any direction about what we could do? I think our moderator would be more fit to answer this question about fabric. But we talked about wholesale and retailing, we talked about the fashion items, but there are so many professionals and experts within this cluster. Designers, the sewers, the retailers. Every single one of them are vital to achieving the competitiveness that we have in DDP. For example, you can think of Zara or Uniqlo and these other world-class companies that are out there. All of these companies have all of these functions in-house. And their revenue stands at, tens of trillions. But in DDP, I believe that we actually deliver even more value than that. Technology, converging that with platform, I think will provide solutions, as you said, and also, looking into fabrics overseas as well and accelerating the growth process. Thank you. Do you have any other questions from the floor?
예, 반갑습니다. 중부청에서 동대문
Good morning. I am actually in charge of the DTP market in the government. And I've heard that there have been a lot of changes because of COVID-19. And I'm sure that it's been a challenge to you. Could you give us any tips or solutions for, getting us out of these difficulties caused by the pandemic? And especially going global. Well, going global is something that we are actually targeting, of course. But it's not just a problem for us, COVID-19, but it's also really hit the entire DTP market hard because we don't have as many inbound customers. The domestic demand is, of course, important, but it is pegged to the population itself. But the popularity of K-content that is exponentially rising throughout the world is a benefit for DTP as well. So the wholesale and retail stores are working on trying to raise awareness and broadening their position in the global market as well and bringing the content to the global market. Yes, thank you for your question, and we will continue to put our best foot forward as well. Thank you for your answer. Do you have any last messages that you would like to say? Thank you so much for your participation, and I always love coming to DTP Plaza. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you for your time. We talked about from DTP to the world, K-fashion and expansion. We had Mr. Chang Hong-seok and Mr. Lee Woo-seok. Please give them a big hand once again. After this conference ends, we have another Q&A session ready at the backstage. So make sure you check out the backstage Q&A. The next fireside chat will begin. The topic of this fireside chat is beauty industry. We are going to look into the big change and the new digital content and commerce strategies for the beauty industry. We have Mr. Lee Young-jin, the Senior VP of Amore Pacific, and Mr. Lee Hyun-ju, the CEO of DeMille. Please welcome our speaker and moderator with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to meet all of you. What I do is I manage the beauty YouTubers and creators. And recently, we have worked with Amore Pacific. Amore Pacific is actually the largest shareholder of our management company. And it was nice to have this opportunity to talk to Mr. Lee Young-jin again because we have been speaking with Mr. Lee Young-jin for a long time now. So it's going to be a very meaningful fireside chat. Could you introduce yourself, Mr. Lee Young-jin? Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Lee Young-jin from Amore Pacific. Nice to meet you. The work I do at Amore Pacific is about new businesses, and I am in charge of the ventures and CVCs and LP funds in our company. So I'm engaged in indirect funding of startups. Amore Pacific was a place that I joined in 1990s. I used to be a researcher, and I looked into how ceramide could be used to make better cosmetic items. So I joined the skincare research team in 1990, and I've been working in Amore Pacific for the past 20 years. So it's a great honor to meet all of you here. There's been a lot of change in the beauty industry recently. actually dramatic change compared to 5-6 years ago. There's been a lot of change. I joined when I saw the beauty industry, we saw the Surprise app. The Surprise app was introduced 5 years ago, and compared to 5-6 years ago, the beauty industry has changed quite a lot today. And as a person who is in this industry, I really find it hard to catch up with such changing trends. And as the beauty company, how is Amore Pacific dealing with this? And you told us that you are in charge of new businesses, which means that you have to lead the new trends of the beauty industry. So then how are you approaching this beauty industry as a company and as a personal businessman and as someone working in the business industry? How should we approach this industry changes? We have seen a big rise in the number of beauty brands. That's one big change. In the past, if there was the number one makeup brand in the country, then we were able to tell who the number 2 and 3 was. But these days, there are too many brands, and they have their own target customers. So we do see a lot of small brands, and they're growing rapidly. And what's fortunate is that their status around the world is growing because people love K-beauty. So all of these brands have an opportunity to enter the global market, and that's actually good for Amore Pacific. And we believe that beauty goes hand in hand with other entertainment changes. So you can see that Squid Game was the number one content consumed on Netflix for 46 weeks straight, and Blackpink and other K-pops are popular around the world. So we need to be able to leverage this opportunity and read the trend. And if we can do so, that's going to be great for all of us in the beauty industry. So in that regard, let's approach the beauty industry from the digital perspective. How is the beauty industry changing in terms of the digital perspective? And because I asked about the trends and changes, but if we want to focus on the digital aspect, we can see that digital changes are occurring in all industries. So we need to be successful in this digital transformation, otherwise we will be left behind. So in face of this digital transformation era, content is really important, and as the number one beauty company in Korea, there must be some challenges that you face with regards to digital transformation. Digitalization, digital transformation can be interpreted differently by different people. You might think of different keywords. For me, I think the most important two aspects are data and platform. And in a digital company, people do consider the analog aspects as well. Because there are things that you can benchmark from what's analog. And Amore Pacific has a lot of content, in-house content, but in order to interact with our customers, I think we lacked in terms of this interactive content. So content, commerce, e-commerce, we should be able to do this together. And we tried to find out who carried the capacities to do both. And it turns out that influencers are the ones who can create content and engage in e-commerce. And the term platform in and of itself is not something a person can do alone. It cannot be built by a single entity. We need a lot of partners to create a platform. So we try to find potential partners. Last year, we worked with Naver to create a database brand. We also created a new product, and we signed MOUs to enter the global market. You can see all of this in the news articles. And we also partnered with 11 Street and Monday Today to offer customized commerce. In the past, the manufacturers would create the product first and then think about e-commerce and marketing. But today, it's not the case. We have to think about digital content and marketing and digital platform before we begin to manufacture a product. So, content, communication, commerce are important elements for success these days, and I do think influencers are the ones who are excelling at all of these three items. You can see these Air Beauty of Selena Gomez, Pet Beauty of another famous celebrity, and recently we've been communicating with China, and it seems like from the product planning stage, they work with Wang Ho's from the very beginning stage of planning. So we need to leverage the fandom, their influence in beauty of influencers. Or R&D, supply chain management can all be combined with influencers, and we thought that we could create synergies from doing so. We saw that we launched the brand in August with Sohee from Wonder Girls, and you can see this product displayed in Olive Young around the world. So what we thought was that we could create something with influencers. So you think Sohee is also an influencer? As long as you have an influence, if it's a celebrity or model, they all could be seen as an influencer. That's how we define influencers. And how's your on and off success? After we launched on and off, it took a really short time for us to make a decision to launch this on and off products in Olive Young. And on the first month, we thought that it was only going to sell a lot in the first month of launch, but it's actually selling quite well these days. It's actually doing quite well in the market compared to our expectation. I guess that helps you with your position in your office carrying out new businesses. NGI, I asked you this term earlier, and you told me that it stood for New Growth Initiative, and you're in charge of NGI. And for a large company, it's hard to respond quickly to the changes of the industry. So how do you adjust to these changes? And I guess to beat the speed of change, you are trying different things like on-off and collaborations with influencers. Were there other things that you're trying? Are there other projects that you're trying today? The NGI organization was established 10 years ago, and the first one was Innisfree, 2 was makeup creation, 3rd was sustainability. So we had different topics for our NGI, and 3 years ago, we actually got rid of NGI. But it was established again once I became in charge of it. And we looked into the areas where Amora Pacific actually was interested in but could not take initiative. So that's why we created something Outlearn. We also created a Gaondodam brand, which can be used by every member of the family. And we created a male-specific brand. And we also created a brand for food. We also created a snack brand, and we also created a brand for subscribing to get more beauty-related information. And if you go to Seongsu or Hwangyo, you can try out new things provided by Amore Pacific. And more recently, we've been collaborating with celebrities, influencers, not just Sohee from Wonder Girls, but we've worked with EJ to create a brand called Soluderm. And that Soluderm is selling quite well in home shopping. So what about these customized cosmetics? We invested in Tonipal to come up with this customized cosmetics. So Tonipal is working on this. We visit our customers. We try to come up with the best cosmetics for the person. But what we do at Amore Pacific was that we try to recommend the right base or lip cosmetics that meets the tone of the customer. So we're focused on providing customized makeup items as well as hair items. And there are various different fields in which we can specialize in. So we are not just partnering with one or two companies to provide these customized services. We have an application, we have diagnostic tools, and we also offer optical reading to come up with customized cosmetics. And we also handle fashion-related fields.
I know you've invested in a lot of companies, and it seems that you are also working a lot on the customized cosmetics lines, whether it be big or small brands, or even just really, really small product lines. We are focusing on all of this because we have this larger brand. We are working on the smaller lines as well. I don't think that we can actually force people to buy, but we are always trying to think of the maximum point where we can cater to and customize to meet the needs of our customers. Amore Pacific has done a lot of operations in-house, and we've seen that it is a large cap company. You have a lot of manpower and human capital as well. So now you are working to outsource as well and work a lot more with outside partners. When Timmy got the funding from Amore Pacific, you were also a lot of help as well. So I'm curious about what Amore Pacific is doing as an SI investor. What do you look at when you are looking for investment destinations? Can you tell us so that I think it'll be a lot of help to our startups here. I think it'll be a lot of help and informative. Since we are a CV2 investor within a large brand, for us it's not really about the bottom line. Of course, we are not going to incur losses. We don't want that. But we always want to focus on a synergetic effect. A win-win scenario. That is our number one standard for investing. The number two standard is this. I think that human people are always at the bottom and foundation of every single transaction. So it's about the people that you are working with, the founder of the startups or the working level staff. Just a few times, you just have coffee with them, you just meet with them a few times, and you get a feel for whether these are your people, whether these people will work out. And these are the two standards. And also, Timiri was a company that fulfilled and met both of these two criteria. And that is why we're working. And moving forward, we're going to be looking at areas that need data and also areas such as ESG as well. And other than that, we're looking at food supplements, healthy diets that require the technology for that. And these are areas where we invest directly. We also invest indirectly in about 3. We are also working on a beauty fashion JV fund with Mushinsa. For example, if a fashion brand wants to go into the cosmetics line, or if a retail is interested in both fashion and cosmetics, then they can work with us and we will be involved in the investment process. We also have a K-Culture fund for the next K-Culture platform growth in beauty, fashion, contents, technology, and much more. These are some of the areas. And we also have a fund that we made with TVT, and we're also working on a fund that we made with We Ventures, which is geared towards the untapped or non-face-to-face age. We've met with our partners and we are in discussions about the direction where we want to invest in, and we're always looking for investment destinations. So we're working on both direct and indirect investments, so there are always opportunities to meet with me and get to know me. Normally, when you attract investments, I think it's most of the time you get introduced to the investors. I think that's what happens most of the time. But you can always, use that cold mail. For example, that's what I did. I sent an email saying my name is Lee Hyun-ju from Gmail and I would like to meet with you. That's what I did. I know we have a lot of people here that are interested in investment, so to just give you a bit of PR, Amori Pacific is a large cap company, but the NGI team is in direct communication with the decision makers, which is why it is very nimble and fast. That's what I've learned from my experience with Amori Pacific's NGI team, which is why these startups that are promising and are really accelerating their growth have a lot of options these days. These startups sometimes have the option to choose their investors, and to those types of startups, I would recommend thumbs up Amori Pacific as a potential investor for you. Then my next question is about NGI. What is the market that NGI is looking at or targeting? Do you have any related projects in the pipeline? Could you tell us about any of these plans that you may have? Well, I think we're always thinking about the future, about where Amori Pacific is headed, and especially in the department that I am in. So we're always keeping an eye on where the wind is blowing, where the trend is going, what the next upcoming thing is. And Amori Pacific has its strong suits, and we are always looking on areas, to pillars of sorts, where we can that can play to our strong suits. So we take these 2 pillars, and then we pinpoint where we can excel, and then we go out and try to identify and find the best partners to get us to that point. We're working on 2 projects right now. The first one relates to contents, communication, and commerce, the 3 C's. These 3 C's are intricately connected. We focused on these 3 C's, and we actually found that we needed another C, namely creators. So that ended up in being 4 C's. So we're focusing on how to excel in these 4 C areas. Moving forward with the explosive growth of platforms and e-commerce platforms and live broadcasting and streaming, I think every single company and platform will have these types of contents. But in the near term, the people who can provide these types of contents are limited, which is why I think that in the near term, the clout that influencers have will continue to grow. So, always keep in contact with CEO Mr. Lee from DMIL. That's what I am doing. And we talked about this earlier, but I'm always interested in open collaboration. It's different from what goes on internally. Internally, what we call this is an open alliance. An open alliance, the term alliance is different. So what we mean is it's a win-win. Collaborations can be a one-off event, but an alliance is long-lasting. It endures, provides a win-win and long-lasting synergetic effects, hopefully, which is why we want to create an open alliance with all of the promising startups and potential partners that we will be working with. What I was impressed with quite recently is related to the nature of large corporations. Normally they are slow, they are not nimble, but I think that is changing. So in that sense, I would like to ask you my last question. Do you have any transformative initiatives that you have in the pipeline? For example, there could be a lot of fragmented and distributed data, dispersed data that you're trying to accumulate and organize. I know that's some part of what you are doing. Or maybe do you have projects that you are working on to actually create a corporation, a startup? I know you're all working on all of this, but could you tell us a little bit more in detail? I think you already know so much of our business secrets, so it's quite a difficult question to answer, but what I would like to tell you is that we have a meeting with our president about 2 times a week. When you are initiating a new project, the most difficult thing is finding that right balance and getting it to market in a speedy manner. That is why it requires a lot of speedy decision making. That is why we have these decisions that can accelerate the decision making process. That's one thing we're working on. And as you said, we are working on collecting the data in department stores or in Amori Pacific Seongsu branch and other business segments generate data as well. And that means that all of this data was fragmented in the past, but we're trying to collect all of this so that when we need customer data or diagnostics data, then we can get all of this. And we also need to standardize or make consistent the field name and title and make it automated, the process of data collection and gathering it together. So we're now working on coding this type of program and software that we need for this data collection process. And in the past, raw materials, production, distribution, promotion, all of this was done in-house by large corporations. But we now increasingly see that not one player can do this all on their own. That is why we establish JVs, or that is why we outsource, or that is why we at Amori Pacific can also support technological development and production of other companies as well. In fact, that is why Amori Pacific's yesterday, today, and tomorrow are going to be completely different. The way that we are going to operate in the future, our workflow, it's going to change. So if any of you are interested in these types of changes and innovations, always feel free to contact me. I am always open. My schedule is quite free compared to everyone else at Amori Pacific. I am always open to meeting anyone. I would love to meet any one of you who want to pitch to me your ideas and carry on some very exciting discussions. I think we're running out of time, so I wanted to open up the floor to questions, but I think we will have to do that in the backstage Q&A session. I met with you recently with the VP and President as well, and I found that Mori Pacific is extremely open to change and transformations, and I believe that this is going to bring about a lot of good open alliances and collaborations. So with that, I would like to end today's fireside chat with this session. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for that very exciting discussion. We took a look at the sea change in the beauty industry. Let's give another big hand to Mr. Lee Young-jin from Mori Pacific and Hunju Lee from DMIL. Thank you so much for your insights.
So we had our speaker and a moderator who talked about beauty, and they will move over to the backstage to continue with the Q&A session. So please make sure you check out that Q&A session. Now we will begin the last session of this conference, which is the panel talk. The topic of this panel talk is I pay, therefore I am Gen Z, the cult of consumption. The most important thing today is for people to understand more about the Generation Z. So we have Mr. Jung Jun-young, the CEO of ENCO, Mr. Lee Do-jin, the CEO of Mediquotas, and Mr. Kim Nam-seok, the CEO of the CEO of Instant Tattoo. Please welcome them with a big hand. Hello everyone, I am Kim Nam-seok from Instant Tattoo. We are joined by Mr. Jung Jun-young, the CEO of ENCODE, and Mr. Lee Do-jin, the CEO of Mediquotas. We will talk about the changing Generation Z and the changing fashion industry and beauty industry. First off, I would like to thank the two panelists for joining us today. And could you start off by briefly introducing yourself? Could Mr. Jung Jun-young of Decode start off? Hello everyone. We provide the Decode service, which offers pre-order service of luxury services products. So my company's name is ENCODE, and the service we provide is Decode. So just remember Decode. Hello everyone, I am the CEO of Mediquotas. I'm Lee Do-jin. What Mediquotas does is we create consumer brands and platforms. Based on that short description of the two companies, I think there's going to be much to discuss regarding fashion. So we have about an hour for the panel talk, and I'm going to ask about 6 questions. For the first question, I would like to ask both of you. The topic that we are going to talk about today is Gen Z, the Generation Z. Decode offers pre-order service for luxury items, and Mediquotas is opening a new era of creating platforms. And both of your companies are targeting Generation Z. And actually, the Generation Z supports both of your companies, and that's why you're growing enormously. So when both of you were carrying out your business, could you give an anecdote and experience where you felt that this new generation was different from the previous generations? So if you could share these anecdotes and experiences, that would be great. Could Mr. Jung Jun-young start off? As for us, when we founded our company to sell luxury items online, there were a lot of prejudice against what we were doing. And when we created the pre-order business model, we were able to grow enormously at a very fast speed. And the biggest driver to our growth was that we were able to provide competitive pricing through pre-order system. The Generation Z, Generation MZ, do like to experience new things, and they're really sensitive when it comes to prices. And people who go to fine dining, we see that the consumers are becoming younger and younger, and they buy luxury items as well. And what's different of these younger generation is that if they experience something, if they experience a new service, or if they buy something at a really affordable price, they tend to share this with people around them. And thanks to this trade, we did not have to put too much in advertising in terms of investment, because the younger generation shared what we were selling in their communities. So the younger generation is really differentiated in terms of sharing information. Recently, I myself found out that I'm a bit older than the younger generation, but if you go to the Korean beef omakase restaurant, most of the people there were in their 20s. So the people in their 20s would like to express themselves, and they're really used to expressing themselves by consumption. So they like to order luxury faster than others, and they want to share this in their communities. And I do think that it is their trait. What about you, Mr. Lee Doo-jin? You are servicing Nugu in the Japanese market. So I guess you get to see the younger generation both in Korea and Japan. Is there a commonality between the younger generation in Japan and Korea? I introduced our company as a brand builder, and we service the Nugu platform in Japan. It's an influencer vertical platform. So I get to see more of the Japanese younger generation than Korean generation. So I'd like to talk about the Japanese younger generation. The Z generation of Japan have two main characteristics. The first is that they like Korea, but they like Korea more than we think. And because of COVID, we cannot travel to overseas, we cannot travel to Japan, so I guess you may not be able to experience this yourself. But recently, when there was an event in Japan, they had a survey carried out, and people asked, which brand do you like the most when it comes to cosmetics? Which artist do you like the most? And the top 5 were Korean singers or Korean singer groups. So the most popular cosmetic brand in Japan, according to the survey, the first top 2 were Korean brands. I mean, there were Dior and other luxury brands, and Romanian, which just recently got listed, and Clio. So their share took over 50% of the respondents of the survey who answered that they like Korean brands. So Korean products and Korean brands are well received by Japanese younger generation. That's the first trait of the Generation Z of Japanese. And second trait is they like online shopping. And people in Korea might ask, how is that a trait of a younger generation? But that is a key point that differentiates young people in Japan. Due to COVID-19, cashless payment have accelerated. It took off really well. And as of last year, the proportion that cashless payment took in terms of payment was 80%, cash payment was 10%, and in China, cashless payment took up 60%. So, however, that proportion was only 18% in Japan. So 82% of people in Japan pay by cash. And from the entire consumption market, the online market proportion grew. So it's about 35% in China and Korea, but in Japan, it's around 10%. And the generation who leads that online consumption is the Generation Z. So the Generation Z in Japan likes Korea, and they're leading online consumption. So those are the two traits of the younger generation in Japan. Half of our sales come from Japan at Instant Tattoo as well. And I completely agree with what you just said, Mr. Lee Doo-jin. And I also wondered, why do Japanese people like Korea so much? Is it because of BTS? Because they're really open to all the experiences that is provided by Korea. But as Mr. Chung pointed out earlier, the Generation Z have a different perception. They have a different value paradigm of previous generations. And these younger generations don't really care about the historical disputes between Korea and Japan, because the older generation would actually defame Korea. They would have a sense of superiority. But the younger generation of Japan don't have that. And the most conservative and offline-driven market is actually Japan, but we see that all of our products are being a lot of our products are being sold in Japan by younger generation. It's really well received. And it's not just happening in Japan, it's happening in other countries around the world as well by these younger generations. So we looked into the traits of Generation Z, and we saw how they express themselves by consuming things. I'd like to ask Mr. Chung about these Generation Z. I would like to ask about their attitudes, because it's something new to us. As a fan of Decode, I actually purchased a lot from Decode. Can you talk about their pre-order model? Because I think that's what appeals to the younger generation. I don't turn to magazines when I want to learn about new fashion trends. I turn to platforms. So the content provided by Decode is something that I consume every day. So could you talk about the relationship between tech, content, and fashion? And how are you building up on that relationship? And in your opinion, what's the implication of technology in the fashion industry? And the Generation Z is ultimately what describes the current content and fashion industry. So you asked me a lot of questions, actually, so I'd have to answer them one by one. We think that 89% of our customers are in their ages from 20s to early 30s, so they're all Generation Z people. And when it comes to their unique consumption patterns, I can describe it by two words. The first is layered consumption, second is experience-based. So first is value-based consumption, which means that value is really important. A value can be something that the brand story gives. So you might like Gucci because it's Gucci, but you might like Gucci because of its history. And you might like Gucci because they like the vision of Gucci for the next 10 years. That's what they react towards. I don't want to talk about ESG today, but ultimately, when we talk about value, some people think it's the quality of the product or the history of the brand. But the younger generation, Generation Z especially, is really focused to the term sustainability. They are really interested in the environmental friendly field. So in all of our pre-order sales, most of the items that sold best are recycled items. So we try to meet with the trend. And when I first began servicing pre-order, I thought about how to appeal to people by sustainably selling the luxury items at a lower price. That was my initial thought, but what we are putting focus on right now is we're not saying that pre-order equals cheap. We want to say that pre-order has to do with sustainability. And ultimately, when it comes to the suppliers, the brands that we talk with, we focus on how we can get rid of inventory, because at the end of the day, the fashion industry has to deal with the environmental issues, and that boils down to getting rid of their stocks. So we put value in how we can get rid of the inventory stocks. That's how we're proceeding with our pre-order service, and we try to address this by using technology. And most of the things that we have planned is not being carried out yet, because pre-order is pre-order. You place an order 6 months before the product is launched. So we have to find out which product will be popular in the next season, and we try to find out how people evaluate these products in advance. And we do have the data and indicators available to make these predictions. So in the long term, we would like to ultimately predict demand through pre-order. We want to predict the actual demand in advance so that companies can supply products that's going to be high in demand. So that's the direction that we like to pursue at Decode.
I'm sure you did all hear about this, but now actually listening to, value-oriented consumption, not just simple consumption and paying, I really think that our new up-and-coming generation is having a lot of impact across the board. So my next question is about the next generation or the new generation as a group that is impacting the overall evolution of consumption. I'm curious, especially with Mr. Lee, you've actually had experience with a lot of different startups, especially commerce platforms. I'm curious, what is your thought? What are your thoughts on how Korea's landscape has changed, and what do you think we have in store for the future? Well, I'm also curious about how things are going to pan out in the future. I first started my business back in 2010, 2011. That's when I first started my business. The model we used back then was creating a casual online brand and distributing it. So it was a brand business that was established in 2010. And back in 2010, it was different. It wasn't as difficult. It wasn't as competitive. Doing something online, it was quite relatively easy. All you had to do was, build a blog and just make it go a bit viral, just use some viral marketing, and that was enough. It was about a decade ago. So back then, when I first started in 2010, in a span of 3 to 4 years, we created about 2 or 3 more brands. And now, I don't know if it's still there, but there was a company called Yellow Vial, and one of their goals was to, incorporate a lot of different fashion brands and also some OEM factories to create an entire value chain. So that was their bigger picture and vision. And we got an M&A deal. And that happened in 2016. Our brand was acquired, and the company that I am working on right now, MediQuarters, is actually my second business project. Now, after we sold our first business, and we were looking at the market, what is next, and now we have the Blank Corporation, APR, and other companies in the video content industry began growing with enormous top line and also, 20% growth CAGR in the bottom line. So it was amazing growth.
브랜드란 이래야 돼, 사업이란 이래야 돼라는 것들을 좀
I had my own definition of a brand or a business, and that was completely overhauled back then. Looking at this change, I felt that it was more of now getting that fan base. I thought it was about that fan base, if you dot an ink, then that ink just spreads slow and steady. But now it wasn't the case. It was about a fast-moving environment, getting to the market fast, and getting to your consumers fast. So that was shocking to me. I actually found it surprising that a lot about some of the items that were selling.
조금 덜 멋있다는 이유로 평가절하를 할 수 있는 건가? 저게 브랜드가 아니라고 내가
And I was also curious about exactly what a brand is, because I had my definition of a brand, but I think the times were changing, and I was actually curious about why people were rating certain items 9 or 8 stars out of 10 when it wasn't an actual brand. So I believe that everything is about timing. So that was when I said, okay, this is the golden opportunity. This is the time to open my second business, and that is when we launched in 2016 in Mediquarters under the media contents trend. We got funding and we continued to grow, and in the last 2 or 3 years, what we are now thinking about, what we're now contemplating, is about the sustainability of profit and business in media commerce, whether we can achieve sustainable development and growth. We're now looking for our next growth engine. I know there are a lot of great companies out there, larger companies, but there are a lot of smaller companies out there that are struggling in the media commerce business. So we are also contemplating on this as well. I came to the conclusion that we need to do something that adds on, that accumulates, that doesn't just generate profit and disappear. So that is why we moved on to a platform. We were looking at a lot of different opportunities, and then we settled on our platform building project with the Nugu model in Japan. You probably won't even be able to see what it is in Korea because it's not accessible in Korean. Go to NYU JP and you will be able to access it from Japan, for example. What we do is we link TDP to the influencers in Korea, and it's sort of a similar one, but in Japan. That's what we've done, and that was my snapshot of my past 10 years history. You have a wealth of experience in commerce in the past 10 years. You talked about how first you began with just making a blog and viral marketing on Instagram, Facebook, and other SNS platforms. And you said how it was easier back then and how it's more challenging and competitive now. I think this takes us to the tech-savvy, mobile-driven nature of the Z generation. They don't just look at one thing and press pay. They look at a multitude of different factors. I think that was really well summarized in what you just said. So I'm curious about that. I heard that in Decode, sometimes the server shuts down because there's so many clicks and people accessing the site, and I think it's sort of in line with what we've been talking about the new generation. I know you alluded to this earlier about information sharing and exchanging and the consumption value that they believe in. Could you tell us about your experience with data or actual experiences with this type of change in value consumption? Of course, we do assess and analyze the consumption patterns of our customers. But let me tell you just, my personal thoughts based on my experience in business. I think Korean customers have this type of hype in a certain product or a certain service. We aren't really focused too much on our personal preferences or something that is unique and distinct. Let's say that Celine is a popular brand, then not all Celine bags or items will sell out because people will gravitate towards the one or two that are hugely popular. But when we're opening a pre-order deal, we send push notifications, and right after we do, on most of the online platforms and purchasing sites, it will go viral. We don't pay for that marketing, but in Nike and so on and so forth, on these a lot of different platforms, it goes viral. I think the most important thing that is fueling all of that is what we've talked about. Our parents' generation or past generation focuses on the cost effectiveness or the buying something that is of good quality but not as expensive, but they don't advertise it. And we are always asked questions like, do you provide shopping bags? Shopping bags are only provided offline. And these types of questions also come from our parents' generation, from people in their 40s and 50s, the baby boom generation. This generation doesn't want to advertise that they bought something at a good deal or at a discount. But the new generation loves to brag about how they have been a smart shopper, how much of a discount they have gotten, or what a great deal they got. As we talked about the experience of consumption and how that also is value as well. In essence, what the younger generation is all about is smart consumption. How can we define smart consumption? Maybe it could be bang for your buck. Even if it's a luxury or premium item, we also think about bang for your buck, getting the most value out of your money. Of course, luxury items are expensive. That are what luxury items are. We talk about you only live once, YOLO, or you're just splurging. But even if you are a YOLO, or if you are taking the plunge and splurging your money, no one does it without planning. We at least plan, unless you're a millionaire and you can afford to just throw away your money. We do, based on our income and consumption pattern, for example, do planned consumption. If you're going to buy a luxury item that is going to be a big hit on your bank account, that's going to drain it, then you're going to probably cut back on other items beforehand. And so this type of planned consumption has evolved into smart consumption. I think that's what we need to appeal to as well. That's very interesting. I also know that, among my friends, we don't like to show off that we got a discount. You could get it for cheaper, but maybe to your friends and other people, you'll say that you actually got it at the full price. That was the trend. But now it seems like people are more gravitating towards the discounts and good deals and sharing that with each other so that everyone can get a good deal as well. I think that also is why collective or group buying is also on the rise as well, because you can get a better deal with other people who want to buy the same thing. So a new consumption pattern. Now I want to move on to a different topic, going global or entering the international business market. We have a lot of good products and we're doing good businesses in Korea, but this is just the domestic market. I know that the international market is one of the biggest tasks and milestones for any startup, from investment to exiting. We talked about how, this platform wasn't created in Korea, but it was actually created in Japan, and you brought items back and forth from Korea to Japan. What impact has this new Generation Z's characteristics and nature had an impact on your business. What did you take into consideration? What are the differences in carrying out marketing activities in Korea and Japan, Mr. Lee at Mediquarters?
브랜드 빌더에서 플랫폼 빌더로 그런 브랜드 빌딩도 앞으로도 계속 할 거지만요.
We used to be a brand builder, and we're going to be focusing on this in the future as well. But we're now moving on to also becoming a platform builder. But we didn't actually choose the Japanese market. It was inevitable. We did market surveys, and we also looked at vertical platform areas in Korea where it could be more interesting. We looked at a lot of different opportunities, but there wasn't any room. We weren't able to find any opportunities in Korea. But we tried to look at business items where we could use our strong suits and what we excel in. In Korea, it was more of a red ocean, but in Japan, it was a little bit more opportunities open. In Korea, there are a lot of fast followers as well, so that is why we turned our eyes towards the global market, and in particular, that it was Japan that first came to mind and caught my eye. The reason being is that when we first sold my first brand, who is an affiliate of Lenovo, I had the opportunity to meet with a lot of brand owners and operators. And back then, when I first sold my first brand around 2016 and up until about 2019, what the biggest thing then was that across the board, across every single category, selling to Japan was making a profit. Even if these websites or platforms weren't dedicated to Japan, or even if they required a lot of complex registration processes. I know now it's a lot easier to sign up for a membership and pay. All of this back then, however, wasn't as easy as it is now. In Japan, with Make Cafe 24 or Make Shop, from Japan, the only way you could pay was through PayPal. If it's a luxury item, you would probably make the sacrifice and take time to register and get a PayPal account and buy it. But it was different, especially for these mid-range products. We didn't think that people would go through that inconvenience and register with PayPal and buy it. But surprisingly, the Japanese market was on the rise because a lot of revenue was being generated from Japan. That is what got me interested, and that is what got me studying about the Japanese market. And that resulted in quite a few interesting findings. Number one, we always heard about how the Japanese market is awesome and great, but it really did turn out to be so. It's such a vast market in Japan. To give you an idea, compared to Korea's fashion market, Japanese is even bigger, but if you combine Korea's and Japan's fashion market, it's larger than Japan's, and Japan's is at least 2.5-fold out of Korea's fashion market. In our IR sessions, we talk about how, if we can get a 1% market share away from someone else, and that is an awesome success. But this is how big that difference was. So since this pie is so much bigger in Japan, we thought that we could get a piece of that pie. And we also talked about how we wanted to make it easier for the new generation to pay. And that was something we also focused on as well. The DT rate was at about 36% in Korea, but it was at 10% or lower in Japan, which meant that we thought it could take 5 years, 10 years. It's just a matter of time. But in Japan as well, the DT rate is going to rise to the level that Korea is at. That is why we thought that, getting a foot in that market as fast as possible would be the best idea. We also thought that for our future steps in going global into other countries and other markets, that Korea is sort of an outlier in the grand scheme of things in the global market. It's a very competitive market. Since I was born and raised in Korea, did business in Korea, I thought that this was the default. This was all I knew. But comparing with Japan, it was completely different. And we now even have businesses in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and even if you just avert your gaze, you just look at these different markets, you'll learn that Korea is not the average. We of course have our strong suits, and I think there are markets where we can play to our strong suits. You can leverage marketing or CRM strategies and other ERM strategies in these different overseas markets. So these are opportunities that you need to capitalize on and that you need to identify. So that is what got us into the Japanese market. You could say that we weren't too sure that we would succeed in the Korean market. So we started our business in Japan, as you said, and since we're in the fashion business, fashion or fashion techs or startups in the fashion industry are areas we are always interested in. Zigzag, Ably, and Brandy. These are a lot of startups that are hot right now that are centered around DDP, and their company value in total stands at about 2 trillion. But in Japan, we don't have these types of companies. We heard from Shinsang Market earlier before in Fire Chat, but Japan doesn't have a market like Dongdaemun. This is unique. Well, there is one in the United States, but it's extremely difficult to find something like DDP right smack in the middle of an urban city. It's very difficult to find. So we thought that it would be difficult for Japanese markets to try to replicate what Zigzag or Brandy is doing, and we thought that we could use our experience and know-how in commerce and apply that in the Japanese market. That brought us to our decision, and that means you need developers. We didn't have developers back then. We also needed administrators. You can have the team name ready, but you don't have the team players. That's where I was at. But I was able to actually come across an amazing team of developers, operators, and managers. Back when I was at the Yellow Mobile, I told you about how I met with a lot of different CEOs and leaders. A lot of them were extremely visionary and effective, and this was actually the team that I was able to bring in. We also talked a lot about internally whether we should outsource this platform building and try to get it to the market as fast as possible, or whether we should do it internally. But my thought process, as I said before, is always timing. So for me, I thought it would be best to just at least get the beta version to the market first. We launched in Cafe 24, and right now our data is generated and we mine data based on Cafe 24. We are building a platform to move our back-end processes from Cafe 24, and we think that's going to happen earlier next year.
And another thing that we found out about the Japanese market was that you mentioned influencers earlier, right? And these influencers buy things together, and they're not embarrassed about this. They say, I got this at a really affordable price, and they share and boast about that. And you told us that's the characteristics of the Generation Z, and we also caught that trait. So we tried to make use of that trait. We found that we need a lot of influencers to make sure that our business works. So we tried to find out at what level these Japanese influencers were at, and we tried to find out what they were doing, and we found out that they were really in the earlier stage. Nowadays, everyone has an Instagram account, and you keep flipping the page down, and you see different things. And if you have
한 5K 정도만
about
넘어가도
5,000 influencers, then they buy together things. So these group commerce is really common among these people who follow influencers. I mean, you might have an experience buying something together with an influencer, but that was not the case in Japan. The influencers were really at a really young, early stage. So in Korea, about 10,000 or 5,000 influencers would mean that you are a mid to large influencer. A-land or other shop were these influencers participating in, and it felt like Japan was 10 years behind in terms of the roles of influencers. So we decided, there are these multiple factors that we can leverage, and this is really timely for us to start the business in business. So we thought that we need to launch our business as fast as possible. So we launched our business last October, so it's exactly a year since we launched our business, and there were many ups and downs throughout our launching, but we are making operating profit. It's not much, but we are making operating profit, and the number of downloads and the number of registration is increasing. We are using platform advertising. We have about 150 downloads, and the MAU is about 1 million, so our business is growing rapidly. So that's the case of our business. That's the reason why we started to start business in Japan. We were not confident that we would succeed in Korea, but we also found a really timely opportunity in the Japanese market. So we'd like to export our platforms in overseas market if we find, timely opportunities. It was really eye-opening to hear your business launching in Japan. Many people used to say in the past that, Japan was 10 years ahead of Korea. So maybe the real estate market or the restaurant services or the civil mindset used to lag in Korea actually in the past, but due to the emergence of digitalization and due to the pandemic, a lot of things have shifted to online in Korea, and now we're actually 5 to 10 years ahead of Japan. That's for sure. And the technology, the understanding that we have of our consumers, the go-to-market strategy that we have, I think is sufficient enough for us to target the Japanese market. And your story was really heartwarming to see that we were successful in targeting the Japanese market. We have about 50 minutes left. Could you? We were able to hear about how Mr. Lee Doo-jin started up his own business. And on top of that, could you share how you found your business? How you founded your company, Mr. Chung? After graduating from university, Mr. Chung began his career as an entrepreneur. He was a very young person to start up his own business. So I'd like to know how you founded your company. I actually share this story quite a lot when I have interviews with other media outlets. When I was in high school, my friends played a lot of popular games. There was a game called World of Wars, League of Legends. And I used to be in a dormitory when I went to high school. And I did not play games because I was already past that stage. I was really into clothes when I was in high school. So I would save up 3 to 4 months allowance to buy jeans that would cost, 200,000 Korean won. It might sound childish, but for me back then, I thought it was more valuable to spend my money in something that I could own and not spend something on consumables such as food. So in retrospect, at first I thought about how I could buy the jeans, and later I thought about how I could buy more jeans. And then I started Googling, and that's when I started to engage in cross-border shopping.
셀러들을 찾아서 이제 커뮤니티나 카페 같은
So I would join internet communities, cafes, where people would group buy things from overseas. So I was already used to cross-border shopping when I was in high school, and then I went to the university.
해외 이제 패션 커뮤니티 같은 데들이 좀
And
있어가지고 거기서
I joined
놀았었거든요.
global fashion communities.
거기서
I had a good time with my friends in the global fashion community. I made some Italian friends, and in 2008 I established my first fashion company. It was not a big company, but what I did was I sold luxury items to students who were studying in the US, because I thought these students studying overseas were rich enough to buy luxury items. So I was really confident to sell things to these students studying abroad. So I have an experience of doing my own business before I went to the military. But the Decode today, the Decode service that I run today, is different from what I imagined when I first founded my company. I founded my company in 2015. And at the time, people had negative perceptions about buying luxury items. People said, you know, you're wasting your money, and my parents did not like me for buying luxury items. And even if I was spending my own money that I earned myself, people didn't really take that well in the society. So I wanted to create a platform, a community where people could, you know, freely talk about the information that they got about luxury items. That's why I built Decode, which means dress code, but it fails in 6 months. This information sharing platform failed. I just had a business proposal, and I did secure funding from an angel investor, but I spent it all in just 6 months. And I thought about what I was good at. You know, when I first founded my company, I wanted to do what I wanted to do. So, and I only wanted to do what I wanted to do when I was finding my own company back then. I did not think about the business model. So in 2016, what I focused on was I tried to find out what I was good at actually. So when I was a student back in the university, I realized I'm really good at selling things. I'm really good at buying things and selling them. So I found out that my strength was sales. So since I don't know what to do, I did go to Google and I found Italian companies that could ship to Korea, and I found German companies, Polish companies that could ship luxury items to Korea. I did not sign a contract with these companies from the beginning with. I would just, you know, get the images from the items of those websites to share them via multiple mediums such as KakaoTalk, blogs, and Instagram, and sold them in Korea. So I tried to make sure that I could feed my co-founders. And then I decided, you know what, I should do e-commerce. So Decode used to be not a pre-order service. The pre-order was something that we tried to do in 2018. That was the last idea because we were running out of money once again in 2018. So we shifted to the pre-order model. And we initially wanted to attract brands and have them enlist in our platform. But what I'm good at is sourcing and selling, but I'm not that good in marketing. And I found out the more I sell, I was actually making a loss. We were not making a profit. And my company was not sustainable back then. So I tried to find a sustainable business model. That's why I focused on pre-order. And to be honest, I mean, pre-order worked out. And we have, you know, the vision of my company, and we have a set business model. But back then, we did not have that. The only thing we focused on was, you know, what would our consumers like? What would my customers like? I thought about customer service, the packaging, the product itself. But ultimately, what Korean people want is accurate information about the product and they want the best price. So that does not make sense if you want to sell luxury items, but we thought we need to do best in this area to become the #1 luxury item seller. So we wanted to find a reasonable way to sustainably sell luxury items, but at the same time create a value chain that would benefit not just us, but our suppliers as well. So that's why we settled with the pre-order business model. And to explain a bit further, when we started our pre-order business model, a lot of investors went against us because people said, you know what, who's going to buy an item 6 months in advance just because it's cheap? So all of the VCs rejected our idea. But I had the belief, you know what, if it's 5,000 won cheap, you're not going to wait 6 months. If it's 500,000 won cheaper, 1 million won cheaper, you will buy it 6 months in advance. And I made a bet that people will buy it. So people who buy luxury items, many people buy it just they don't just buy it on the go. People have a plan. People have a plan that in the winter, I'm going to buy a luxury coat, and they save up money to buy that luxury coat. So I was sure about my business model, and I had to really save a lot of money. I was really actually on a tight budget myself to make my business model succeed, and a lot of people helped me. So that's what got us to what we are today. So these days, you can see a lot of advertisements of luxury selling platforms. So it's actually a really competitive landscape. And Decode's pre-order service actually addresses the needs of consumers. They allow you to buy the luxury items at the cheapest price with the most accurate information. And I think you were able to find that sweet spot. So I think it's time for us to wrap up. I would like to ask the two of you the future of your platforms. So can Mr. Lee start off? So our Nugu service is used by Japanese people, and we don't have much competitors in Japan. So we are the #1 platform in Japan, and we want to make sure that nobody can catch us up. So we are going to make sure we advance our platform and make it more sophisticated. And in order to enhance our relationship with other vendors, we have acquired some companies, and the CRM marketing tools are being leveraged. So we want to become the #1 fashion influencer platform in Japan, a long-lasting #1. That's our first goal. And we are looking into the Japanese market to find other niche vertically integrated markets. And using that, we want to create other, following platforms. What about you?
Well, we have two plans. First of all, as Mr. Lee said, we are also looking into making inroads into the Japanese market, which will require a subsidiary establishment in Germany, and we have already completed that process for incorporating in Japan. We're also going to be distributing from our hub that we plan on creating in Germany to Singapore and other areas around the world. We're also looking to expand the category, not just the country. It could be luxury and premium items, but I also think whether this could apply to other categories. Right now, let's say you want to buy a car, but that doesn't mean you can just prepay and you can just get your car right today. You have to wait at least 6 to even up to a year. I think it's the same for other countries, vacations and accommodations and hotels as well. You don't reserve your accommodations on the fly or on the day. You mostly make reservations in advance, months in advance. And I think, object, furniture, beauty, and other caviar, wine, truffle, so on and so forth. These categories could also be expanded too. We have already completed sourcing for, wine, a winery. We're also going to be expanding into F&B mostly. Moving forward. I am a huge foodie myself, So I would love if I could pre-order a wine that is yet to be bottled. That would be great. We heard today about the Z generation and the new changes in this industry. It was so insightful to hear from these visionaries, these pioneers in this industry, and it has got me excited for what is in store in Korea. Globally, on average, the SNS accounts per person, if you were to Google it in Google, then you would come out with 8.8 accounts. So this is a testament to the age of digitalization. Fashion, beauty, and commerce in this day and age is about expressing yourself, which is the most important value these days. It's an activity that adheres to this value. As Mr. Chung said, we could point our fingers at people who love to splurge, go on shopping sprees. And it was so in the past. And we didn't think anything of it. But now, because you are a luxury buyer or because you love nice and good things, it doesn't mean that you are, dismissed or pointed fingers at or called names. Now we love to express that. I am proud, so proud, to be a part of this changing industry. Thank you for staying with us during our 1-hour-long panel talk. On your way home, make sure to download the Decode app. And if you have friends and family in Japan, recommend the Dugu app. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We just heard from our moderator and panelists. Let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you so much. With this, our COMEUP 2021 conference on the theme of beauty and fashion has come to an end. Thank you. A big thank you to our speakers, panelists, and modelists. Starting at 12:30, we're going to be beginning our startup showcase, followed by the Come Up with OI session. So please stay tuned and make sure to check it out. We will be back with you shortly.
글로벌 스타트업 페스티벌.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to COMEUP 2021, the Global Startup Festival. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to begin the Startup Showcase and come up with OI. My name is Kang Jian. I'll be your MC for these sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already on day 3 of COMEUP 2021. We have a lot of people here. We have a packed house here, a lot of energy. It's very nice to see. The Startup Showcase is aimed at helping out startups and is the star of and the highlight of the Global Startup Festival COMEUP 2021. The Startup Showcase will showcase 72 startups and is a public IR. And then we're going to be hosting the COMEUP with Open Innovation, which is going to serve as a platform for communication and exchanges between large corporations and startups to come up with some collaborative models. For those of you who weren't able to join us offline here, don't worry. You can join in the festivities through our online official YouTube channel. So please check it out. Okay then, let's dive right in. These are the stars of today. We have a total of 72 COMEUP stars, up and coming, promising startups that were chosen from out of 783 startups across 37 countries. We're going to be looking at 6 today. You're going to be looking at the promising rookie companies with growth potential in Art Hall 2. And in Art Hall 1, you'll be able to hear from the next generation potential unicorns or rocket companies. Today, we have something a little bit special prepared for you. We are going to have Crystal N Semiconductor who are going to be joining us online. Stream, EG Trust, and Resi will be presenting offline in English. So if you need any interpretation services interpreted into Korean, please feel free to use the interpretation receivers towards the back of the venue. Alright, before we begin, allow me to introduce you to our 3 judges for today. From SUSV, we have Senior Investment Analyst and Magnus Grimeland from Antlers and Andreas Surya from Kajora Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, they will be joining us online. So let's say hi a little bit later on. All right, then now we're going to begin the showcase, which will be comprised of 5-minute presentations each, followed right after by a 5-minute Q&A session. Let's meet the first startup, a developer of diamond semiconductors, Crystal N Semiconductor. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Okay, it's morning in Israel. Thank you for accepting us. I'm Ariel from Semiconductor, Crystal N from Israel, and we are all about diamond semiconductor technology. For decades of electronic computing, we are using the same old aging material, silicon. All the electronic and computing are going forward. You can see the old computers in the left, the new one on the right, but the same aging silicon is still in use and is an obstacle in front of the next generation of electronics, nanoelectronics, and computers. So just a second. So why we are going to replace the silicon with diamonds, and why diamonds? You can see in the left comparison chart that describes the difference between diamond and other used semiconductors in the industry. Actually, diamond is the best known material on Earth to act as a semiconductor in terms of heat or electron mobility. And if we can create computers from diamonds or can create electronics from diamonds, we can increase the efficiency by 5, we can increase the heat conductivity by 25, and we can enter the era of nanotechnology, nanocomputers. So why diamonds are not used in the industry? The reason that diamonds are not used in the industry is because current technology is not allow us to use diamond industry. The deposition is very low, is very slow. The production costs are very high. The outcome are non-homogeneous diamonds. There's a lot of crystal dislocations, and if you can see in the left, the comparison between silicon film and diamond in today's technology. Today's diamonds are very small and are not fit to the industry. So here we come, crystalline. We developed a novel production technology that can produce diamond to industrial manner into semiconductors. We are a team of 4 professionals. We have 1 patent pending. We're supported by the Israel Innovation Authority, and we're getting grants from the EU, selected as the best startup in many competitions. And we have, for now, 2 prototypes in operation, and we are going to create the next generation of diamonds to the industry. Our solution is a self-designed solution. It's patented. It's a hybrid PVD-CVD system. In basic, we are evaporating CH-4 gas inside the plasma ball. Inside the plasma ball, we create very small grains of diamond. Those grains of diamond are implemented on a substrate and create a diamond film. And when we add another gas, we can transfer the clear diamond into semiconductor. So we have a semiconductor that fits to an industry. Our breakthrough, our technology, enabled us to grow diamonds in rapid growth rate, in control process. So we control the quality and size of the wafer of the film. We don't need nucleation seed. The crystal size is controllable by the size of the system, so we can do it in 6 inches, using the 6-inch wafers as needed in the industry. The production cost, production is top quality crystals, so there's no dislocations. The system is eco-friendly. We don't have any environmental effect. It's inexpensive and using only methane gas or available materials. And at the end, we have single crystal diamonds undoped with P or N doped. So actually, we recreate everything, include innovative PV cells, electronics, computers, everything. The market is enormous, billions of dollars markets. I don't have to say what's today's chips market or semiconductors market. It's an enormous market. The value chain is that we are doing the R&D, production and sales to chip manufacturers, to factories. Commercial strategy is to sell wafers and films, to provide licensing to companies, and continue R&D into further applications like PV cells, batteries, and etc. We are in contact with major industrial major industry leaders like Intel, TOSO, and Coursera. We have signed LOI. This is our team, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the 5-minute presentation. We will now move on to the Q&A. Welcome to our 3 judges. Please go ahead, fire away.
Hi, Ariel. This was super exciting. Thanks a lot. Obviously, a very exciting potential technological leap. I had two quick questions. So, A, where are you in terms of kind of getting towards a working prototype? And second, what experience does your team have bringing new deep tech technology to the market?
Thank you for your questions. As I said in the presentation, we have two working prototypes, and we are in the stage of producing thin films of single crystal diamond. So this is the stage we are in. Those thin films are the base material to wafers, because when you are using thin films, you can implement more atoms on the films and create the wafer. Actually, if you know, actually in the industry, you don't need more than few microns of film. You don't need half a centimeter or something like that. About your second question, if I understand it rightly, our team, basic team, consists include two PhD in physics. So one is expert in the field of crystallography, and issued very many articles and has a lot of experience in crystallography. And the other one is has a PhD in physics, and is a real expert in system builds. It has more than 70 patents and build in his life, I can say a lot, maybe hundreds of different systems, physical system, applied physics systems. So we have the team and we have the technology in order to create those films and wafers. I hope it's answered your question.
Yep. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it.
Okay. And Ariel, I understand from you're making the wafers, right? Or
yes.
Okay. After that, there has to be lithography process and all the way downstream and until it becomes a chip. What is the support of the ecosystem, and how do you see the ecosystem will grow? What is the stage of diamond-based chip production at this moment?
Actually, thank you for the question. Actually, there's no chip production, diamond-based chip production today.
Yes, okay.
There is not. It's a new technology. So from my opinion, the first stage of adopting diamond-based material will not be the actual chips, will be added value to the chips. That's the stage that we spoke with Intel, for example. Intel is specialized with crystallography, with chips and architecture chips. So the first phase of entering, of accepting the diamonds in the industry won't be all the chip. It will be the heat sinks. It will be reducing the heat from the chips, and will be added material to the chip. The future, according to all the companies, will be to adopt those materials if you can provide them in cheap and in the price or in the rate they needed, and to replace the silicon. But of course, at the first stage, the other you can use it in other ways, and I can say that the demand from those major companies like Intel, Kyocera, Toso, TS, and more, AGC, that we spoke with, is the demand is enormous, because one of the biggest obstacles for today is not only the chip itself, it's the reducing of the heat. And they want to add films and wafers out of diamond, because diamond is the best known material to deal with heat or to reduce heat. So they want to adopt it as part of the chip for today. But later on, they're going to scale it up into chip itself. Of course, at the first phase, it will be for sophisticated or high-end technology. But you know, you can't change the world in one day.
No, yeah.
Hi, Ariel. Do I have time for?
네, 저희가 시간 관계상
Due to time constraints, I don't think we have any more time for more questions. So now we're going to end the session with Crystal N. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause.
계속해서 다음 기업을 좀 만나봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Moving on, we would like to invite the second startup. Well, this startup is a must in the era where environmental issue is paramount than ever. Through technology, they would like to bring sustainability, and they have sent us a pre-recorded video, so it is unfortunate that we can't exchange opinions on site, but please be attentive to their stories.
Hi, my name is Anthony. I'm the co-founder of TreePoints, and we make sustainability accessible to everyone through technology. So 4 or 5 years ago, my co-founder and I met while studying economics at Oxford, and we actually started a travel business. And we ended up finding ourselves with a lot of time during COVID. So we decided to look at problems that we were really personally passionate about, and one of those was climate change. We were experienced entrepreneurs, and we realized that there was an opportunity to fill both a business need, but also solve a huge and urgent problem for the planet. To clearly distinguish what these problems are, from an individual perspective, climate change is consistently rated across government polls to be the most urgent threat that people feel to their lives. From a business perspective, and it's particularly poignant coming after COP26, we feel more pressure than ever to show consumers that we're being environmentally sustainable in our practices. So, we set up 2 services. One is a subscription, and that's for businesses and individuals so that they can support the best-in-class climate impact projects. And the other is an integration so that you can take action such as planting trees or offsetting carbon or capturing carbon through your normal business processes. So the B2C subscription is very simple. You can estimate and then support curated projects and track your impact. So that's tree planting, offsetting, and plastic recycling. And all of this gains you sponsored rewards. For a B2B subscription, it's very similar. We'll tailor the subscription to the number of people in your team and the amount of travel they do. But then we also focus on helping you communicate your impact through showcases and widgets that allow you to simply show how much you have so far achieved. And also we allow you to reward your employees. So similar to the way that we reward individuals for their subscriptions. Integrations are very easy as well. So at point of sale, we'll typically help people give either a subsidized or opt-in option for people to plant trees as part of their sale. And we also, again, provide public dashboards and sustainability widgets to help people showcase the impact that they're having through this. It goes without saying that the voluntary offset market is forecast to reach a very, very large market within the coming decades. It's an urgent need, both for compliance and voluntary and marketing purposes. But it's important that the impact that we have is verified to the high standards. So part of our job for the companies that we work with is being a third party who spends our time verifying the best impact that we're doing. We work with the best standards for all the credits that we purchase. We have a public ledger to keep ourselves accountable to the people who work with us. And we work with the best tree planting projects as well. So far, we're growing over 25% month-on-month compound annual growth rate. Particularly, we're focusing on API growth. That means that by the end of this year, we'll have planted 100,000 trees, offset 5,000 tons of CO2, which is about 1,000 Europeans for the year, and 25,000 plastic bottles will be taken back from the ocean and recycled. We're focusing on API integrations as our go-to-market strategy. Similar to something like Trustpilot, we believe that the B2C and B2B elements really interact closely. So the API integrations will help us build customer awareness, which will help us build subscriptions. We can then build enticing reward partnerships. So going to a eco-friendly clothes retailer, for example, getting discounts for our customer base, and then using that to bring in new customers and reward our business partners, and then ultimately becoming a brand that's recognized as a Trustpilot sustainability. As I mentioned, our focus in the near term is B2B API integrations. As we move into 2022, we're going to release a footprint tracker that directly integrates with your accounting software. And then we will use the space that we have with businesses to help businesses engage with their employees, and then also expand more into that B2C focus. So helping people with their individual estimates and subscriptions. And then ultimately we'll start vertically integrating our own projects and actually working with more R&D and carbon capture projects. So we work already with a large variety of companies, including a FTSE 250 company, Big Yellow Storage, cosmetics companies, SMEs who are offsetting their footprints, and some of the largest arts retailers in the UK. To quote the CEO of Big Yellow Storage, they're excited to plant trees with us. They do 3 trees for every box sold, and they call it a fantastic way to encourage sustainable behavior and improve interaction within their website. That's 3 points. If you want to contact us, here's my contact details. I'm Anthony. It's anthony@3points.green. Thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from you guys.
네, 여러분 이렇게 해서 3포인트의 발표 영상 만나보셨습니다.
Thank you very much. It was 3 points. Well, actually, they have sent us a pre-recorded video, as I told you, so it is not communicable on site, but we would like to ask for some comments from our judges in the order.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting and novel idea to offset the carbon footprint. And obviously ESG is pretty hot, and in particular just after the UN summit in Scotland just weeks ago. So I guess my primary concern is that what's the incentives for people to sign up for this? I would just assume people would want to see the impact from their own action instead of just pitching some money to have 3 points to do the work for them. So that's just my just my primary concern after hearing the presentations.
So I agree with Wei Chang here. I think it's this very exciting product in a space that is growing incredibly fast and is very important for the world, right? And it seems like the way they're thinking about it is the right way. What is the case is that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of companies approaching this space right now, and the people who will win are the people who I think can deliver the highest quality offsets at the lowest possible price. So it would be interesting to kind of look at the carbon cost curve and their kind of accessibility to get that done. And the other aspect of the people who win are the people who will be able to do what Wei Chang is saying, is really become an exciting product for businesses and consumers. So we'd love to kind of see a little bit more data around that, but obviously this is a 5-minute presentation. So excited about the space, excited about the traction, excited about the way they're looking at it. But those are the things I'd dig deeper into.
Yeah. Adding a bit on that, I would love them to focus either on the B2B side or B2C side. Cannot run both at the same time. And also, I think we need a bit on the how do they do the offset, right? They need the ecosystem as well to create such a carbon offset, but that was unfortunately not really explained. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 세 분의 조언까지 만나.
Thank you very much for the valuable advices for 3 points, and it was a good chance to know about the future direction that the 3 points is headed to. And we would like to continue with the following company.
This is a company that provides artificial pancreas solutions. Let's welcome CureStream up to the stage.
There are many people who suffer from diabetes, but these people also suffer from very frustrating experience with the current solutions of the diabetes management. We want to help them by providing an optimal user experience with our fully automated artificial pancreas system. Hi, thank you for coming to an introduction of CureStream. My name is Sungmin Park. I'm a founder of the company. The goal of CureStream is to provide the smartest solution for diabetes management. To do this, we are developing artificial pancreas system equipped with the AI engine. Our target market is the insulin pump market that is expected to reach about $7 billion in the next 7 years. And we, as a team of stars of the extensive medical device expertise, we believe that we can achieve this together. So the current standard diabetes care, as you can see from these pictures, require about 4 to 7 times of the finger pricking for self-blood glucose checking. And then there are about 4 times of the insulin injection through their needles. While these traditional modalities are widely used and affordable, as you can see from these pictures, they are very painful and inaccurate. Also, so no one likes doing this, and they are far from the perfect solutions yet. So to solve these problems, recently, more convenient devices such as continuous glucose monitors or insulin pumps became available in the market. These recent technologies enable less painful and continuous 24-hour treatment. However, these solutions require many user manual inputs, such as meal counting at every meal. This is very troublesome and hard task. So we want to say they are not smart enough yet. So to address all these problems, we are developing 2 things. First, we are developing a low-cost modularized insulin pump. Second, we're also developing a fully automated insulin dosing algorithm, which doesn't need any inputs from the manual inputs from users. With these 2, we believe that we aim to offer a fully automated and affordable artificial pancreas system that no other company has achieved yet. So talking a little bit more about our hardware, as you can see from here, left side, the existing devices are very bulky and very expensive. And also they need a tubing attached to it. And on the right side, our design is more simple, and we take the modular approach, meaning that we have reusable parts, and we also have a very cheap components or cheap disposable parts. With this solution, we believe that we can maximize the cost effectiveness for the users. And also talking about our hardware algorithm, actually, the hardware. As I said before, current solutions, they need a manual inputs from users, such as meal counting. But meal counting is very difficult. According to a survey, about 82% of the carbohydrate counting has been overestimated. This means that the whole calculation based on this might end up with the overdosing of insulin. This will increase the risk of hyperglycemia. And another survey says about 27% of the meal announcements has been delayed. This will increase the risk of the hyperglycemia. Both hypoglycemia and the hyperglycemia are dangerous to diabetes patients. Compared to these existing solutions, our solutions are it requires only glucose information that will be automatically recorded or measured from the CGM devices anyway. So as our system is fully automated, our users do not need to worry about manual inputs anymore. So currently we are in the animal study phase to validate our algorithm. And then by the mid next year, we believe that we can deliver the prototype of the insulin pump. And following year, we'll be ready for the system integration, and then whole clinical study for the validation of the whole system. So of course, we cannot achieve this without right expertise. So as a CEO, myself, I have worked in the world-leading medical device company called Medtronic for a long time, and currently I'm a professor of postdoc in the field of the biomedical engineering. And our CTO, Dr. Eun-sung Park, he was also worked in the Medtronic, and until recently, he has led Samsung Mobile Health Service business as a vice president. And our chief engineer, Dr. Bega Pradana, has a very extensive experience in the biosignal processing and then AI experience. And also, we have clinical partners in leading medical schools and then hospitals in Korea. So I know 5 minutes is too short, it's already over, but if you are more interested, we can get connected, and then we can work together to liberate the people with the diabetes. Thank you for listening.
네, 여러분 큐어스트림의 5분
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That was the 5-minute presentation from CureStream. Let's dive right into the questions from the judges. Fire away.
네.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Park. Thanks for your presentation. This is a very interesting product. Just a few quick questions. What's the cost comparison with the insulin pumps already in the market, and what regulatory pathway you need to go through for your product to be in the market?
Sure, we don't have a final price yet, but we believe that currently, when you looked at the market, the existing devices are from $1,000 to maybe around $10,000. Right? The range is large because of their functionality difference and the capability difference. But we believe that because we have a reusable part, we can make this reusable part with expensive components. But our disposable parts, we can make it, maybe our raw material will be less than $1. Right? So maybe, I don't know what's going to be our final offering price, but basically our customers, right, our users, they just have to replace the disposable part. So we believe that we can increase the cost effectiveness like that, but we haven't decided the final price yet because we are in the development phase. And then for the regulatory pathway, yeah, of course, this is it's not the CGM sensor. It is more like an insulin pump, so it's a therapeutic device. So it's going to be like a high-level requirement. But actually, also algorithm, the good thing about the algorithm, nowadays FDA has a guideline for the AI algorithms and all that. So, but again, we have to go through that, so we don't know exactly yet, but we'll work on that. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions? Yeah.
Quick question about the algorithm itself. Is it unique to a QStream or not? How well is your algorithm performing against the other one?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. And then it is unique, and then we can definitely say it is unique. It is based on AI, but it is not just the deep learning. It is an algorithm called reinforcement learning based. So it is quite different from the existing solutions because the existing algorithms are more like a traditional model-based algorithm, but we are more like a learning-based algorithm. And also, but it's not only learning, we can have some type of the safety trap. So we can increase the safety margin, decrease the safety margin. It's up to us. So we can control that. But it is unique in the way that we can learn the data and that we can make it even better. So it is unique in that sense. Hope it makes sense.
Great. Hey, I think very exciting product and obviously a very important mission. What do you think would be your capital needs to get a product to the market, and what do you think would be the timeline for that to happen?
Right. So we take that actually approach as we also have a licensing approach because we believe the algorithm and insulin pump do not have to go to the market at the same time, we believe. We think that maybe we can have the maybe software first, like algorithm, closed loop algorithm first, because as I said, like we are in the already in the animal study phase, and then we can do the maybe clinical study for algorithm first, because we don't have to wait for the hardware, because hardware is just simply it is it's much more difficult and it will take more time. So in that sense, maybe our algorithm or let's say service, maybe it can be ready within 2 years to go to the market. But hardware, we need to be a little bit more thoughtful, and we need to take a little more time to be more safe and then to be more kind of analytical. So maybe insulin pump will be ready within the next 3 years. But we also have like business tactics as maybe licensing for software and then maybe OEM for insulin pump separately. So that's our kind of business strategy at this moment.
네, 시간이 다 돼서요. Time's up. We'll end it here. And thank you for your presentation. Yeah, you can go down. 예, 여러분 다시 한번 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause. That was the pitch by QStream. I think our judges were very keen in their questions, very sharp insights on how to get this to market. Let's move on to the next startup.
Well, next following startup is Easy Trust, who would like to make a more fair world where everyone can trust each other on the basis of technology.
Hello, my name is Jay Park, CEO of Easy Trust. We believe we can build better trust among people and make the world fair by technology. I'm proudly introducing Pinkysware, the e-contract solution specially designed for C2C business. Having contract is very common in B2B or B2C business. However, what about the C2C business? Can you see any commonality from these items? Yes, these are the items people trade on the Facebook marketplace. Some people said they don't have a contract for C2C business because the value of asset they trade is too low. However, as you can see, that might not be true. From the interviews, we noticed that most people feel uncomfortable on the contract because it is hard, complex, and they care about the relationships more than the potential loss of the non-compliance. Pinky Swear is the e-contract solution using blockchain technology, specially designed for C2C transaction. Anyone can create various contracts only by answering our question on their mobile phone. Of course, we do care about your relationships. So Pinky Swear has very casual UI and easy to use UX. The e-contract solutions are technically an auto service only for B2B or B2C business. Even they are requiring users to upload their own contract. However, it is most likely the normal individuals don't have the contract. And we believe this is the reason why those existing e-contract services are not being used for C2C transaction. However, Pinky Swear is different. Our goal is to provide a tool to create an e-contract on their mobile phone rather than just collecting the e-signature from the others. All you need to do is select situation, answer question, request signature. All these processes can be done within just 1 minute. Pinky Swear is using the pay-per-use price model. Customers purchase 10 credits for $10, and each credit will be deducted once they request signature from the others. Users don't have to be suffered by monthly payment, but just pay $1 for each contract only when they need. The initial market we are focusing on is second-hand market because people are already suffering from many scams. We believe Pinky Swear could be a very good screening tool to avoid those scams because scammers don't want to leave any trail of the transactions. In the near future, we will prepare more variety of the contract for freelancing, part-time, and real estate, etc., to expand our market. Our hybrid web is almost ready, and iOS mobile app will be ready in December. We are expecting to gather market traction data from the beta service shortly, and the next milestone is to integrate the blockchain technology and develop the API, which will bring us more security and partnership with other platforms such as Venmo or Facebook Marketplace. The experienced team members are designing and developing Pinky Swear in-house. Also, half of the team graduated in the US or worked at a US firm previously. So expanding our market to the US is not a hurdle for us. Do you remember the Pinky Swear you made when you were young? I believe it was not a sign of doubt about your friends, but more likely it was a sign of your will to keep the promise. We are now on the seed round, and we are looking for strategic partners from the US to make the world fair and trust it together. Thank you for your time and for having us on this stage.
네, 여러분 이지트러스트의 발표였습니다. 박수 한번 보내주시기
Thank you very
바랍니다.
much, Easy Trust.
네, 참 우리가 꿈꾸는 이상형을 또 발표해
Well,
주신
an
것
ideal
같아요.
world we
계속해서
dream of.
질의응답 이어가
That's the
보도록
goal of
하겠습니다.
Easy Trust, I
Let's do
guess.
the Q&A. Please ask questions.
Hey, really interesting. Thanks a lot for sharing. I had one quick question. So you talked about, for example, Facebook Marketplace being a good kind of customer here for this product. What is it currently replacing, right? So if you go and you buy something there now, and is it replacing nothing, or is it replacing an existing product? Want to understand a little bit kind of where it is in the value chain.
As I mentioned, I would like to share the slide. So here's the market size statistics. So technically, Facebook Marketplace has 1 billion users, and even monthly 80 million postings we have. And even like freelancer market and part-time employment, those keep increasing. So the value chain is like we are providing them the way to make the train of the transaction. So at least like they can prevent and protect themselves for in case of any like scams or bad things by themselves.
So currently they don't enter into a contract, but you will ensure that in the future they will have that contract. Basically.
So our plan is to develop the API. So technically we can provide them some optional contract service as a module. So once they trade, they just click the button and they can populate the contract. And all they need to do is just sign it.
Great. Thank you.
And in your view, what kind of transaction needs this kind of contract? I mean, if it's only a marketplace where people buying $10 goods, probably not, right? So any potential early adopters?
Can you explain a bit more?
If the transaction value is very small, do people need this kind of contract, right? So in your view, what kind of customers, what kind of transactions need this, and whom can you help with this?
So as I mentioned before, people trade like MacBook Pro, even car, even expensive Gucci bag or Chanel bag. It's not a cheap product. The value of the product assets are even over 4,000 or 10K. But the problem is like, for example, when we go to the convenience store and buying the gum, we always get the receipt. But no one get any trail of the transaction for this transaction. I believe this is the problem.
Easy to see. Okay.
Hi, Jay. This is impressive. So I'm just curious. Like, is there a legal ground for C2C smart contract? Like, is it legally binding in most part of the world? Like, in case of dispute, like who's there to resolve it?
So our services already got inspected by the lawyer. So we know our service is pretty legal foreseeable. But we also need to make sure those legal enforcement should be work in the other countries. So we are working on that.
Okay, got you.
네, 시간 관계상 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 저희가
Thank you very much. Due to time constraints, we would like to wrap up this Q&A session. Thank you very much once again, Easy Trust, for the wonderful pitch.
Thank you very much.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 네, 이렇게 기업들을 쭉 만나보고
All
있는데요.
right, we are meeting with different startups, and time flies again. This is the last startup ready for the pitch 2020 COMEUP Startup Showcase. Rezi, based on AI, they develop resumes. Please welcome them with a hand.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jacob, CEO of Rezi. It's an honor to be able to present in person. And we are Rezi. We're an AI resume software. This was a company I started about 6 years ago as a college student in the US. I understood the challenges of writing a resume, and I understood that we could use technology to fix the process. About 5 years ago, we came to Korea, and this is our presentation. We all understand the problem that the global recruiting market is huge, but the process of hiring is broken and difficult. Both for the company and the job seeker. So as a result, the average job seeker changes their position up to 15 times during their career. And the process leaves high talent value behind. Only 2% of resumes actually end up in an interview. So what is the solution to this? It's Rezi, actually. So Rezi is the world's most advanced AI-powered resume software. You can automatically generate resumes and cover letters. It's purposely built for organizations, and the resumes are put on the blockchain for additional security. And this is our most important feature. It's called the AI Writer, and this is how it works. Step 1 is you simply enter your job title. Step 2, you click Generate Bullet Points. And second, let's go back, and the content will automatically write, and this follows best resume practices. So it's like Grammarly, except it can write your entire resume and cover letter instantly. And this is great because it's really difficult to write a good resume. And once you're finished, you can follow the content analysis on the side, and this works like Grammarly, where it checks the content for best practices and so on, so you can be really confident that you've made a good resume. So, and it really does work. So we survey our users. We have quite a few users, and the interview success rate of Rezi is 61%. And the problem slide, I mentioned the default is 2%. This is Ryan. She was an intern at Rezi. She used the software, and then she got hired at Google with her resume. But it's not only the job seekers that are recognizing Rezi. It's also big organizations as well. So we got a shout out in Forbes a couple months ago. And the key to Rezi is applicant tracking systems. These are the softwares that companies use to hire people, and we've built Rezi to help you pass these systems. Our business model, it's free. We don't want to charge job seekers if they don't have a lot of money, but if they do, they can also pay for Rezi Pro. We also pay per user for organizations as well, and this is really powerful as we scale up globally. We have deployments for Seoul National University, the University of Wisconsin, and other universities around the world. And we have a lot of global job seekers who use Rezi. Over 160,000 people have trusted Rezi in the past 2 years. North America is our largest market, about 80,000 users. And South Korea is our second largest market with about 10% of our users, which is really cool because a lot of people speak English and are very educated and talented in South Korea. So this is the vision. We believe that better hiring starts with the better resume. So when we think about Rezi long term, it's much more than just a resume company. So what's next is we are now training models to match candidates directly with companies. And this should drastically reduce the friction in hiring talented workers. And again, the market is huge. I shouldn't have to explain this, it makes sense. So our leading team is, I'm the CEO. I started this company after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I started my first company, actually. I studied math and economics, and our CTO is Luke. He's been a full stack developer for over 10 years, and he is our main AI engineer as well. We have investment from Strong Ventures and Lotte Accelerator. So thank you for listening, and we can open it up to questions.
네, 여러분 박수 한번 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you very much. Please give him another round of hand. All right, then we will go on with the Q&A session.
Please tell us your opinions.
Hi, Jacobs. Thanks for your presentation. So I kind of want to know, like, what is there a vision like beyond resumes? Like, how do you scale up from here? Because to me, this sounds more like great to have features than something bigger. So just want to know, like, is there a vision beyond this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And I agree with you because I started the company as a college student, so I was thinking about my own problem. But now that it's 6 years down the line, we have to think about bigger market sizes and valuations. But the interesting thing about what we do is the value of a resume is so important, and it's very valuable for companies as well. So since Rezi is able to make a better resume, we can help companies hire more efficiently as well. So when we think about a hiring marketplace, we have the supply side with the resumes, and the future is helping companies hire more effectively, of course.
Got you. By the way, I know there's a company in China called Wonder CV. They are doing exactly the same thing. If you want to check out.
Yeah, we have a cooler name than they do, so. But I did check them out.
All right, cool.
We've been following them for a while. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, Jacob, very interesting. I wondered whether since you've been operating for a while and you have hundreds of thousands of customers, I wonder if you could share any statistics on the kind of cohort behavior.
Sure.
Do people come back? Like, if people subscribe to your service, how long do they stay subscribed? Because obviously, like some people will they'll apply for a job and they'll stay there for 10 years, and I guess others will kind of change more frequently and they'll use their resumes for other things. So we just kind of like to understand a little bit of the cohort behavior.
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, like when we started Resi, I was a student, so I wasn't really thinking about SaaS metrics, but now that we have hundreds of thousands of users, these are difficult questions that don't have easy answers, because as a job seeker, you don't want to pay for resume software. You want to use it once, get a job, and churn. So the average duration is about 3 months, so our lifetime value is quite low, actually. However, we do have the B2B model for universities and other organizations as well. So that they don't churn, and those are much higher contracts. So the goal eventually is to make Resi free for the job seeker and pass the burden of paying onto the organization or the company that's hiring the job seeker instead.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Just a quick question from me. How big is the team, and what is the composition of your team now, Jacob?
Sure. We have 4 people. We have 2 developers who are in the audience here today, I guess. And we have 1 marketing person, and I'm the CEO and main designer and product person, I suppose. So just 4 people at this point.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions? We have about 1 minute left.
Are you monetizing already?
Are we doing what, sorry?
Monetizing revenue?
Yeah, of course. We are growing quite well. We have almost 200,000 annual recurring revenue, and more of that is coming from B2B contracts. But I think the next great inflection point for the company will be once we start hiring or putting jobs in the platform as well. So we're profitable, we're growing, it's pretty comfortable. So yeah.
네, 그럼 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
Sorry, just one last question.
All right, I would like to wrap this up.
Percentage of your customers in Premium and in Premium?
For Premium?
Premium and Freemium, like what's the divide?
People really don't want to pay to make a resume. Luckily, we have a lot of users, so the conversion rate is around 5% from website visitor to paying customer.
네, 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. That's all for the questions. Thank you to the judge. 예, 그리고 네 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 네,
Was Resi.
수고하셨습니다.
Thank you.
이렇게 해서 질의응답까지 모두 다 마무리가
So
됐습니다.
that's a wrap for the Q&A session of Resi, a software company on the basis of AI to create a resume. To get to market, I was able to know that they have put lots of effort. 783 startups have competed each other from 37 different countries, and a selection of startups who have pitched today were quite competitive, I assume. And if you have missed out this, you can refer to the uploaded videos on the official website of COMEUP 2021. And then we have come up with open innovation, which will be starting very soon, and we would like to explore the cooperative model between large companies and startups, and we will also transfer the knowledge of those big companies into new startups. So we will come to you back very soon for come up with open innovation. Thank you.
COMEUP 2021, COMEUP with Open Innovation.
COMEUP 2021, come up with open innovation, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you once again. My name is Kang Ji-hee, MC for this session. Come up with open innovation is to explore some collaborative chances between large companies and startups. Large companies would like to transfer their established knowledge, and startups would be helped to have a leap forward. So many startups are very much interested in this session thus. And this session has been in place for 3 days since 17 November. And the larger companies will be exploring startups home and abroad. And welcome to come up with open innovation once again. And other than this main stage, we have several side stages. So you can deeper your conversations with other partners during the break sessions on these side event stages. And also we're coming to you live through our official website and YouTube channel. And you can also refer to the YouTube channel after this event is over for further information. And now it's time to invite the first startup.
We're going to be talking about GS Retail's take on synergy and strategic investment with GS Retail Head of CVC team, Mr. Jung Se-eun. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am in charge of startups and at GS Retail. My name is Jung Se-eun. GS Retail aims at sourcing good products, good services, and providing that into our on and offline TV, MC, and PC channels to generate more value. That is what we do as a business, and to enhance and optimize what we do. In other words, provide more, better, and diverse value to our customers. We have worked with numerous startups throughout the years, which is comprised of 4 categories. First is technological partnerships, tangible and intelligible product partnerships, infrastructure sharing, and a new industry joint promotion. Since we're here with startups here today, I would like to focus on that channel of cooperation. First of all is technological partnerships. Moloco is a global top-tier deep learning-based ad targeting optimization technology provider. It has world-class technology and it provides DSP, which is a platform, or Moloco DSP, which has helped enhance what we do at GS Retail. And recommendation services that are provided is also in line with this service. So we asked Moloco whether they would be keen on creating a new type of offering in addition to what their already existing product lineup offers. So that was a new partnership that we came up with. We're using the Moloco recommendation engine that they developed. Skelter Labs is a voice recognition and STT, or text conversion and text meaning analysis platform. We have to consistently and in real time check for compliance with regulations and different frameworks. And Skelter Labs allows us to put into text or convert the speech to text and then analyze it in words, phrases, or semantic meaning units, and streamlining that entire process so that it is sent to the prompter and there are no issues with legal
uncompliance. Next is product partnership. When you think of GS Retail, you will probably think of our product-based partnerships leveraging our strong channels. We are a strong player in the F&B and living category. And let me show you some of our best cases. Nutri is known for its health supplements or solid collagen that you can eat. Ever Collagen is a very popular one, and we also have Genomaster, which is a probiotics. These are two immensely popular products on our channel and platform. Next is Fresh Whey, which provides meal kits and home-ready meals. We also have a partnership with Fresh Whey, and their products are also immensely popular on our platform as well. Next is Everybot, which is a cleaning robot. This is a joint partnership, and we also introduced new products in joint development with us and Everybot, and we will continue to enhance our partnership. As I said before, we have a diverse array of selling channels, online and offline. And online, we have Kukat, which is one of our very strong partners. Kukat targets the 20 to 30 population, people in their 20s to 30s, and is a leading food seller with an e-commerce platform with a very interesting content that pull in the customer. They also have immense capabilities and competencies in contents as well. We also came up with a lot of products like kimchi barbecued pork and strawberry milk rice cakes. And we look forward to even more popular products. We also sell intangibles, not just tangibles. For example, Tanu provides one-on-one PT services via mobile platforms. And in addition to that, has a shop called Tanu Shop through which weight loss products are sold. We partnered with Tanu, and the transition rate from free users to paid users is at least 50%, which is extremely promising, and we will continue to scale our partnership as well. The Cleaning Research Institute partnership is one where it's an indirect investment, and the response has been great, so we will continue to scale our partnership here as well. Next is infrastructure sharing. This isn't a direct investment, but these are the companies, for example, namely Carrot Market, in which we have indirectly invested via a fund. It's a C2C pre-loved market platform. And we also have the hyper-local business, namely the CVSs, where they partner with Carrot Market. What this partnership is. For example, you can go to a supermarket at CVS and you'll see that a lot of the products on the shelves are nearing their expiration date. Then these can be sold online on Carrot Market. Or we also have Box 25 within a GS25 CVS. And this is a cabinet storage of sorts that people can use for transactions and for delivery, for pickup and drop-off. These are some of the partnerships that we have right now going on. And next is our partnership with Snack4. Snack4 is a B2B snack curation service. You'll have seen a snack corner in some offices, and this is what Snack4 does. They provide a curated snack selection in the corner of your office and delivers that to the office. The micro retail network that Snack4 has is extremely important because it is a network that is inaccessible through the GS25 CVS network that we had with GS24. So Snack4
can also cooperate with GS25 by using it as a hub for their products. And what we can do is we can also increase sales and revenue using Snack4's micro network as well. So it's a win-win partnership. And in order to enhance our last mile competencies, we have invested in Mesh Korea and Team Fresh. Mesh Korea provides motorcycle fast delivery services and is a IT solution-based company. What we wanted to do with Mesh Korea was on-the-day delivery or same-day delivery, let's say within 6 hours, or even immediate delivery service within 2 or 1 hours upon order. This has been delivered to the market in partnership with Mesh Korea. We're also using the low-cool storage, low-temperature storage warehouses across the nation as well, and the 200 or so vroom or motorcycle stations throughout the metropolitan area to provide fast, immediate, and same-day delivery services with Mesh Korea. Moving on to Team Fresh. Team Fresh is the #1 company with the highest market share in Korea for 3PL early morning cold chain services. And we are in partnership for EV vehicles, delivery vehicles. We're also working on making delivery safer. And since their warehouses are well catered to early morning delivery, we can also share our infrastructure that GS has, since theirs is catered only just to early morning deliveries. We can share our nationwide distribution network and warehouse networks with Team Fresh. Next is a new growth joint promotion strategy, new industry. We've talked about a lot of different partnerships, and you have seen Moloko that I already mentioned. We had advertisement inventories at GS, but these weren't user-based or target-based categorized advertisements. It was a system where we sold advertisement space, but Moloko allowed us through their optimized solution for providing targeted or personalized and customized advertisement exposures. The vendors on Moloko could now advertise on our platform. So we are now an advertisement agency, which in turn generates advertisement income for us. We've already implemented this, and it's shown good performance and is very promising. And Moloko is using this offering with other e-commerce platforms, first-party data, for example, to search for more e-commerce opportunities to provide their offering, and they are also doing well in their efforts here as well. So once again, it's a win-win growth strategy. And next is WeCook. WeCook is another great company that is a restaurant pool and investment business infrastructure. Our partnership was based on Next FoodieCon, which was very successful. We have gotten 5 businesses in partnership with us where they are given priority. And I know that Sweet Bio is joined in the startup sessions, and we're part of our first round, and we're a participant in the Next FoodieCon, and is among the ones that we promoted. We are a full spectrum investment house from Series A to M&A. It's not just one-off investments.
but also long-term as well. If we think that a particular company is a good fit for us in the long term, then we also make follow-on investments. That is why we are a full spectrum investment house. To give you just a few examples, we have AB 180, in which we have made a secondary investment following our primary one in 2017. And we also invested in 3 rounds in ODK Media, and it has continued to grow. I also talked about Fresh CC, and we also participated in 2 rounds of investments, and it is also continuing to grow. Now I want to talk about the pet industry. We invested in Petsby, and we now have a subsidiary called About Pet. We invested in 3 rounds for investments for funding for pet friends. This is how we invest in partners that we believe is a good fit with GS. So it is a lifelong partnership for us in this case. We talked about some representative cases, and there are so many others that we are working on. Moving forward at GS Retail, we will continue to make sure to make a more exciting partnership ecosystem. Always feel free to contact us, and we are on our part always looking for new and exciting partners. Thank you so much for listening. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Mr. Jung Sa-eun. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're all tired, but please join in the festivities and always join me in giving our speakers a big round of applause. We talked about the partnership between GS Retail and startups. I think it was great that the large corporations can not just help out these startups, but they can also grow even further partnering with these startups. I think there's room for both startups and large corporations, and it's always good to see win-win partnerships.
It's
now time to listen to the second OI company. Well, under the topic of industry, insurance, and I, more than I, Executive Vice President of New Growth Engine, Hagum-ju of Kyobo Life Insurance will deliver the presentation. Would like to show you a short video clip first.
안녕하세요. 오늘 이 자리에 계신 여러분들과 미래를 함께 꿈꾸고 만들어가고 싶은 교보생명 신성장 추진 담당 허금주 전무입니다. 커뮤 행사를 통해 멋진 인연 맺을 수 있기를 기대하며 지금부터 잘 봐, 언니 프리젠테이션 시작한다.
Good afternoon, that was me, my avatar, and I look much better without the mask. So let me introduce myself first. As you can see from my career path, I have always tried to put myself with the main trend of job descriptions. And when China was in fad, I went to China to get to explore new businesses chances. And now I'm in charge of New Growth Engine and leading all investment and collaboration activities in and outside of Korea. I've been always lucky, and it was also possible thanks to the DNA of my company. Well, let me tell you about the story or the history of Kyobo Life Insurance. He's Daesan Shin-yong-ho, the founder of Kyobo. In the beginning of his business, he had dealt with publishing and the metal industry, and he had gone through many numerous failures, but he overcame all of those failures. But that history is the one that could represent the passion of startups. So with this startup mind, we always strive for change and innovation. And we call that process of effort transformation. And through change and innovation, we try to communicate flexibly. Well, if you look at the DNA of transformation of our company, it was in 1958 that we launched education insurance for the first time in the world. And in 1981, in the most expensive area of Seoul Business District, we persuaded all small merchants there to establish the largest bookstore, 교보문고, which is now become the bookstore of every Korean people. And also in 2013, we established for the first time in Korea and in Asia online insurance, life insurance business units. And globally, we award Shin Yong-ho the World Insurance Academy Award to the renowned pundit of the industry. And this award is contributed to the Hall of Fame. And in 2009, we are awarded the Asia's Best Life Insurance Company. In 2012, awarded again the Asia's Best Insurance Management Company. In 2019, the Digital Technology Award of the Year. And these are all the evidences of our transformation activities. And on the basis of transformation, we are dealing with the total asset of 128 trillion, and the net profit is 610.4 billion Korean won with 13 affiliates and with more than 10,000 employees. We're rated A1 and A+ by Moody's and Fitch, respectively. However, the digital era had pressured us to be more agile to the changes of customers and products, and above all, experiences. And we were to provide a whole new business model. In that sense, we announced the Vision 2025. By announcing the Vision 2025, we centered on three main pillars to reflect the latest trend of the market, which is digital, first and foremost. And as digital techs are entering into our industry, we would like to respond more agilely to the needs and changes of customers and the market. And we have come up with a new future strategy to that end. Vision 2025. You know us as an insurance company, but we pursue the value beyond the insurance. We are and we want to be the future leader of culture, finance, and insurance, which means that we will be expanding to the new areas of businesses such as arts, culture, and finance. We have been on the journey of 63 years in the realm of life insurance, but we will be creating added values not only in insurance, but also in finance and arts and culture. So we will keep our previous businesses, which is insurance, and also at a time secure new growth engines. This is called DBS, Digital Transformation Based Strategy. And through this, we will enhance our company value. And that is called a dexterous management. As I said earlier, on one hand, we have enhancement of insurance business based on IoT, big data, AI, blockchain, and fintech technologies. And as you can see on your right side, this is the typical value chain of insurance company, from product development, marketing, subscription, contract management, and payment, and customer service. And we will embed all these different IT technologies into the whole process of insurance. IT, chatbot, customized contract, and personalized suggestion of insurance products will be complete through collaborative partnership with tech companies. And out of those strategies, we would like to delve into the new growth engine. First, in the area of arts and culture, we are now establishing a platform to support creators through Kyobo Bookstore and Kyobo Hot Tracks. And as for financing, we will create an innovative investment platform by leveraging the resources of Kyobo Life Science, Kyobo Securities, and Kyobo AXA, and other affiliates stationed in overseas countries. And the next area is education, and we are preparing a platform for knowledge growth with the Kyobo Bookstore. And the last sector is healthcare, and we are now working on the platform of health promotion through Kyobo Life Insurance and Kyobo Life Planet. And to get these new growth engines ready for the future, we will explore new added values with our partners. You may be already aware of this fact by the media, but Kyobo Finances have already approved the My Data system for finance and investment, healthcare, education, arts and culture. And in particular, art and culture, classic sound, art tour. These are some contents that we are now creating. And in relation with data technology, solution, and ideas, we are now partnering with a variety of players out there. We are an insurance company, but we always care our customers. In that sense, we have come up with this new healthcare application. Please have a look.
저희 건강한 습관을 녹화하는 케어라는 저희 앱입니다.
Well, knock your healthy habits, not care. That was our app. And for the open innovation of Kyobo Life Insurance, we are now opening innovation space for our partners and also for networking. But many people are wondering if they could be adjusted to the organizational culture of our company. So let me tell you about it. On your left side, what you see is work smart. These are criteria of work that we value most. There are some keywords: being open-minded and get it tried, and don't care about others. And on your right side, these are pictures taken during MZ Town Hall meeting. The top executives try to communicate with MZ generation employees on a regular basis, and the MZ generations receive insights from our top executives. And our working level employees visit prominent startups regularly, and they get insights but it's not the end. They try to benchmark the exemplary ambience and tries of these startups, and they try to craft it to our own company. And to have a more flexible organizational structure, we run a variety of programs, including reverse mentoring program, and this was covered by MBC News Desk. Please have a look.
이런 말 사실 언제나 있어 왔죠. 그런데 요즘처럼 이 말이 사회적으로 진지하게 다가온 적이 있었나 싶습니다. 기업들마다 요즘 90년대를 전후에 태어난 이 세대를 분석하느라 비상이 걸렸다고 하는데요. 대체 뭐가 그렇게 다른 걸까요?
이 같은 프로그램은 최근 통신과 에너지, 금융회사 등 업종을 가리지 않고 확산 중입니다. 목적은 MZ세대 배우기, 90년대를 전후에 태어난 세대의 전혀 다른 사고방식과 문화를 이해하기.
네. 이노스테이지 프로그램에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
And let me brief you the InnoStage program in operation since 2019. We tried to discover and explore and also support and invest in new startup companies in various areas of life care and partners, wealth care, and the future techs. We have supported more than 200 startups for the past 3 years. We provide a space to work and grants and chances for cooperation. And the winning startup can get an investment of maximum 1 billion Korean won. We pursue a valuable and also sustainable management. Each year, we run a business called Impact Up to explore and foster startups creating social values, and also Dreammaker project that support marginalized youth and children with the IT education.
저희는 교보 그룹의 미래 성장 동력을 확보를 하고
Well, we would like to secure the new growth engine of Kyobo Group and to continue with the investment in digital technology. We have created a new business unit called VC, Venture Capital, and culture and content IP, fintech, edtech, and healthcare. These are 4 different areas that we will be focusing our investment in first. And we also invest in various VC funds in home and abroad through our network with different VCs. And through the partnership with them, we try to keep our window to the world open. In addition to that, for an internal innovation, in the beginning of this year, we adopted a company's venture idea competition for the first time, and a total of 10 awarded startups are now working in partnering with diverse experts, dreaming of being a unicorn. And this slide may be the most important one. We have secured 300 billion Korean won for investment fund, and for the expansion to the global market, we are also fostering a network necessary to that end. And to sum it up, well, the presentation we have prepared for you is to create a new value beyond our limitation. I personally would like to overcome my limitations through this presentation. To be up on the stage, I always wear high heels, but I abandon them and I try to be in tune with you. If you think of Kyobo, and you may think of a dinosaur, but a dinosaur can turn into a flying dinosaur, flying taxi.
이런 상상이 현실이 되기 위해서는
But to make this imagination come true, we need a startup partner who can collaborate with us. All those who are joining us through COMEUP 2021 would like to ask you to transform with Kyobo for sustainability. Together, we can make the future we want to see. Not only in Korea, but also in global market. Would like to make Meta, Amazon, and other
오늘 참여하신 모든
named companies.
메시지를 전하고 싶습니다.
Well, we can be better than them. Thank you for being with us.
네, 여러분 오늘 한계를 뛰어넘었다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about exceeding limitations. Thank you once again. A very big round of applause to Ms. Hom. Overcoming limitation, exceeding limitations, and going beyond that to promote even more value. That was so impressive. We can only reach unimaginable heights when we exceed limitations. I think it was a very informative presentation that delivered a lot of lessons. Now, building on that presentation, we have the last presentation prepared under the topic of Open Innovation Strategies with Shinhan Futures Lab to be delivered by Mr. Young-min Kim, Managing Director of Shinhan Futures Lab. Please give a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
신한금융그룹에서 신한퓨처스를
As introduced, my name is Young-min Kim and I'm the Managing Director of Shinhan Futures Lab. Today I want to talk about 3 points. First, I want to talk about why open innovation is needed, especially in the financial industry. And next, I want to talk about Shinhan Financial Group's strategies and innovation and open digital strategies. And last but not least, I want to talk about Shinhan Future Lab and give you an introduction into what it is. Shinhan Bank, Shinhan Credit, Shinhan Life, and other, totaling 17 subsidiaries comprise the Shinhan Financial Group. We have a total of 300,000 employees globally, and we have a market cap of 16.6 trillion Korean won. Compared to other industries, the financial industry is very stable, it's very traditional and conventional. That is why we didn't have a lot of competition in the finance sector. However, the financial industry has actually been struck by even faster change, unparalleled in other industries. So let's take a look at the background. Back in 2015, legacy industries took up, as you can see here, most of the market share. But in top 5, only BOA and JP Morgan is left as of 2021. So it was an immense change compared to 2005 and 2021. You'll see new names up here. Citigroup, which was the number 1 in 2005, went below even fintech unicorns and has now fallen to number 10 in 2021. So what is this change owing to? Is Korea an exception? These are some questions that we had. So first off, we wanted to look at the factors. Number 1 was digital natives, the alpha generation or the MZ generation, those who are digital savvy, digital native, and love new services like fintech. Furthermore, big tech and IT platforms provide new solutions which digital natives actually prefer. And in addition, the way of consumption has changed because of digitalization, and change in line with the transformation of consumer behavior and pattern is absolutely essential. The contact point with customers has also completely changed. The need for offline channels has reduced drastically, which has brought about a transformation in sales channels. This means that the world as we knew it in the financial sector with offline branches is no longer. Financial innovation is also supported by regulation policies. For example, financial regulatory sandboxes and financial My Data initiatives that have been introduced, along with My Payment and other payment services undergirded by legislation such as the e-finance transaction law. This is a challenge, but in the same token, also an opportunity. This provides new customer experiences, better customer experiences, led by Kakao Bank, K-Bank, and other banks out there. These are all new competitors that are entering the market and is fueling competition. At the core and at the foundation, however, lies technology. Technological advancements are accelerating and speeding up so much that the channel, services, value chain, and everything in the financial industry are experiencing a true sea change. It's not just about automation, risk management, and lower costs. It's going towards personalized and customized financial service and product POs. It's not just native digital products, it is completely changing the way we work and the culture in which we work in. Shinhan Financial Group aims to innovate businesses or centering around customer experience through transformation and promote cooperation in line with these transformations. We also will focus on joint ventures, joint technological developments, and investments with outside partners. All of these activities are required by not just financial industries and large corporations, but everyone as a whole, and activity is jumpstarting in these arenas. The digital transformation strategy is what encompasses all of our activities. We have two tracks. The first one is cooperation, and the second one is customer-centric. Allow me to introduce you to the cooperation. We call the keywords here win-win mutual growth. First of all, environmental and regulatory changes requires the Shinhan Financial Group to focus on My Data, My Banking, Open Pay, and other regulatory transformations in line with the changing environment. We have 14 innovative financial services that we provide, and Shinhan Card encompasses 10 of these 14. And especially our My Credit service is representative, so allow me to elaborate. This has been designated as an innovative financial service, and through legislations that have been enacted, it has been introduced as a solid service. Users who lack information, access to information, have been left out. Shinhan Card has an immense amount of data of credit card businesses, credit card owners, and also businesses, so on and so forth, which we leverage to provide customized and personalized credit bureaus. In 2019, this was designated as an innovative financial service by the FSC, and in 2021, we were licensed as a credit assessment or credit rating business for one-man businesses. In this market, a lot of people who were self-employed and disenfranchised or left out of the financial service market are now pulled back into the sector thanks to our services that have been awarded the prize, namely the director of the FSC's award. In My Data, Shinhan Financial Group is also working hard. Personal financial management is at the center of our efforts, where Shinhan Bank, Card, Investment, and Life are working on each case by case to provide personalized services. Shinhan Bank already has 4.25 million users that provide the information that it needs to innovate its services and products. We will expand these services to intangibles, tangibles, and digital assets so that everything can be managed. And we will also integrate and make into assets the data that we have at Shinhan Life as well. Based on consumption-based services, we provide services to 3 million people through Shinhan Life, and we provide customized and personalized financial service management. We also are going to provide non-financial services. Shinhan Financial Group analyzes investor preferences to provide personalized and recommendations as well. We are also working hand in hand with KAIST on this project. And Shinhan Life will apply these innovations to life insurance products and policies as well. And we have been chosen as a leading project in many areas.
Shinhan tries to establish an innovative business structure through digital specialized affiliates and partnership with startups. Shinhan A is the first of its kind amongst domestic financial groups, and Shinhan I provides an AI-based investment advice platform, NEO, and NEO is partnering with Element AI, a Canadian company, to analyze 260,000 funds in the market and recommend one. And HowFit is jointly developed between Shinhan and a startup company, iPixel. From the inception until the development, all processes were co-developed. And you can check on your own outfit and the physical posture, and also do exercises for fun through fitness programs. And we have a plan to spin off this as an independent affiliate and to make it grow as an integrated healthcare platform with the investment of 20 billion. And we have acquired BNP Paribas Cardiff damage insurance. And next is about open innovation platform called Shinhan Futures Lab. Shinhan Futures Lab is created for an open innovation and digital transformation of Shinhan Finance Group. We would like to make a virtuous circle to provide new values with our customers, and to that end, startup accelerator, cooperation, investment, and in-house venture are established as core growth pillars. All affiliates of Shinhan Group are engaged in this, and we have a consultative body, and this is the pride of all employees of Shinhan Group. Shinhan Futures Lab was established in 2015, and with the comprehensive support and investment from the group, we have established our branches in Vietnam in 2016, and since then we have a variety of branches in the global world. And under the condition that we provide practical support with the growth of startups, we are creating significant and tangible outcomes with these startups. And we have explored 282 startups with the investment of 51.5 billion Korean won. And the accumulated market cap of these startups is 1.4 trillion won. And we have more than 144 cases of business cooperations, and their survival rate is quite high too.
스타트업이 유니콘이 되려면 글로벌을 지향해야 합니다.
For a startup to be a unicorn, they have to keep their eyes onto the outer world. And in that sense, Shinhan Futures Lab has 6 global stations. And that's our ultimate goal. And currently we are running 3 hubs, including Jakarta, Vietnam, and we are targeting to expand our network to the advanced countries, including the North America and Europe. And next, we would like to give you an introduction about Value Up program that provides a step-by-step approach for the growth of startups, from the partnership until the establishment of platform. We provide customized services with startups by leveraging the expertise of specialists and dedicated employees of our business divisions. And in particular, K-Unicorn program, which is the representative example of startup support program, we run an independent program to support startups. In the end, our ultimate goal is to support the tangible growth of startups partnering with us. And once supported and explored by us, our ultimate goal is to make them better than other startups. And venture community, open innovation, and ACs under Shinhan Group gather on a regular basis because we value the relationship. So we are not targeting mere partnership, but we would like to have a valuable partnership. And through the partnership promotion video that was filmed by Seoul Industry Promotion Agency, we also have made some promotional videos of startups in partnering with the Cheil ad agency. And these days, prop tech has been a key fad in the startup industry. So we are now running an open innovation competition with the award money of 1 billion Korean won for the winner. And this was all possible thanks to the tenacious efforts made by a dedicated team and employees. For instance, Shinhan Card has collaborated with iPhone for the touch payment, and we have cooperated with technology startups to develop this service, and accumulated sales record is more than 10,000. And also, Shinhan Finance Group has jointly developed a program called Impact Unicorn Competition with SK Group, and to explore potential alicorns, we have sophisticated a business called Office with Rocket Punch. And since COVID-19, this is quite populated by the 2030s as the specialized hybrid work office model. And Shinhan Finance Group have invested in this Rocket Punch as Series B, amounting to 8.2 billion Korean won. And they have opened recently the 5th branch in Wangsimni. And our group has different stages of investment from seed, pre-A, until Series N and IPO and M&A. This is the whole coverage. For instance, we have had 15 follow-on investments, including Honest Fund, Big Value, Rocket Punch, Cupping Communication, and Travel Wallet. And currently, with IPO team of Shinhan Finance Group. We are providing IPO M&A advice services. Well, up to now, I have talked about internal innovation cases and the needs for innovation of Shinhan Group and the efforts made for the digitalization. Shinhan Futures Lab would like to support the bigger growth of startup and to learn the innovative DNA of them so that we can accelerate the digitalization of our group, and we strive to establish a virtuous cycle, an ecosystem that could lead to the better customer service. We always question ourselves these. Are we helpful in a practical way for the growth of a startup? And is the idea or technical service of a startup can be provided with our customers through cooperation? And do we provide new values with our customers? And on the basis of these three questions, we continue our support and investment in startups. We will grow with startups in a continued way so that we can provide easier, more comfortable, and newer financial products with our customers. Thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Kim Young-min, Managing Director of Shinhan Futures Lab. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you very much. Going beyond cooperation, each partner considered each other as a true partner. That was quite impressive. It was a tripartite circle of customer, Shinhan Group, and a startup. Come up with open innovation. You have just met three different large companies who are offering different chances for startups to cooperate. And with these, would like to wrap this up open innovation session. Thank you very much for letting us have your valuable time. And shortly from 2:30, we will start the conference with the topic of education. Please stay tuned to us. And for your information, on every corner of this venue with the side stages, we are providing discussion sessions to delve into details of these startups. So please use those chances, and I'll be coming back to you very soon for the education conference. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오전
Hello
컨퍼런스
everyone.
뷰티 앤
We
패션에
will
이어서
continue on
오후
with the
이렇게
afternoon
컨퍼런스
conference
진행하게 된
session.
아나운서
I am Yoon Jung, your MC for the
정말 많은
conference
분들께서 함께하고
session.
계시는데요.
We are
온라인
joined by a lot of
생중계도
people.
함께해
We are
주시면
also being
다시
live
한번
streamed on YouTube, so
감사드리겠습니다.
please join us via YouTube as well.
네, 또한 컨퍼런스 한 이후에요. 네,
And
연설문과
after
함께
the
실시간으로
conference, you
소통할 수
can
있는
join a
백스테이지
Q&A session
Q&A
with the
시간도
speakers.
마련되어
We
있으니까요.
have a
많은
backstage
참여
Q&A session ready, so make
아울러
sure you check
백스테이지
out the
Q&A
backstage
시간은
Q&A.
유튜브 채널
And
통해서
also the backstage
함께
Q&A
참여하실
is
수
being live
있습니다.
streamed on
자,
Key
그럼
said
지금부터
YouTube channel, so check that out as well.
에듀케이션을
Today's
키워드로
conference
진행하도록
theme is
하겠습니다.
education.
컨퍼런스는 한 2시간 정도 진행되겠습니다.
The conference
1대
will
파이어사이드
go
챗
on for about 2
2개와
hours. We have
패널
2
토크
rounds of one-on-one
2대로
fireside
진행되는데요.
chats and 1 panel talk. During the fireside chat, we will have 1 moderator and 1 speaker. So they will have a discussion one-on-one. And the panel talk, we have 1 moderator and 2 panelists who will engage in a panel discussion followed by Q&A.
먼저 첫 번째 순서인
So
1대1
we will
파이어사이드
begin with the
챗을
first
진행하겠습니다.
fireside chat.
네, 이번 주제는요.
The topic of the first fireside chat is applying K-EduTech on a global scale. We have Mr. Jake Lee, the CEO of Mespresso, and Mr. Jo Sang-lee, the CEO of Playtime, here with us today. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 이번 세션에는 중국
Hello, everyone. I talk about China a lot, so the term China slipped out of my tongue. But today, I would like to talk about K-EduTech on a global scale.
저는
I
스타트업 미디어를 운영하고
am
있는 플랫폼의 조상래입니다.
Jo Sang-lee, the CEO of Playtime, which is an education platform. And we have our speaker, Mr. Jake Lee from Mespresso. So please could you introduce about yourself and Mespresso? Hello everyone. We service Kwanda, which is a platform for middle to high school students. To give a brief description about Mespresso, I would like to say that 1.2 million people around the world use Mespresso to get the answers for the problems that they do not know. It's an AI service platform, and we are trying to verticalize a lot of related education content on our platform. And I'm the co-founder of Mespresso. I am Jake Lee. I'm in charge of development, technology, as well as the overall management of our company.
네, 메스프레소가 또 대표적으로 운영하고 있는
And another service of Mespresso is Kwanda. So what's the relationship between Kwanda and Mespresso? As for Kwanda, it's an app which stands for Q&A. So literally, you can read Q&A as Kwanda. So in the beginning, students would ask questions to their tutors using Kakao Talk, and we decided to create a platform to address this issue. And now we're leveraging AI technology so that the problems can be solved automatically using technology. Every day, 8 million questions are asked on this platform, and the AI answers them.
때마침 어제 저희가 수능이었어요.
Yesterday was the National College Entrance Exam Day.
메스프레소가 운영하고 있는 ควanda
And I think the Kwanda service offered by Mespresso might have held events. Were there any events? And how are people using Kwanda? We do think that the exam day is really meaningful, but at the same time, it's a really sad day because the high school students erase Kwanda once the exam day is over. So we see a decrease in our user base, but at the same time, they upload the questions that was actually on the exam on our platform, and we can see that the accumulation of data related to these actual questions that was given on the National College Entry Exam.
선생님으로 다시 답변도 줄 수가 있고.
So then I guess the
그런 형태로
students can
다시
actually
선순환으로
answer
새로운
the
유저
same
분이
questions to the future students. I guess it's a virtuous cycle. Yes.
여태까지
We have a pop-up page on our app saying you did hard work. Hopefully you become a Kwanda teacher for future
그렇게 되면
students.
참 좋을 것 같습니다.
Hopefully that happens.
예, 이제 첫 번째 질문을 한번.
So let me move on to my first question.
성인들 지금 우리 세대에서
So adults, from the adults' perspective, we went through the 70s through 80s, and when we think of math, we think of math 정석. And if you ask high school students, middle school students, these around the days, when they think of math, they think of Kwanda. And due to COVID-19, there was a lot of impact in all industries. How did COVID impact your service? How did your service change?
저희가 작년에 코로나가 처음 터지고
Last year, when the pandemic broke out last year, what was interesting was that in the Daegu, Gyeongbuk region, we saw an increase user base of our platforms because they had to study alone. They did not have access to a teacher, and they had a lot of questions, so they decided to use our service. We saw an increase in our user base. And with the increase of the pandemic, with the expansion of the pandemic, we saw that more students were using our services, which offered help in learning. So 50% of all middle to high school students used our service last year, and now it's almost 2/3. So 2/3 of all middle to high school students use your Kwanda service. That's remarkable.
정말 이어서 이제 또 질문을 드리면.
Moving on to the next question. When you first made Kwanda and Espresso, you had an interview, and I saw that interview actually. And you said that you're also entering the global market. So when did you enter the overseas market, and what was the biggest challenge in going global? Moreover, each country has different environment, people have different user behaviors, and you have already made inroads to Southeast Asian regions and other countries. What are some differences among these different countries that you service your platform? We founded a company in 2015. And back then, we simply thought that we should match questions with answers. But my personal hope was that hopefully we become a global IT company. And after 2 years of the establishment of our company, we saw a big growth of our company. And back then in Korea, we had the growth momentum. And we decided, are we just going to focus in the domestic market, or are we going to tap into the global market? So we had the two options, and two options both proposed challenges. One was that we were a young team. We were made up of university graduates. So people asked, do you know what education is? Do you have education expertise? And another problem was, I guess we were not sure whether students abroad would ask as many questions as Korean students. And people asked us those questions. So to the second question, intuitively, I could say that if you are a student, this is a problem that you would face inevitably. That's why you would use the service. And to the first challenge as to whether our team had the expertise and capacity. I mean, we saw a trend that IT companies were going global. We saw that border was not an issue anymore for IT companies. So we thought that if we just remained in the domestic market, we believe that we could not survive 3 to 5 years later because there's not much growth potential. So that's why we decided we should tap into the global market. The traffic size in Korea is next to that of Vietnam and Thailand. And there are a lot of funny anecdotes when we were entering other markets. For instance, Vietnam, they use comma instead of periods. And they use dots instead of multiplication sign. And as for teachers, in Korea, teachers usually give printouts. But in Southeast Asia, teachers actually write out the homeworks. So we saw manually written homeworks when students were capturing images of their problems. And as for Indonesia, they don't have a well-developed internet infrastructure compared to Korea or mobile penetration. So we wondered what our service should look like when we were rolling out in Indonesia. So we had to take a different approach, and we had to see what the proportion of problems would come from different subjects. And the timing of when they wanted to ask questions might differ. So we had to look into this every minuscule details, market by market.
조금 더 여쭤보고 싶은 거는
Another thing that I would like to ask is,
현재 해외에서의 그런 서비스 운영 중에
so you are currently providing your services overseas. Is it a paid service? I guess some of them are free and some of them are charged. How are these services differentiated? And we usually say it's Southeast Asian countries, but country by country, they will have differences. The Freequa is a service that we worked a lot in early this year. We don't have much users, but depending on the nation, the private education sector size is different. I mean, in Korea, we have a big private education sector. We have a lot of books where you can reference it. But in Southeast Asia, although they do have references and they have popular tutors, but there aren't that many. So we found these popular teachers who gave lectures on Facebook Live. We reached out to them to join our platform. And we actually came up with textbooks that they can use on this platform. And the question and answer part, the charging fee is similar to all these different countries, but we just have minor differences in pricing depending on who answers the question. So education is an area that differs by country, and the fact that a Korean company was able to grow dramatically in overseas market is amazing. What was your strategy? How were you able to achieve the success? In the beginning, when we were tapping the overseas market, we weren't confident. We thought that we should do it on our own. We did not join hands with local partners. What we did was our employees would go on a business trip and we would translate everything internally. That's how we started our service. And we saw a J-curve growth of our service. And once the traffic increased, then we established a local office. So we decided to be light in the beginning and not have too much investment on the local market physically. And Korean education is actually very advanced. In local towns, communities, we can see that there are popular instructors. But in Vietnam, if you go to rural areas, there are not that many teachers. So we have to think about how these students in Vietnam get the education services. So Korea is already advanced, so we can say that we've come from the future to these other countries who lag up behind a bit. So the teachers who teach live in the Southeast Asia, they just do it using mobile phones. I mean, in Korea, we have all these video platforms where these teachers can film their lectures, but in the Southeast Asia, it's not that developed. So we decided to apply Korea's expertise into the education market of Southeast Asia.
네, 그러면은 이제 이게 사실 이제 궁금한 건 좀 다른 이야기긴 하지만.
So this is a different question.
지금 각종 서비스가
The different services provided by Kwanda.
뭐 한국
I'm sure there must be more features in markets like Japan and Korea because we have more education advancement. Yes, the features that we provide are different by markets, and Korea has the most features, that's true.
국가별로 사실 선호하는 기능도 다 다르기 때문에 그런 부분들의 컨비네이션들이 조금씩 있고 다만 이제 저희가 소프트웨어 회사
Depending on country, their preference for feature is different, and if you work on individual feature, it is not scalable. So by giving an option of on and off is more efficient for each country. And if there's any specific needs for a business, and that should be controllable by one country, that's how we go through. Well, that's a hybrid model through which you want to try to tap into the market casually, and then you decide whether to establish an affiliate or a branch overseas or not. So, what is the structure of your overseas branches, and how does communication work between HQ and overseas branches? In case of Japan, Vietnam, and Indonesia, we have branches there. And since COVID-19, we have been taking advantage of many benefits. Well, but the most difficult one out of them was communication with these branches. When setting up a branch in Japan at first, we've had many business travels for communication, but it's been more than 1.5 years that we have been communicating with each other only through calls. So we were to build our businesses under difficult situation, and we try to check up on the progress of the work, but there also are some needs that we need to go and see what's happening in the branch, and that's the tough part. But as for Thailand, the preventive measures and the lockdown is all bit alleviated, so we're feeling a bit relieved. Well, this was not planned as question, but I would like to ask you a follow-up question. Well, in case of China, the administration Xi has recently announced a commonwealth by banning the private lecture or private education, but Math Presso is trying to democratize the education. In that sense, you are in the same pace with the direction of Xi administration, but it is also difficult because from the view of Korean people, banning on private tutoring is quite natural, but in China, I mean, for those who are over middle and upper class, they are quite against it. So, concerning this issue, you are running an app, education app. So, what's your stance on that? And how do you see the future? Because many startups are engaged in this, and there might be dying startups, or some other startups should divert their original direction for the future. So what's your take on that? But there are many education startups, and in particular 2 Chinese startups having more than a market cap of 10 trillion Korean won, and they're dying, so it's an opportunity. And some of the Chinese education startups are trying to go abroad because of their internal situation, and that's a threat to us. And about the ban on private tutoring in China, it could be interpreted as reasonable in some senses, but we are a bit different from that situation. Well, encyclopedia has been existing as always, but with the advent of the internet service like Google and Wikipedia, and the average level has been enhanced, and that's how we democratized an education. But what they are trying now is to lower that average. So, Are we going up or down is the question, and we're trying to say that we can go up altogether, and we're trying for that direction. So this current decision made by the Chinese government is somewhat regretful for us, but their competitiveness have been lowered too. I mean, Chinese education companies, so that could be an opportunity for us.
정리를 해보면
Right, in a nutshell,
정부에서의 입장 자체는
the stance of the government
교육기회를 평등으로 가겠다라고
is
했지만
to
대표님께서
democratize the education for all people, but you think that that could lower the average, and that is the regrettable point. And whether you only watch on the domestic market of China or the overseas market, well, Chinese education startups have been playing within the country, but these days they try to go overseas, and that could further or deepen the competition in the global market. Right. Then what is your plan for the global market in the future, and what is your strategy?
저희가 처음 일본 진출할 때만 하더라도 저희처럼
When they tried to tap into Japanese market at first, by search engine, well, other than us, there were not many players present. So we were not sure if our approach would work in a specific country. But we now know that every student uses this method. We have a big competitor in India and also in the US. Then the question is not about the occupying a certain market faster, but rather about pointing out the question and the needs of a student who would like to get an answer. So we would like to optimize our revenue structure so that we can be quickly present in the global market. And considering the profit model, where to target, I mean, which market to target will be the key to us for now. We have similar businesses who could compete against us. So what we could do better and how we could address the questions uploaded by our students and how we could have a unified system over the global market, those will be the key. And up to present, we try to gather as many students as possible so that we can sprout up the data of education. But education is not simple, it's complex because it engages students, parents, and schools and other stakeholders. So if you can't persuade the stakeholders, there's no innovation. Let's take an example. Teachers will be giving out the motivation, and they should be aware of all the contents for students. And in that sense, how to expand the role of teachers and how we could support the teachers with software, that should be some practices. I mean, that should be action items for us. Okay. I would like to ask some additional questions about the growth plan. Well, I try to be quite sincere to ask this question. You have recently received a strategic investment from Google, and that was covered by the media recently. So can you please divulge your plan as loud as possible? Why did Google invest in math Perso? Yes, Google may know the answer, but concerning the future direction that you are thinking of, what would you like to say? Since COVID-19, our service has grown by 10 times, but the temperature has changed too. I mean that the global market sees our model differently than before. We have a good network infrastructure and the advanced AI, and the complex structure of stakeholders would change. That's what people think these days. Well, for instance, the most valued education startup in India is Baidu. And like that, education garners the focus. So other than education company, but also tech companies have started to recognize that they should keep an eye on this. I mean, education realm. And in Google, the search keyword, or one of the top search keywords, is always education related. Students frequently ask questions, so they tap in questions on Google search engine. So education matters to Google, and we do something related to education, and that was the appealing point to Google, I assume. Well, frankly speaking, Google didn't let me know the answer, so I'm just making an assumption. But to my knowledge, many big tech companies, I mean global companies, they do their own researches and internal reviews and cohort-based or peer pressure social learning design, and they try many different approaches. And these dynamics will be widely deployed in a continued way, I guess. Well, in Korea, we're not technology driven, but Korea is a country where many changes and innovations have been observed up to now. And if there's education, innovation, and transfer of the knowledge, I think it will matter really much as a foundation for a company to be competitive, but against the global competition and the growth of investment and assets, we always try to be vigilant against the trend. It's true that it's been a while for me as well that I didn't go on the business travels. Yes, it's true. We can do a conference call for one time, but to touch upon details, face-to-face meeting should be more efficient. So I wish that COVID will be over soon so that you can go overseas for business travels and grow. Just right before COVID-19, I went to Vietnam and saw Vietnamese mothers were sending off their kids to school at 6 to 7 a.m. and I realized that how they are passionate about their kids' education. But according to the market research, the number is not that big, so you will not be able to tap into that potential by the numbers. So only on site you can get the insight that is helpful for your business. So in that sense, I would like to see that day come soon. Yes, I think I agree with that. They can't see it because they are so much into it. Because every time I visit China with partners, I am very much accustomed to mobile payment and QR code, but 4 to 5 years ago, they already have adopted it in China, so I was really used to it. But newcomers to China, they are really surprised to see that China is such an advanced country in terms of technology. So though insights can differ on who sees it. So I know that the Math Perso is expanding to the global market, and I wish that you can be a good edutech company in the future. And it rounds out our Q&A session, and we have an official Changjinwon YouTube site, and please upload your questions. We have a backstage session through which we can address your questions. Please upload your questions onto there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your talk. And as pointed out, we will be having a backstage Q&A session. Please tune yourself to that channel. Mathpresso, Jake Lee, and CEO Jo Sung-Lee of Platinum have led the first fireside chat. The first time I saw Quanda, I was wondering about their differentiator against the other apps, and seeing that it is really a user-based app, and I can recognize how much potential they have for the future growth. And moving on,
the next fireside chat's title is The Evolution of School and the Digital Era Transformation Era. We have Mr. Lee Sung-won, the CEO of G-School, and Ms. Chang Young-ho, the CEO of Joint Startup. Please welcome them with a big hand. Hello everyone, I am the CEO of Joint Startup. I am Chang Young-hwa. Could you briefly talk about what G-School is about? Hello everyone, I am the CEO of G-School. I am Lee Sung-won. G-School was built in 2017. It's a future class network school. Though that was really brief, I actually sent my daughter to G-School so that she can get education from G-School. And in G-School, they don't use the term graduation, they use the term exit. And my daughter actually exited from G-School. So we're talking about the evolution of school in the digital transformation era today in this fireside chat. In the COMEUP event, we were able to see many startups which transformed education using IT. But at the same time, we'd have to see how this is perceived by schools and people on site of the education industry. And we'd like to further know how the education industry is trying to change and what is G-School doing in terms of this change. For the past 2 years, due to the COVID pandemic, I'm sure there was a lot of confusion inside schools. Was it the case for G-School as well? I think it was passed beyond the point of confusion. It was we were almost at the verge of collapse because we have a dormitory which is used by 90 students, and due to the COVID pandemic, we wondered how we could proceed teaching our students without missing a single student, because we lead our curriculum based on projects. So we had a sense of urgency that our school might actually not exist anymore, but actually that turned out to be an opportunity. We had a lot of soft skills that we could leverage online. And the biggest change in our school is that we don't use paper, which means we use all digital medium as much as we can in our education process. So even if you are in your offline classroom, all archiving is done digitally. So the documents that you use in your classroom can be archived using things like numbers, and students use those data and content. And we see this happen in our classrooms every day. That's the strength of G-School, which led us to overcome the difficulty of COVID-19. And it was not because of the hard skills that we had, but it was the soft skills of our students. The students have the ability to solve problems via teamwork. And they were able to do that not just offline, but online as well. So we had strength in soft skills.
선생님께서는 이제 지금 포스트잇과
As
전지라는
for you, you talked about post-its and
오프라인적인
paperboards, and these are traditional mediums that we used in the education sector, and you said that people are using digital mediums in your school. But this is not just about transforming the mediums from offline to online. I think the key here was that your school's different and that you don't assess your students. Your focus is different as far as I know. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? My school is a school of experimentation. We want to make sure that our students have the skills and capacities to survive the future which we cannot predict today. So we got rid of grades and we got rid of competition and tests, and we wanted to strengthen the teamwork aspect. So most of our students are high school students, and we want them to experience teamwork and collaboration as much as possible, and they need to learn how difficult cooperation is, and they are learning this by doing every day at school. And those skills can be used when they become adults as well. I guess acquiring knowledge is important, but what's more important is that they acquire skills by experimentation, and attitude is also important. They need to be able to build their values, they need to widen their views, and we wanted to provide a place where they could actually experiment this and create a virtuous cycle where people can experience this and use this when they become adults. And that's what led to the creation of G-School. And one of the things that we got rid of was graduation. We don't have the term graduation. We call this exit. We have quarter programs in our school, and students can join different modules based on what they like and what they can do better. So when a student finds something that they can be good at and what they like, they decide to exit from the school, which means they can be really self-reliant and they can be independent in making their own decisions. And that does not have to do just with education and learning. It has to do with their everyday life. So our culture is a culture where students are really autonomous. They have the ownership of their life and learning. And that's how our school is designed. So if you see the projects carried out by the team of our students, people say that it looks like a startup because students are sitting on the table and they come up with an idea and they decide to learn more about the idea and build upon it to make it real. And based on that, we have built the culture of our school. So I know this because I was a mom who sent a student to that school. My daughter, in her second semester of her third year in middle school, went to G school, and she's been there for 4 semesters. And she decided that she's going to exit because she said, you know what, Mom, I found something that I like. So before she entered G school, she said that she had no idea what she wanted to do in her life. So I respected her opinion, and I let her exit from the school, and she took the exam to officially graduate the high school curriculum in Korea. And you talked about cooperation-based, project-based curriculum of your school. Could you go into more detail so that people who are sitting here or joining us via YouTube can understand what this project-based program actually means? I'm talking much faster as I see the time go by. So in my school, there is nothing called a textbook. We already have a lot of content around us. So students should be able to define a question and find the solution. That's what a project is about. And students find what they need to learn throughout the process of carrying out a project. All the issues around the world can become the textbook material for them to learn. Next week, we have a team called Untitled. In order to We use old books. They have come up with a solution for libraries to use old books. They visited the sites, they talked with the relevant officials, and through that process, they learn how to solve the problem. But to do that, they have to define the problem first accurately, and then they accumulate what they've learned in a digital platform, and they keep discussing the issue. So that itself is a learning process. I'm a moderator, but I'm also really interested in this field. So if I may elaborate, G-School is a project-based learning school. It's an experimentation-based school, and I have been advocating the public sector, the public education sector, to leverage this kind of G-School. And a lot of students who went through G-School have become engineers, marketers, and they were really proactive in pursuing their education. And this type of education is really meaningful if you see how these children become adults. So public education is changing, and a lot of people wish that it changes differently. So when it comes to G-School, you try different things. But what do you think that the conventional education should do? How should it change? Because the conventional education does not fit with the current change in trends. And maybe that is true for G-School as well, because it's been some time since you've established a school. So how are you changing to meet the trends? Yesterday was the day that students took the National College Entry Exam. So at the end of the day, students have to face assessments. So the learning process is many times disregarded. It's minimized. It's undervalued because they focus on the results. But students at G-School try to find something that they're good at because they want to do something that they like. But that's an approach that's not well received by the society as a whole, and people think that you need to learn specific knowledges. So hopefully companies can provide education curriculum, but we can't wait for the companies to take initiative. So the students actually at our school take initiative. So we had a student who exited last year, participated in an internship. He really wants to become a developer, and he did an internship and got a job. And he was really grateful for the fact that he was making money at the same time he was learning what he was supposed to do. So my students at my school are learning from work, and they're actively pursuing their careers. We have something called MK. It's a European college which allows you to build entrepreneurship. But we should have more practical education institution available for our students. So when you take the National College Entry Exam, or when you take the are there any students at your school who take the natural route? Yes, there are, because some students decide to go to ordinary universities, but then they come back to G-School, say, it was really boring. And we call them ECHO, those students who come back. And we all have a nickname for our students so that we have a horizontal culture. So the students who come back from the typical universities to G-School, and this specific student called ECHO said, oh, it was really boring. The education at the university was really boring. And that's quite unfortunate, because we have many students who have a vision for themselves, who have a lot of dreams. And I hope our society is more receptive of these students who are willing to try new things.
바꿔서
So maybe we should change
거꾸로
our
캠퍼스가
route,
여러
and
가지 다양한 시도들이 쌓였잖아요.
we saw the different things that G-School have
우리 거꾸로
done.
캠퍼스가 해온 여러
So
가지
then,
이제 실험 중에서
from the numerous experiments that you've carried out in G-School, are there some things that maybe the public sector should take up? There must be some things that you think that the public education sector should implement themselves. Can you share some of the programs or curriculums? As there must be some things that could be taken up by the public education sector without changing much of the current structure.
사실 우리 이런 컴업 행사에 정말
Actually,
많이 와서 보고
I wish that the youth
현실과 연결해서
come to this event like a COMEUP 2021 so that they can dream of their future, but I don't see any youth. This is the reality. I have worked for 26 years in the public education, and it's been 5 years that I joined G-School. Well, I'm not only talking about G-School, but from the view of future education, school, we need to have a mindset changed, seeing a school encompassing everything as education. There should be no boundaries anymore, and schools should be open to outside content so that they can correct everything. Then what is the boundary that distinguishes inside and outside? And how could we grow our children as someone who could lead their own way, and how could we restore the essence of education? It is only possible by focusing on individuals, and it is so-called customized education, but I'm not telling you to fit every child into a fixed system, but by dismantling existing boundaries between a public school and an outside world. And that's the essence of school. And through that process, the knowledge that our kids gain from school, and kids should reproduce those knowledge on their own, and they should continue to explore those knowledge by adding up their own values, and that is the real essence that we should give out to children. Education is about growing and nurturing the competence of one individual child so that one can respond to the world by adapting oneself to the world.
이 자리에 앉아 계시는 분들 그리고 오늘의
Yes.
세션을 들으시는 분들
But the audience here and spectators watching us through online may think that we are too old generation and it doesn't fit into this newly changing world. But we have had lots of conversations one another about what to tell today. It's true that there are tools and newly made technologies and investment in education, but there is one thing that should not be lost in education. If we lose that essence, then technology won't serve. So the comment that Mr. Lee has just made can be rephrased like this. Education is to focus on individual, and even in digital transformation era, we should put more concentration on individual so that education can be more effectively used. And to that end, if it allows, education should play a role of a guide and Every child should be given more chances to explore deeply into the knowledge that they receive from school. Yes, very good. I just got a self-review about the contents that you just transferred to me. Okay, then at this point of time, I would like to ask you for a favor, because you have many students who have already graduated from G School. Well, what kind of outcomes or achievements are being accumulated by these students who have already left the G School? You said about projects, but other than that, how do they find their interests or plans, and how do they lead their life before exiting the school? Well, there's a team who tried a location-based project, and they wanted to identify the characteristics of Gwangjang Market. And in the process of managing that project, they realized that the Hanbok Street had lost its vitality despite of its 100 years of history. So the students tried a conversation with masters of Hanbok, Korean traditional costume, and they tried to find the true value of craftsmanship of Hanbok masters, and they wanted to be a link between that, the mastery or craftsmanship, and the customers, and they published a magazine containing the value of those masters by boasting the true meaning of the street. And they approached as such. And in the process of making and publishing the magazine, they recognized the needs for developing further their skills and knowledge. And they wanted to continue the team in working in a related area. I saw how many trials they have made. Well, this kind of education was not a subject of evaluation, but learning is just part of their lives. To these kids, they just want to make the project bigger, and they just to try to tap into opportunities through which they could grow, and they wanted to see how much they could grow. And some of them are trying to establish an entity, a corporate. So their ultimate goal is not to enter the university, but that kind of experience of deep learning, I would say, is ultimately leading those kids to a tangible outcome. Yes, actually, I saw many projects were carried out by students because I know this because I sent my daughter to this school, and I can tell that no kids are afraid of doing something new there. If they have to make a video, they just raise their hand. They do not know whether they can do it, but they just naturally think that I will learn about it. I will learn about it, and I will make it done by this date. It's how they approach. Probably it is because they are quite accustomed to the project-based education. Well, in a sense, school always requests an answer, a fixed answer. But how many answers do we have for a specific question? If there's no right answer, then we should let kids know the direction and how to set the direction for the future. And that's the role of teacher and also school. Despite of all that, school and reality, there's a huge gap. What do you think? Many parents are concerned about this fast-changing world. Well, after seeing the result of the exam, I mean, the National University Entrance Exam, we just think that it's still the same, and many parents think it should change, but they don't know how.
교육 중심 사회라고
Yes, our society is education-centric. Society has been changing, centered around education, and societal revolution has been made arising from educational changes, including the Industrial Revolution. It has changed a lot. In school, you will encounter a teacher of baby boomer and a teacher as millennial and a teacher as Z generation. There are always conflicts. Even we don't understand each other. And even after MZ generation, we have kids of Alpha generation, which creates more conflicts and walls of communication. And this is the right time for the second educational revolution. We are talking about the era post to COVID-19 only by words, but we should have a dynamics that could create a real change in education. Well, by coincidence, I just happened to read an article about my acquaintance covered by the media today. Well, the title of the media is quite impressive. Let me quote. I don't know what I learned from the Seoul National University. A shout out to the world by a woman who won the first prize at an international competition. Well, this woman worked as a high-rank official, and she went abroad for further study and returned to Korea and worked as professor. And at Google AI competition, she won the grand prize. And she got this interview. And what was really impressive about this interview is this part. There's a message that I ultimately want to convey to Korean parents. Kids should experience a small success. I'm not talking about grades at school. In Korea, only kids with good grades can experience a small success. But other kids are deemed to the right to enjoy a success in their lives. So, well, G Campus is experimenting for future education, and I highly appreciate it. G Campus doesn't confine kids into one box. It allows kids to have their own leeways, and G School always finds something to appreciate from kids. I really thank you for that. And what is your last message to the audience before we wrap this up? Well, probably I want everybody to have a small success experience. Kids fail, kids try, but small little successes will nudge them to go on. And a teacher, a facilitator, or a moderator should see those potentials so that they can grow further. All of you here present, and all of us living in this world, in this era, we should be able to get small successes depending on each other. And that's a sound society. And that's what I want to see as a future society. And that society could be gained through education. Thank you very much. Thank you for the talk. Well, I wish I could send my kids to G Campus. And I'm also a parent, so I reflect to what I had done to my kids. Well, thank you very much for your insightful talk. Once again, another big hand to them. Under the theme of education, we have just held that we will be holding a panel talk. Big change has been made in education since the outbreak of COVID-19 with virtual lecture, and that there's a very big gap between classes. I am an MC and also a startup CEO, and I feel that gap. And this Tuesday, I had a virtual lecture to the executives of the company, and I really wished for a lecture in person. And last year, I started to develop a platform for speech lecture, and I think this panel talk could give an insight to the audience. With the title of Effective Adult Education in Contactless Online Environment, as adults, you have come here for this panel talk to get insights about contactless education. Well, we have three speakers, Kim of Study Pi and Mr. Kim Jae-won, Ellis. And the last one is Mr. Lee Kang-min from DAY3 Company.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Lee Kang-min, and I'm the CEO of DAY3 Company. On our far left-hand side, we have Mr. Kim Tae-woo from Study Pi, and right next to me is Mr. Kim Jae-won from Alice. I was here last year as a panelist, and it feels actually extremely different sitting here as a moderator. I hope I do well. Let's get started. I think always talk about our concerns and ideas. So I hope that we were able to pool our ideas together to come up with a topic that is useful for you. So let's go ahead. Adult education hasn't been a hot topic for that long, not even 10 years. So the perspective on adult education is a little bit different. Primary and secondary and tertiary education is different from adult education, but we seem to be looping all of them together. I have actually experienced that it is extremely different. There is a big divide, and I think we need a different lens when looking at adult education and primary to tertiary education. The public education that we are used to and the adult education that is now newly becoming popular is different. So I want to go over the differences first. I think that will help us give a good framework to talk about. I'm curious about what our two panelists think about this. Let's start from Mr. Kim Tae-woo from the very far left-hand side. So what is the difference between adult education and the existing public education encompassing primary and secondary education? I worked at a company called Clusting, which is an SNS that almost all primary schools use. And I also worked in children's education. I found that, you even have to take tests for kindergarten. My niece actually took a test to get into kindergarten. So everything is changing, but after kindergarten and primary and secondary, tertiary, everything becomes encompassed, just looped together into one and single goal to get into college. And once you are not catering towards college entrance exams, then the participation rate goes down. Of course, some parents focus on, hobbies and other areas like arts, but I feel that most of the time, almost all of the time, education is focused on college entrance exams. Because we have the national college entrance exam, so that is the one and only goal. But The difference with adult education is that we don't have that goal. When we're younger, we seem to live life thinking that entering college is the end goal and that everything will be rosy from there. But that's not it. We know that's not it. After you graduate college, what do? In the past, if you get a good job, if you land a job in a really big company, then you are guaranteed that you are set for life. But that's not the case anymore. So everyone's life is uncertain. It seems like we have hyper uncertainty going on. And at least 40% of the population will be working in jobs that doesn't exist right now, is what we project about the future. So it's not uncertain. But we feel safest with what other people are already doing because it feels safe. We know that it succeeds. And that would be, English education or education about the future. A lot of people go for what is mainstream. They either prepare for the public servant civic exam or study English, just simply thinking that it's going to help them later on, somehow, some way. I feel that a majority of the people don't really know exactly what the goal of adult education is. From the supplier side, we always appeal that this will help you in the future. But if you look at them, with people learning English, what do they do with English that they learned? That is yet uncertain. Thank you for your answer. Just to sum up what you've said, more recently, the job market is uncertain and it's become more difficult to maintain and retain your career as a lifelong job. So people are feeling uncertain and insecure. So it's different when you're in primary and secondary school. You are just running full throttle up to the college entrance exam. But for adult education, what is the end goal? That is different. I'm curious what Mr. Kim Jae-won thinks about this.
네, 말씀하신 부분 사실 저는 이제 좀 솔직히 말씀드리면
Well, to be frank, I'm not in the college entrance exam education scene, so I'm not really an expert on that at all. I don't really know about it. I just have my vague thoughts about it. But I am more, because I was an engineer by training, and I am more aware of the software industry. From that standpoint of view, I think that software and engineering is also something that requires lifelong learning. That is why I thought that, education on AI, digital transformation in society, these sorts of trends tie in with the education that we need. But in the same token, it also instills fear in us. And people think, I need to learn something to, survive in this competitive environment. I think that has given rise to adult education. And if we look at the United States industry, the education industry grew in leaps and bounds surrounding around, after college learning, and 80% of that was triggered by demand for digitalization education. And that is more, something that is voluntary. You voluntarily engage yourself in that education. You feel that you want to improve yourself, you want to grow. So I think in line with the age of digitalization and informatization, that adult education is a very voluntary activity. I do really think that this market was something that actually appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't there, but then the demand isn't actually met as much, or the needs aren't met as much. We have a lot of supply. And on the other hand, since the adult education market is voluntary participation based, it's easier to just quit. It's harder to quit studying for the college entrance exam. But since now you're an adult, you are in charge of your own life, you make your own decisions, you decide to pay for an education, but then you also decide for yourself that you want to quit and give up. But much easier to give up. So against this backdrop, it's harder. With students, you would say, with students studying for college entrance exam, you would help them increase their grades or GPA. That is a concrete goal. But with adult education, what is the goal? How do you see that tangible performance week by week? How do you keep them interested? There are a lot of complexities and the market is growing, but we still don't have perfect solutions to address these issues. I think that's where we are.
어떻게 보면
You made a very good point.
공부를 해야만 한 상황에 계속 직면하고 있는데 사실
Adults feel the need for education increasingly, but it's not mandatory. College entrance exams are mandatory. If you want to go to college, you have to take it, so you have to study for it. But that's not the case with adult education, and I think the same goes for us.
교육시키면서 가장 많이 겪는 문제는
In adult education, the challenge that we come across is not being good teachers. Everyone knows how to be a good learner once you're an adult. We all know ourselves. We are already grown up. But the biggest challenge is getting adults up from their beds and get them sitting in front of their desk. Everyone knows that you have to study. Everyone knows you have to learn. But how do you overcome that intuition that you just want to rest? As an adult, how do you get them to the study desk to study? And also the usefulness or effectiveness of the learning. They may make the decision that they want to learn. But how do you help them maintain that willingness to learn? That, I think, is the key point that we need to address. So that brings us to how do we promote voluntary learning and education. There have been a lot of attempts, one of which is what StudyPie has talked about, that only 5% of adults complete their education. So your ultimate goal was helping adults complete their education 100%. And I think that goal and purpose is still something that we need to work towards. I'm curious about your experiences. How did you encourage people to learn voluntarily and keep studying? When I first began StudyPie, I think I was there as well. I know I need to study what I don't want to study, but I do know I need to learn about blockchain. That was me before I established StudyPie. So I sat down and thought about, okay, so what is the best way to study? The best way to study, to force yourself to study, is to pay money, because if you pay money, then you stick with it a bit more because that's your money. And we started out with a model where if you pay $100 for a course and you complete the course, then we refund you about $50. And we started with this model, and the topics that we dealt with were topics that we hear a lot about in the startup industry, so it wasn't too mainstream. These topics were for people who already had the willingness, the energy and drive to learn. But we wanted to cater to the everyday people, the general public. So we thought about, real-time meetings, tasks, homeworks, and how the educator needs to invest their time. Then that makes it impossible to maintain classes if there is no demand or students. So what we did was we introduced a different system, a VOD system. We didn't think that would be enough to retain participation. So what we are doing is we're going to revamp our study programs in January of next year. It's not something that we are opening, it's just a service. Anyone can join into a service, and everyone who joins in can, take the wins from it on both ends. So it's just a platform. And what I've learned is that it's hard for a platform to make a profit and become lucrative. Of course, it's easier for educators to, earn money.
We said we are buying willingness or drive with energy. And I came to the conclusion that drive is actually extremely cheap when you are investing your time and investing your energy. What's more effective? It is the time. Of course, you can lose weight in a very short amount of time. But people who want to lose weight but want to invest money, what do? You buy these food supplements, dietary supplements. But what works out best? It's, investing time. So when you want to force yourself to learn, as I said before, we use this model where you pay and then that will sort of force you in a way to learn. But no one else knows that you paid that money, and so they can just give up that money and just say, okay, it was a loss, and they'll walk away. Using time and using money is different, and people who actually pay money for education and where that is the drive don't really have as much drive for education. They don't want someone to be forcing you. They don't want someone breathing down your neck. They think that they want to be more flexible and that they want to be in charge of their own learning timeline. There are a lot of people who also buy books and never read them. It's like a collection. The people derive satisfaction from the simple act of buying books. It's the same thing for education, for online lectures. The satisfaction comes from the fact that they actually paid the money and actually took the step, and that they had the willingness to actually pay for that online education. So that brings us to our main concern these days. How do we get people to invest time instead of money? The limitations with investing money was felt, so we moved on to time, and we came to the conclusion that this isn't something that a single education program or a scheme can change. I know that Ellis will have a lot to say about this as well, but in the past year we grew even bigger, even faster than what we did. And people are saying that developers are going to be the most promising job and profession out there. So a lot of people are now going the developer route. So that is a little bit more of a concrete need. People are thinking, okay, becoming a developer, that is going to work out. So people are investing a lot of money into learning how to become a developer. So I came to the conclusion that, you can have a role model, but we can't give the methodology to people to succeed. Whether they pay money or not, people need to have a role model and think, okay, I do need to invest time. That is what I want to become. That is my end goal. So I think we need to encourage people to find their own personal goal. We provide a lot of variety of different educations and different lectures in different areas. There are a variety of different ways you can learn and directions. So out of all of that is out there, people need to be directed in the right way that they think is best for themselves. But then once you find that right direction, the next step is also to complete that entire process. If you look at people studying for the public servant exam, the number one thing you need to do in that industry as an educator is you need to wake people up. So it's managing people and helping them learn. But we are sort of, giving up on forcing people to study, those who pay money for VOD lectures, because they don't like it. We've tried it and we found that they don't like it. That is why we are targeting people who have the drive and will to invest their time. Well, I totally agree with your idea. We too actually sell internet or online lecture through our platform. But people say that I purchased the package, but I don't study, and I don't think it really helps. But why would they just continue to provide the online lecture? Aren't they smart enough? But we are always trying to poise between the balance of business model and motivation. So that's why we try to sell online lecture. Well, it's like our customers would like to buy online lecture, like buying a book and keep it on the shelf, and they will somehow read in some day. Well, that is why we provide a lifelong package. But despite of all that, as you have just mentioned, that there are people with strong will and that there should be another offer for those kind of people. So speaking of which else, there's a thing we call the LXP, Learning Experience Platform, or LXM, Learning Management Platform. Other than video lectures, and we insert games or other tools and elements as education system so that we can give a nudge to users. So you must be an expert of this area. Would you please share your experience?
네, 두 분께서 말씀 주신
Yes.
분야랑 저희 분야가 좀 다를
Well,
수 있겠구나라는 생각을
the area both of you are targeting could be a bit different from ours. That's what I felt. I'm not sure if you may know, but
기초 프로그래밍 교육을 600명을 시켜야 되는데
well, we had to educate 600 students about basic programming at KAIST in 2015, but it was impossible for us to give grade to 600 different homeworks. So we were tasked, we were to abandon that trial, but finally we were tasked to develop a solution to solve that issue, and we started as such. And it got grown as a business by adding up differentiated contents. We focused on practice. How to create motivation was the key challenge to us too, and we gave up. We were dealing with the B2B and B2C, and we're not a motivation person, and we were engineers, so we just wanted to focus on B2B, spanning from digital education and empowerment and online lecture. And after doing all that, well, they do not apply it to their daily lives. It's of no use. So that's why we converted our business model into practice-based one. So all of the education programs of our platform should go along with practice. Well, the motivation is very clear for our platform. Well, this will be reflected to my KPI, and my senior asked me to do this. So, well, we, to be frank, gave that idea up, giving motivation to user. And it's true that many people failed from continuing the study on the platform. So we try to give much feedback as possible. And our platform is not complete, but the easier access to practice has led an increase of about 12% of user. And I understand that the completion rate of online lectures should be low, but the more you have the access, and the more you have the users. And when there's more feedback, the number of users also used to grow, but giving feedback was quite expensive. So the feedback got automated, and if a user cannot solve the question even after receiving the feedback, we matched an online instructor with the user to give more detailed feedback. And as such, we developed further some features to give out the feedback to the user. But ours is more a solution for educators, not students. Thank you. Well, it seems that we are in different areas, slightly different from one another. Ours is more about to make a kid who used to watch Netflix study more. And StudyPie is about, well, what kind of disciplines do people want to study? And Day3 company is wondering how to increase efficiency of learning for users. And since COVID-19, landscape has changed. By 2010, to make people determined and feel the outcome or the efficacy of learning was just solved out. And it was solved out offline because they went to private institute and study and got good grades. But these days, as online or virtual education is spread and the kids take a nap on the sofa, and those were some concerning points, and that was why we have diverged opinions about virtual classes. And I would like to listen to your opinion. Do you really think that the effect of education has dropped due to virtual classes, or do you think it is still maintained? Mr. Kim? Well, as said earlier, we started as a platform solution which could be used on and offline at a time. But at a contactless era, we exclusively developed a virtual platform. Well, in the beginning, we had a parallel use of our platform and the Zoom, but with the growing number of other virtual solutions, it got noisy. So we have integrated into our own platform, and features work. That doesn't mean that people get used to the new environment. Recently, you may have heard of a lot about Zoom fatigue. At first, people used to think that, oh, it works and everything could be complete online. But as time passing by, it ended up with decreased effect of learning. So we think it is important to have a good mix ratio of on and offline. And of course, we were able to figure out the effects of online lecture, but it was rather focused on the tests of identifying one's performance or skills. But in terms of software, the software-related homework is always based on collaboration. So software education was more effective offline when people get together to discuss their ideas. So we would like to keep a combined manner of advantages of on and offline lectures. Well, if we look at the Alice, you have been handling with on and offline together. So this is just a continuation of what you used to do. Then Mr. Kim Tae-woo from StudyPie, well, you may have seen a different situation. What do you think? Well, we are running completely remote work system even before COVID in 2018. So we were regarded as very much innovative, which is any more innovative. Well, work from home it's not a simple question of good or not, good or bad. It's more related to individual's preference. Some prefer work from home and some don't. Well, let's say that there's a person who doesn't want to be disturbed by other people. Well, in the office, you could have many small talks, and the brilliant ideas sometimes come out of those small talks. But there could be some people who don't want to be disturbed and who prefers to work alone. But there's a opposite type too. And I can see this divergence during an interview. And some people would like to work for our company because they prefer work from home, and some others don't. Well, I preferred virtual lecture when I was in school because I didn't need to travel by public transport. But my friends were not like me, and this is just a gap of individual personality. And as for first elementary, secondary schools, in 2019, one of the key words was blended school, which combined on and offline lectures. But elementary school students should learn something that cannot be taught online, like social skills. So for elementary school, yes, online is recommended, but for secondary and tertiary schools, offline should be kept. But for adult education, well, I can't say that one is better than the other because some would like to focus only on education, on learning, but some others would also like to have some social activities with their teammates, and they don't like to talk with their colleagues online. But even for those people, instead of being alone, but if they do CBC, cohort-based community, their concentration level and learning increases because they can feel peer pressure of their colleagues. And even for this case, if there's 500 or 600 colleagues in the same class, well, you can be hidden behind others. But when in case of 50 to 60 students class, then you can't remain having nothing to be done. So we don't ban our users to have a community activity online, but to get the peer pressure more grounded into the users. So we think how much information should be shared, and if we have to have an orientation session through Zoom and in the beginning of a course. So like that, we are working on creating some social peer pressure effect through online. Yes, it's true. Well, offline learning has been existing for several hundreds years, but online has been just nascent. So it is now time for us to discover a new method or approach of online learning. And by 2019, 80% of our sales came from offline, but from the end of 2018 and 19, and it got down to 50% level with the increase of online ratio. So I was wondering if it was right to distinguish on and offline one another, because a synchronized learning environment or a synchronized environment, these are two categories we need to keep an eye on. Well, in a classroom, in an offline classroom, 30 to 40 students should be seated all together for a fixed period of time. So there's a level of understanding varies, and also and other elements. But in a virtual classroom, the upper 10% of students is pretty much the same ratio as offline class, but the average learning level of all students joining in online is a lot higher than offline classroom. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a strong will to continue their learning. As both of you has commented in the beginning, when one has a big dream of entering the university or to be a high-level, high-rank official, then one can continue. But without that kind of dream or goal, well, this doesn't happen.
그리고 사실 온라인으로 오면서 그리고 공부를 하시는 분들이
Coming into online era, as people get used to more and more to online learning environments, for people running business, there are some advantages. In 2018 and 19, we expected that it would take 10 years for people to be accustomed to online learning environments, but due to COVID-19, it decreased into 1 to 2 years period of time. So, well, we always thought that online was better because there's limitations of time and issues and scalability for offline business. Well, online education has lesser effect. I mean, it's less efficient in terms of education, but it can reach out to a greater public and the vice versa for the offline environment. So how would we be able to online learning environment into offline? And now the question is reversed. So for these concerns, I think Ellis is one of the companies who have been really thinking about this issue. For an effective education, I know that a lecture for a small number is the right solution, but for companies, you need to target a big number of people. How do you find a balance between these?
네, 저희 IR 자료도 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, I think it was in our IR. The effect was on the y-axis and the x-axis was impact. Well, I think that effectiveness is at the core, and in order to enhance that, I believe that technological barriers need to be resolved. Now, what technological barriers are there? It is the environment on the platform where you are learning, the data that you are generating there, and also automating the parts that you can on that platform so that you can deliver more effective learning experiences with a smaller number of learners. I think that is the scaling up part. We still have a long way to go, but we are a platform-oriented company, which is why the role of one learner is actually one educator is actually divided into three. There's one that is dedicated to content development. There's one who actually delivers the lecture, so the lecturer, and then another is a person who is in charge of answering the questions in the Q&A session. Of course, this could all be grouped into one, so that one person could serve these three functions. I'm not sure about other areas, but in the software industry, the developers who are actually working in the field should participate. That's the demand. So mostly they are not full-time educators. They are part-time educators. There are almost no full-time educators, though you will be able to find them in universities, but that's not the case for us. So since, as I said, the role of an educator is divided into 3 people, that gives the advantage that we can actually bring in part-time educators, and we are enhancing that through our platform so that when we're developing contents, we have a contents development tool for developing the learning contents, and we also have a video conference solution that is provided for delivering the actual lectures. And when the students turn on their video on, we can actually analyze in an automated manner how much their gaze or face is tilted toward the left or right, so you can find the most optimal learner, the most best educating method, so on and so forth. So as I said before, the scalability, scaling the effectiveness or efficacy of learning is key. Yes, you made a very good point. Thank you so much. Now, moving to the online platform and introducing systems, I think, has allowed us to deliver more effective education, and to do so in the past. The teacher in the classroom was the only one, and she or he was in charge of everything in the classroom. But now you have an assistant, you have a person who is in charge of answering questions, one who is in charge of managing the community, so on and so forth. So I think this is becoming divided. The role of the teacher or educator is becoming more divided as time goes by. And that is actually helping us bring in more professionals, because professionals in a certain field of education will not necessarily be full-time educators. And sometimes this is inevitable, and sometimes this is intended, but I think there are a lot of opportunities here, and it's becoming a very diverse world of education. I think Mr. Kim Tae-woo will probably have a completely different view of things, however, because with Ellis, what we know is that it is a software that helps the educator, but with StudyPie, you are an actual provider of education services. So how does your perspective differ? We also have internal class managers who develop the contents, and we also have lecturers, coaches, and assistants. These 3 are the lecturers. The lecturer is the one that whose actually face is on in the lectures, and the assistant is the person who is in charge of the Q&A. And the content developer is in charge of the content. So they have different roles, and each educator has their own strong suits and their preferences. Some people will say, okay, I'm good with being a coach or an assistant, but I don't like my face being on the screen. But others will say, I feel more satisfaction and I love being in front of the screen or camera. And even if it's different methods, I mean, we call them different things, we have different labels, but I think at the end of the day, we think of the same things and the same concerns. It's about delivering the best type of content possible, and we continue to think about what the best way is. And we also think about scalability and the margin that we can leave. Is this possible to continuously grow? These are questions that we constantly have. The more popular lectures you have out there is your competitive advantage. In the English education system, everyone is vying for the best educator. And we know that these educators, the most highly sought after ones, earn so much. But the teachers, in school, of course, they have job safety and security, but they don't really earn that much. And for educators as well, in private education, however, whether it be adult education or primary and secondary children's education, educators earn quite a lot more. So educators also are now provided with the tool, and if they have the fandom, then they don't necessarily need a platform to be there to mediate, because if they have the fan base, the people who are flocking to them to get education from them, then why would they need a platform if they can provide those services themselves? If the volume, like Netflix, if you've got that volume, then I think that that makes a good business model. But I definitely do agree with Ellis's approach, providing the educator with the options and the tools to become a better educator. But I don't really, I think we need to think about whether this is actually a very, very lucrative business that we can develop moving forward. The more margin the platform takes, the more alternative competitors you have out there, and that you have more tools out there where educators can develop platforms and develop their programs for themselves. Most of the highly sought after educators out there, they have their own channels, namely YouTube. So they don't work with platforms. In the beginning, platforms might have provided education, but now that's not the case. Of course, that does not mean that every single person will have their marketing strategy and want to market themselves, but it is a growing trend and the times are changing. Who are providing tools to educators to help enhance their education. I think that's the market that is going to be growing more in the future. Yes, you pointed out something that is extremely correct. We focused on, platforms before, but now it's different, because in the past, teachers had to be in charge of everything, but now their roles are divided. And unless we can provide more value through platforms, service providers via online aren't going to be able to grow continuously. There is going to be limitations. There are going to be limitations. And I actually looked at whether there is an education company that is worth trillions just via B2C education service provisions, unless you are, a textbook publisher. In 2008, the largest was Mega Study with a 400 billion won record in revenue. So I think that was the ceiling or the limit for education businesses. The non-face-to-face world that we are faced with today, adults are becoming more, interested in learning about something online. And if we can provide more value, and if we can derive more value and cater towards the educators as well, as you said, I think we can create opportunities to become a $1 trillion company, a $1 trillion company. Now, I'm not a fan of the metaverse, but there is a lot of interest in education in the metaverse world. I'm curious about your thoughts. Could you tell us what you think about providing education in the metaverse world? Well, to be brief, I might be sounding like a chatbot because I keep stressing the functionality, but I am an engineer by nature, so bear with me. I think COVID-19 has at first forced us towards the metaverse world, but now that we're on that trajectory, I think even after COVID-19 dies down in the post-COVID-19 world, we will be using this metaverse or online world as a way of bridging the gap between regions and populations. If you're in a region that is farther away from the metropolitan area, then you will have the need or demand for better quality or higher quality education. And I think metaverse worlds can provide that. I'm not an expert in this arena, but just to give you my thoughts, I think the social pressure that I talked about, we also talk about these VR services in the metaverse world. All of this, I think this is going to help you a little bit more compared to Zoom in making you feel like you are actually doing something together. That need for social pressure, maybe it can be a little bit better in the metaverse world. It's not a perfect solution, but this is what we are focusing on. The metaverse can give spatial benefits in the form of social pressure, but another benefit in the metaverse world, like Played One or others, would be gamers, where people can play games in the metaverse world and earn money from that. I think it all comes down to an economic incentive. For us, it's not really about the metaverse itself, it's more about the economic benefits, the tokens that people can gain from their activities in the metaverse. So their work is compensated, and the learners, some people may not be making the group education experience better, but some may be actually contributing to the group learning experience, making it better. So those types of people can actually get compensated for their efforts. And if that is possible, then I think that that could be a complete game changer for English tests or national college entrance exams. There are some packages where, you say if you get into Seoul National University, the #1 university in Korea, then your education will be free. Or if you get over a something score on an English test, then we will refund your education fees. These are the types of incentives to become better learners, and maybe that types of incentive can be provided in the metaverse world. You don't have a clear vision about that yet or anything. We're not doing anything in that area, but it's just a thought that I'm throwing out there. A right token is now being used to compensate for writing activities through that token. Of course, it is, based on confidence. Everyone believes that that token is going to increase in value, so that is how it operates and works. But the success and failure of anything, and especially these types of programs, is about the structure, helping people feel like they didn't miss out on something or they are not being fairly compensated. When you are revising something, for example, and in the community, you do something wrong and you're compensated for that, that's not going to work out. I think, economic compensation, being fairly compensated for your efforts is key.
Yes, you're right. We too. We're not trying to return to lecture or center the system online, but we try to find out a solution to move learners and educators or teachers. And metaverse is wandering around mainly these days for the same reason, I guess. If we are too much dependent on lecturer, then we are lagging behind in terms of education effects. But when there's stakeholders like learner and educator, and how would we effectively get them engaged in education? Well, that's the key word, key phrase, I would say. Well, we have pointed out a lot of different subjects. I learned a lot too. Well, at a service level, I don't have many experiences of having run a business, and I haven't had run a business of rewards like Mr. Kim of Alice, and I learned a lot. Well, we had such an interesting talk. Thank you very much for your interest. And we had Mr. Kim Tae-woo and Kim Jae-won. Thank you.
네, 세 분께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give another big hand to 3
네,
speakers.
이상으로 컨퍼런스 에듀케이션을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
And this is the end of our conference talk. We would like to thank you once again for your valuable time and attendance. Well, 12 agenda were dealt with throughout different conference sessions during the past 3 days. Thank you very much, and please be with us until the last moment of 2021 COMEUP. And right after this session, we will start a startup showcase session. I was Yoon Hee-jung. Thank you.
calling you up at 2 in the morning, but you don't wanna talk, you don't wanna bother. Yeah, so I take another shot, let my brain do the walking. I don't wanna be your friend, I want something real. Maybe if I stay the night, you could feel the same. And maybe if you treat me right, we could rearrange. But I'm not even gonna try if you don't wanna stay. So how's it gonna be? You got me on my knees. I don't need no roses on my bed. If I could pull you closer to me, babe, ain't nobody touch me like you can. I just need some closure, a little closure.
글로벌 스타트업 페스티벌.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Startup Festival COMEUP 2021. We had a jam-packed schedule, so much fun and excitement, and we have now reached the very end of our agenda. My name is Kang Ji, and I'll be your MC for this very last session, which is the Startup Showcase.
쇼케이스만 남겨두고 있는데요. 컴업 2021은
Ladies and gentlemen, COMEUP 2021 is a platform for the future startups of our day and age. Not just geared towards the Korean market, but also for the international market. This is a platform for exchange and communication to help promote these startups. This startup showcase is a combination of 72 startups that were chosen from a total of 783 startups from 37 countries, which is a testament to how diverse they are and how good of a selection you will be hearing from today. In Art Hall 2, you'll be hearing from the Rookie businesses that have immense potential, and in Art Hall 1 you'll be hearing from the rocket businesses that are promising potential unicorns. After this startup showcase is over, you'll be able to see the videos again, review them online via our YouTube channel, so check it out if you missed any of our sessions. So we are now going to be introducing our judges.
오늘 함께 해주실 첫 번째 심사위원은요. 위벤처스의
First,
어센도의
Ms. Kim So-hee from We Ventures, Mr. Shin Dong-seok from LG Investment, and also Mr. Im Hyung-ju. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Now that we have our judges seated, we will now begin our startup showcase. Let me walk you through what's going to be going on. We will have 5-minute presentations each, and after that 5-minute pitch, we will have 5-minute Q&A sessions. So if you have any questions, check out if the judges will be asking the questions that you had listening to the presentations. We're going to be first hearing from Robo3, a startup in the education scene. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is An Sang-wook, and I am the CEO of Robo3. I don't need to remind you, but Smart Toys refers to ICT plus toys. And COVID-19 has been a big platform. It is expected that this market will grow to a 20 billion won market by 2023. This is a smart toy that is used within smart vehicles. Right now, the smart toys that are out in the market are not that popular. Sometimes they're difficult to play with for children, and sometimes children get bored of them and tired of them very easily. The second challenge is that on average they cost about $240 per piece. That is why we have created a platform for the users to actually put together their own toys, so you can mix and match depending on your preferences. And this is the most fun and exciting factor. Second, what we can do is you can convert your 3D robot models into 2D designs, which means that through this converting technology, we can provide our services at only 50 to 80% of the original price. About 80% of the students, primary school students working at Roblox, have experienced working with smart toys. We have a platform called Porob. Let's say you want to create an IC car. All you need to do is click, 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 and you can design your own vehicle. You can mate, and also, once you are done customizing, you can test it out like a game in this simulation. If you've customized it wrong, then it's not going to be working properly. Once you buy your toy, then this is what you get. You can play with it. You can also do coding with it by connecting it to block coding. This example was just for an IC car, but you can also create stand walking robots and also drones as well. Once the 3D model is uploaded, we have also made sure that it can be converted to a 2D design blueprint so that it can be revised as well. The UIX is extremely easy and intuitive to use. RoboTry offers affordable prices and unlimited customization options. Our target market is the US and Korean primary school students in grades 4 to 5. And that amounts to a 1.44 trillion market. The robotics business market is based on the design blueprint, and you can also buy other people's blueprint as well. The customized blueprint can also be revised, and you can continuously revise it and buy new toys. We have generated a 350% growth YOY. I worked about 4 years in a related industry, and the CTO is an engineer, mechanics engineer. We have a CFO who worked in the finance industry, and we have other talents here. Based on our experience with working and developing with these types of programs and systems, all of the other team members are contributing. We launched the MVP, and we have conducted a 2-month-long research, and we will be launching our services this year. We have 300 primary students who are participating in the UX research, and the transition rate is 90%. The operation experience and crowding booth has helped us to get funding, and next year we will be establishing a California branch and a CEX to acquire users. We have completed our seeding funding, and we are currently preparing for Series A. The popularity is based on the avatar and customization for the metaverse, and in the toy industry as well, it's the same thing. It's about customizing, simulating, and realizing what you've made in the digital world in the real world. That was our presentation for RoboTree. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for your pitch. Let's dive into the questions. Who would like to go first? Good afternoon. My name is Shin Dong-sung, and I'm from Sino Ventures. Thank you for your presentation. You talked about customizing toys to making them into the best toy that your users would want. Since you haven't launched this yet, it seems that you are in the testing phase, right? So first of all, my question is this. You said elementary school students will be customizing. Do you think there will be any barriers for elementary school students to do this? Do you think that they will be able to customize and buy it? insight that you have gained from the market? What research have you done in the market? And second, my question is, you said that the purchasing agent will be the parents, but what about the purchasing process? What is the hypothesis that you've used? To answer your first question first, I think that was a question about the barrier to customizing. For an IC car customization, that is quite a high level, requires quite a high level of familiarity. You will mostly start with, Lego blocks. Yes, there is that a barrier to customizing. That is why we will use gamification strategies and provide compensation for completing missions. To answer your second question, of course, children will not be able to buy it themselves, so they can, send messages to their parents, right, via our platform, or a Kakao message to their parents, and the parents will be able to go access through the link and see what their children have made and look at it and can pay through that link, and the delivery will take about 2 to 3 days. Thank you for your presentation. You talked about how you're targeting both the domestic and overseas market at once. The education market isn't always easy to target. I'm curious about your strategy. We started with the POC product, and as you said, that hurdle is the biggest challenge. So we've worked with Hyowon Group or Ice Cream, so on and so forth, to acquire users, and that is our strategy moving forward. And in the future, for the United States market as well, we will also be working on POCs. These platforms you talked about, or Roblox, as third-party apps, can be provided to users as well, so that we can also bring in on-board users from other platforms. My name is Im Young-jun. I'm from Mega Investments. You talked about your projected user pool, that it would be about 30% of elementary school students in their grades 4 to 5. And you said that about 30% of the entire elementary school students will be interested in this type of toy. Do you have any data to back that up, please? We have adapted a lot of the data from other markets. Customization for suits and shoes are on the rise, and we used BCG data that this amounts to about 30%, and we also tried out an experiential booth with elementary school students starting in 2018, and we conducted this booth and about 150,000 students joined in, and the data that we got from that was about 30%. I think we have about 30 seconds. So if no more questions, then we're going to end our question session here. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Robo3. Please give a big hand.
Customized toys, but it sounds like it's quite appealing to kids who get easily sick of their toys. All right. The following company is CN, possessing the technology of AI control of heating and air conditioning control system. Please welcome it with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요. 저희는
Good afternoon.
적정 온도를 만들고 있는 CDN이라고 합니다.
We're making a moderate temperature CDN.
아는 얼굴도 좀 많은 것 같은데
Well, I can see some familiar faces from the audience. For those who do not know about us, I would like to make this occasion as a venue for reconsidering the environment. You may have experienced cold or hot in the office, and you may also have experienced that you felt too hot or too dry inside of the building. And have you ever thought about how much energy loss is generating because we do not maintain the appropriate temperature in the building? Approximately, if you look at these representative cases of energy loss, we say that the average 30% of the energy that we use is just lost. To recover this, 30-year-old pine trees should be planted. About 600 million pine trees should be planted to compensate this energy loss. So we would like to give you a proposal to overcome this or to minimize this energy loss. We're not telling you that we do not have to use energy anymore, but we are suggesting to reduce the energy consumption. And as you can see, 40 to 60% of the energy is used for heating or in air conditioning for a specific building. So we have seen a chance from this area. And I would like to introduce LEAF, which can be used for small, medium, and large size buildings using the technology of AI and IoT. It learns data. And on and offline, when data is collected, it studies the data and analyzes it and control it in an automated way. And the symmetric and asymmetric data is extracted from the process. Well, it is used for a building. So many people were concerned about if it should be too difficult or complicated to use this system. Well, even for old buildings or any type of buildings, this is compatible. And of course, cost competitiveness is quite outstanding. To wrap this up, we study on a real-time basis in and outside of the building data to provide efficiency of temperature control, and to that end, we have to verify our technology. And before adopting our system, as you can see, the data is shown unstable, and the ambience level is going down too. But after adopting our system, as you can see, the temperature range is reduced, and we only have a difference of 2 degrees. And once energy consumption is reduced, as you can see, 52% of energy consumption is reduced, and in average, 17% of energy efficiency is achieved. So we would like to tap into a market of heating and air conditioning market. Well, our first target is the market of 30 trillion Korean won, and we are in need of strong partners and investors. And as you can see, telco companies and the large companies are partnering with us. And the outcome of this year is that we manage 3,000 equipment, and this will increase to 100,000 items. And LEAF is just a starting point. Our ultimate goal of business model is to tackle digital transformation, and through that, we would like to scale up our business. As we do not have much time, I was a bit precipitated. Well, everybody uses energy, but not everybody is concerned about the energy consumption. So if you are to join us, please contact us. Thank you. Thank you very much for your pitch, Seed. Well, let's right away move on to Q&A session. Yes, Mr. Shin? Thank you for your explanation. In the beginning, you have acquired several thousand units of equipment to get into this market successfully, but I guess that it must have been a difficult journey to persuade investors. And how did it go? And Well, between 3,000 units and 100,000 units, there should be a different strategy. So what is your sales strategy to that? And there are some consumer electronics manufacturers, and you can be thinking of partnering with those. So do you have a plan to do so? To your first question, how did we make an initial penetration into market? Well, it is highly complicated to verify or to prove the concept of energy business, and that is why you have asked that question, I assume. Well, actually, I have had a good relationship with a manager of Tucson Place, a cafe chain, and they gave us a chance to put our equipment into their own franchisees. And thanks to this network and thanks to this reference, we tried to persuade potential customers, and we always offer a POC, proof of concept period. And if they don't like our service and equipment, and they are allowed to not to sign the contract. But once this type of air and heating conditioning installation is made, then it's not easy to take it off. And to have an information network with SKC and other companies having an infrastructure, we are now cooperating with them, and we have also launched the commercial products. And the last part about the cooperation with consumer electronics manufacturers, yes, we are receiving many requests from planning team of those, and we do not know how this will unravel in the future, but there is a high potential for cooperation. Let me ask you several questions about your technology. I am Im-hyungju, sorry. Well, by attaching your product to the ceiling, you say that you can control the air conditioning system, and I would like to know how it could be implemented. And you are also targeting the ESG to be an energy efficiency company. You're starting from an air conditioner, and what kind of technologies are you planning to graft into your current business model? Yes, I understand that your product can be embedded into the previous air conditioning system in the summer, and then what's the next step? Well, let me start from ESG first. Heating and air conditioning, HAYAC system, concerns the whole building, so we would like to make it into an AI-based system for a whole building. And well, energy. Well, we are quite obsessed with the idea of ESG, but it is not quite concrete, I assume. So we need businesses for a POC, and we are also considering a project to make an AI or intelligence buildings with academic researches. And what was the other question? Yes, sire. Yes. Well, if you target the entire building, then there should be an equipment that could transfer the signals from the control tower to all each units. Yes, we have a system in the middle is a medium so that it can transfer the signals to each unit in the building, and we will use an IR system so that there be no impact on other existing systems. Well, thank you very much. Time's up for Q&A session. It was a sit-in. Please give another hand.
2050년까지 탄소 배출을 0으로 하는
All right. In order to realize carbon neutrality by 2020, as declared by our government, I think we need more of these types of services. So very interesting. We're going to be moving on to the next page. And next is the optimized management system based on AI for micro-precision manufacturing. Let's hear from RTM. Please give a big hand.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to make your factory hyper-intelligent through AI at RTM. My name is Song Gi-seok. The industrial AI market will be 17.1 billion by 2025 and will continue to skyrocket as time goes by. Manufacturing processes are becoming more precision-made and also more complex. About 2 months is needed to create 1 nano unit in 1 DRAM. If this process is down for about 30 minutes, then from Samsung's case, we learned that this is a 50 billion won loss. This is why processes and manufacturings are manufactured around the clock, but based on traditional statistical approaches, at least 8,000 false alarms happen every single day. However, this can pose an opportunity. With just 1% in improvement in productivity, we can produce $500 million worth in value. Attaching sensors and also investing in R&D is exactly the reason. However, mass production is never easy. Commercial AI solutions haven't addressed the actual problems, and customized AI solutions are too expensive to manage and operate. This is why RTM provides an on-demand suite through AI models and solution development up until the entire process of applying to mass production. All of manufacturing processes are different in shape and size and approach. So we can't provide a silver bullet for all of these solutions. There is no one-size-fits-all. First of all, we need to look at the defects or the errors. Everything starts with assessing the volume and quality. If we can assess and diagnose all of this, we can get to the bottom of what causes these defects. So once you diagnose the defects, then you can start controlling the processes, and once we add on this AI solution, this is going to make your operations hyper intelligent. What differentiates us and what sets us apart most from others is that we have AI adaptation that is catered and dedicated to manufacturing. The sensor data, the data's time series data can be generated at a pace of 100,000 per 15 seconds. That is why we have also been able to register 5 patents for industrial AI processes. These types of solutions need to communicate with the developer and engineer, which is why we have a modularized architecture, so that customizing this development can actually be 2 times faster than using a generic solution. Our AI solution provides this. This is Apollo. Apollo is used by major manufacturing factories, and this helps analyze defects, and we are able to reduce the time that it takes to manually go through all of the data by 80%. This is the solution Hubble. Here is a live monitoring console for PCB index. This increases the accuracy by 90% and increases productivity by 4% immediately and saves cost at a rate of 10% on an annual basis. These licensed products and AI can be upgraded based on a subscription plan, and last year our revenue grew by threefold. Our services are used in production sites and production lines, and we are continuously collecting data. The cutting-edge manufacturing industry is mutually exclusive and it is extremely complex, which is why there is a high entry barrier. We are focusing on the high-tech industry and we provide customized solutions. That sets us apart. Overseas, there are companies, C3.ai, which is comparable to us and has been listed to NASDAQ with a valuation of 10 trillion and posted a revenue of 70 billion last year. We have AI scientists and engineers here on our team. Data is at the core of cutting-edge manufacturing industries, and we are going to be at the helm. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. We are going to move on to the Q&A. My name is Kim So-hee from We Ventures. I think at the end of the day, getting the data from the solutions is most accurate. How are you getting that data from your actual equipment? Do you think that the companies will open up their data? Do you think that they will directly collect their data? That's a very good question, thank you. The data that is collected from the installations is what we're doing. We're getting the data directly. We're not. But however, for example, with chip makers like Samsung Electronics, they will have their partners and suppliers, and that's a different story. The equipment manufacturers follow the security contracts that they sign, but they are very willing to hand over the data. Most of these data that needs to be secure is held by Samsung Electronics, for example, not the suppliers and the partners, so we use the data sets to carry out modeling. Thank you for your explanation. I think this is a solution that manufacturers are in dire need of. My question is that by company, by manufacturing industry, I think the type of time series data that is generated and collected from equipment will be different. So for one company, that may be good and well, but if you have more companies, scalability might not be as easy. You talked about reusability or a common module. Those will have to change. You talked about reusability, so could you elaborate on that, how you plan to scale? I think this is the area that we need to work on the most, and this is what we focused on. We were established 3 years ago, and we have made attempts on about 10 different modelings. If we look at plasma processes, the equipment for plasma processing mostly have sensors. However, the difference is the time, whether it's 10 milliseconds or 3 milliseconds, the interval of data collection. So this is where we can use some generalized equipment. It could be OES sensors that sense the solar rays, or other modularized solutions that we have can also be used here as well for the CDR data that is related to light rays. I have a short question for you as well. You talked about your competitor. Your competitors are not doing this manually, all of them. I'm sure that they all have real-time computer systems and software they're using, but they just haven't labeled it as AI-based. What sets us apart from those other companies? Okay, I talked about the competitors, and no, they're not doing this manually. That's not what I said. When they're analyzing the defects, what they're doing is they are analyzing it in a manual way. But when I say manual, it means that the sensor-generated data is used as a univariable to see the difference compared to business as usual. Of course, it's a statistical approach, but it is still a manual job. And as I said before, about 200 or so sensors are used in one equipment and in one installation. So if you think about it, the method of calculation used to calculate for the difference between the time series data is extremely complex because it's not just a simple plus or minus equation. So this is where we can offer our technological competencies, and integrating the analysis of all of the 200 sensors is going to be extremely powerful. And that is where I think we can provide our offering. Thank you for your answers and thank you for your pitch. A big hand to everyone.
네, 발표에 나와 있지 않은 기술적인 자세한 사항에 대한 질문이 이어졌죠.
Many detailed questions followed to figure out more about not covered technologies. And the next company is Coconut Silo.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon.
화물운송 중개 플랫폼 개발하고 운영하고 있는
We develop and operate a logistics platform in Vietnam for cargoes, Coconut Silo. And we are faster, we're cheaper, and we are greener. That's the service we provide in Vietnam. And we started this logistics service because we know that 76% of the world has problems related to logistics, mainly Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries in terms of cost. So out of these logistics systems, if someone asks what's the main problem, we would be answering this. To fixed and rigid communication process and manual work and inefficiency due to time loss. And we are targeting these issues. Our platform is composed of Coco carrier, shipper, and driver. And these three services are targeting the needs of our customers. If you want to move out your cargo, you can use Coco shipper, and Coco carrier generates revenues out of these Coco shipper customers. As you can see, this is the platform for Coco shippers. You can register your cargo and freight, and once registered, Coco carrier identifies these registered freight and charge the cost. And once it is matched, the Coco carrier and the Coco shipper is matched, and the Coco carrier will transfer these freights, assigns or allocates rather to Coco driver. Well, out of our system, we have a dynamic movement itinerary system. It's a 3D visualization system of freights, and visualized freights are analyzed with their conditions, and we also check on the availability for mixes of delivery, and then recommends this composition to the customer. Through the process, the cost for documentation is reduced, and they can benefit of cost down, and also they can deliver more freights than before. Our business model is basically free of charge for freight owners and the logistics delivery. Well, as for freight owners, they can also opt for a premium plan if they would like to embed AI function. And as for logistics, all basic plans are free of charge, but depending on the distance, it can be chargeable. And we would like to make the whole logistics cost of Vietnam, and 25% of GDP of Vietnam is represented by the logistics cost, and we're going to take up some of it. And our final milestone is to scale up our network to adjacent countries such as Laos. And our initial target market is the southern part of Vietnam, where 70% of Korean manufacturers are stationed. That is why we started our businesses in there, to target Korean businesses first. And in here, we have around 1,200 Korean companies, which amounts to 3.2 trillion Korean won in terms of market size. And our target by 2022 is to secure 20% of the whole logistics volume. And last year, our revenues was 300 million, and our target for the next year is around 1 billion. And we have 4 executives and 24 members. And out of 4 executives, 3 of them have worked at the Hyundai automobile companies together, and they are all experts of the logistics. Thank you very much. Was Coconut Silo.
네, 5분간의 발표가 이어졌습니다.
Thank you very much for your 5 minutes pitch, and we'll have a 5 minutes Q&A now. Who will go first? Yes, Mr. Shin. Thank you very much for your pitch. Well, it's already amazing that you have started your business in Vietnam. And in terms of value chain, where are you engaged more precisely? Are you in last mile, or are you a middleman, or are you targeting the first mile? That's my first question. And the second question is about driver. And one of your major strategies should be acquiring drivers. And do you contact the drivers individually, or are you dealing with B2B business? But to your first question, yes, it's true. Well, we are targeting the first mile. So in the beginning, we are just matching manufacturers to the logistics company. For example, second vendors or top-tier first vendors. Well, these products can be delivered through us as middlemen. And as for drivers, as we are deploying our businesses in Vietnam, which is quite different from us, we have a unique system for the delivery. But in Vietnam, all drivers are mainly belonging to a logistic company. So that's why we target logistics specialized companies, so that we can partner with drivers that they have. In that case, we do not have to have the ownership of trucks, right? Yes. I have a brief question. When you are in Vietnam, do you have an affiliate in there? Yes, we have HQ in Korea, and the Vietnamese affiliate is under the structure of HQ. Then the revenue of affiliate cannot go out of Vietnam according to the current rules. Then how will you be able to divide the profits in an appropriate manner? And that's a key issue. Yes, you're completely right. So, well, the revenues or profits generated these days are reinvested right away. And to establish a JV, we are partnering. We try to partner with a local company so that we can use it again into the further investment. Thank you very much. Well, your business is a little bit different from Korean market, because in Korea, this is about one-on-one businesses with individual drivers. But I was told that in Vietnam there are number 1, 2 players of logistics company, and it'll be really hard for you to get drivers from those companies into yours. What do you think? Yes, it's true. In Vietnam, we have powerful players of the industry and logistics players, and that's the national infrastructure. And Vietnamese, in Vietnam, it's a socialism country, so we should consider that. But other than those powerful players, we have small and medium-sized logistics companies possessing 5 to 10 trucks or vehicles, and we're targeting those companies as our potential customers. And we're doing our sales promotional activities activities and saw some potential there because large logistics companies have their unique systems already established inside. But these middle-sized or small-sized companies do not use their own system, or they just rent an outside system, or they do the management in a conventional way. So we persuade them to use our system and link to our platform in the end. Thank you very much for your pitch, Coconut Silo. It was poignant question and answer. Thank you.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 네, 코코넛 사일로의 발표까지 만나보셨고요. 벌써
We just heard from Coconut Silo, and we're already down to the fifth
학교 다닐 때
startup.
서적들, 책들
When you were a student, do you remember
아프신 기억 한 번쯤은
lugging around heavy
이런 문제를
backpacks?
해결해줄
This company is going to solve this for you. This is a vector-based logistics company, Pubpool.
모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
Please give a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are a automated education technology company, and we are ELS from Pubpool, and my name is Park Jong-han. It's good to be here. E-textbooks. Have you heard of e-textbooks? I don't think a lot of people are too familiar with it because they are different from e-books. The first is about learning record management, and the next is about learning support tools, and the next is multimedia environments that are different between these two. It's not just music and video, it's media overlays and role playing, all these types of complex things that are needed for e-textbooks. And last but not least, you need a two-way interactive enabled environment. Most of the companies, however, do not provide these types of functionalities. The textbook market is changing rapidly, and as education has migrated online, the demand for digital contents has skyrocketed. The pilot projects that we had also recorded a 50% increase in usage compared to pre-COVID, after COVID. There are two major challenges here. The first is in content production, because people have to do the coding a lot of cost and a lot of time. So after you develop this content, what do? You need a platform to distribute this content, but there is no such platform. These two challenges are what we aim at solving. That is why we provide a automated content creating technology based on vectors, and the ELS is able to provide these contents without actual coding because it's automated through our platform. We use 4 core technologies. The first is transcoding technology that transcodes to PDF, and the next is an editor, and the next is something that allows you to move this to the cloud from CMS, and the next is one that supports various different environments. So these are the 4 types of technologies that we need. So without coding, the user is able to get these contents, and the learner is able to learn using a variety of different contents. This is what ELS does. What ELS does, it plays 4 core roles. One is a store where you can buy the textbooks, and the next one is a learning tool, support tool, where you can use the e-textbook that you've bought, and the next one is a self-book where you can produce knowledge from the e-textbook that you bought, and the last one is a portal that you would use to search for data. The transcoded data is all saved in our database, and based on that data, you can search for keywords in our portal. The biggest advantage of our solution is the reduction in production cost, mostly production costs for textbooks. May sound complex, but it's not actually so. Digital contents are created by people, which means it entails labor cost. But our SDP solution automates the transcoding process, which means it cuts down on production cost, or actually actually brings it down to zero. So this allows you to save your production cost up to 90% and increases your margin by 50%. Our business model is a sustainable profit generation model based on revenue sharing. Our service fee is 30% for distributing content, and when we provide support for both production and distribution, our service fee is around 30 to 50% of the total contract. We conducted a pilot test with Hofstra University, and we had 2,700 members, and in just the span of 4 days, we reached a revenue of 72 million. This is an area where we aim to scale, targeting university students. The first and foremost, our target is the university market. The second of all, we will target the primary and secondary student market. And third, the global market. And fourth, we want to create an all-integrated e-textbook. This year's revenue target is 1.5 billion, and we believe we will be able to reach our break-even point soon enough, after which we will be able to successfully IPO. We have about 35 employees who are all amazing professionals. Based on digital content, we will provide an equitable environment for education. I'm sorry I had to cut you off because we only provide 5 minutes for presentation to make it fair for everyone. So let's move on to the questions. Mr. Lim, please go ahead. Could you tell us, taking an example of what the process of an actual university is like right now? Who would use this type of service? Where the need is? I think it would help us understand. Right now, just listening to your presentation, it's not clear who the user base would be. Could you tell us about one of the cycles that are currently in operation? As to illustrate, our ELS service helps students buy textbooks, so it's a store of sorts. We are currently conducting pilot tests with 5 universities: Seoul National University, Hofstra, the Broadcasting University, Yonsei University, total 5. The Broadcasting University, out of the entire 640 textbooks that are required, they have converted 100% of them, and the revenue is extremely strong. So you are paying the copyright licenses, and then you are transcoding them into e-textbooks? Yes, our main clientele are students and the publishers. We work with the publishers who have the licensing rights and the publishing rights. We sign contracts with them to acquire the contents and then sell those contents to the students. Thank you for your presentation. I think you're targeting the production and the distribution market from end to end. So if you are able to acquire and secure this market, that would be quite a big business. In your process of POCs with universities, I think as just a hypothesis, the bottleneck in the supply would arise from the conversion. You need a lot of textbooks that are converted for people to onboard and use. I mean, you can't target all of the textbooks that are out there. So then what type of scalability or time-saving plans do you have? And you talked about the pilot test with Hofstra. What about after that? Do you have any indices that are telling about the retention rate or the actual usage of your products? To answer your second question first, the pilot test that we conducted in August is about the textbook, but the actual transcoding rate is not that high. E-textbooks only account for about 3%, and the rest is paperback. The entire 72 million revenue that I talked about, is not all for e-textbooks. Only 3% of that is for e-textbooks. And I talked about how the broadcasting university's project was 100% e-textbooks. And our pilot test with other universities are resulting in about 30 million in revenue per month. The HTML or CSS contents are normally created in that format because they are an HTML packaged format. That means that you have to make it like you're making a website. But we have the technology that can automate this, which helps reduce cost and time. Do you have any additional questions? Okay, if not, then we're going to end things here. A big hand, everyone. This was Pub Poll.
How to be more competitive in a market was well addressed with sharper questions. And now this will be the last startup of COMEUP 2021. Without coding, you can build up your own application thanks to Flipper Corporation. Please welcome Flipper with a hand. Without coding, you can develop your own mobile application. I am Seok Jung-woong, CEO of Flipper Corporation. To develop a mobile application, it costs average 30 million Korean won. This is a 10-page invoice to develop a application. It costs around 40 million Korean won. But if you use HitBeam app builder of our company, it costs only 3 million Korean won. This is the innovation of mobile application. While HitBeam reduces the development resources and the excessive cost. The essence of HitBeam solution is that we have modularized every steps and stages of development. And developers can provide plugin models that could be assigned like blocks as modules. And through this process, developers can minimize their coding works by 80% maximum, and even for junior developers, they can lead their own application projects. And it can be reusable, and it is freely compatible and interoperable with other apps. So even non-developers can combine different modules to launch their own applications. Let me give you a simulation. A user can select a wanted user plugin so that he can assign it, and our engine automatically establishes a database, and the AG is created as application to be offered to a customer. And on your left side, you can see an SNS application that is born out of our system. We have gone through the same process of conventional development process, and you can see it works seamlessly. And you can also add up a new feature as you want to. So the development worth 45 million Korean won can be reduced to 3 million Korean won. According to Gartner, around 65% of all applications will be developed through App Builder by 2024. This market is quite growing, and we have in the US there are several app building companies, but existing companies have their innate limitations. It means that applications made out of App Builder cannot be interoperable with outside app developers. So they are only allowed, users are only allowed to use the given source codes. But HitBeam provides a variety of different source codes free of charge, and their applications can be embedded or combined with other outside applications. Even if it is as app builder based applications, there are no limitations. That's the big distinguisher of our company. And this is a visual management system, HitBeam VMS. Users can determine according to their preference the color and the assignment or the layout, and it is just transferred into as application. And we have one side, a reseller who would like to develop an application through HitBeam and pays a license fee to us. It's a reseller model. And another model is no coding platform model that allows non-developers to create their own applications. Starting from COMEUP 2021, we will be launching 1,500 applications, and we will be the app builder, global #1 app builder by 2025. It is our target line. And to that end, we have a global team. I have operated for 6 years startups, and our CTO is a developer of 16 years of experience and quite well known, and he has expertise, and we have 6 developers who are working with us. Well, anybody can make one's own application through our ecosystem. We'd like to change the world through HitBeam in a more innovative way. Thank you.
네,
Flip Corporation, thank you very much for the pitch. And moving on, we would like to start a Q&A. Thank you very much for your pitch. And it's quite rare to see the CEO as developer. Yes, it is really needed. Is it a native app or a hybrid app? That's my first question. And the second question is that is there any marketplace where developers can cooperate? I assume that you are thinking of this idea. Well, there's an incentive that they can get out of open source, for instance. Well, developers, you would use a marketplace for financial incentives or to enhance their reputation. So what is the ecosystem that you are considering now? First, well, application is a hybrid app using JavaScript. Well, the control part of a Android or Apple, we just use JavaScript to control over, and we have our exclusive structure. And if an outside developer uses our solution, his plugin can be sold through HitBeam, so that's an incentive. Yes, thank you. Well, hearing from you about overseas cases, they have their own specialties such as commerce. So what is your specialty and how much scalability are you seeing? Well, if you would like to add up numerous features and that must be complicated than a no-coding model, what is your future direction? Well, actually, we have been thinking about that a lot because having 100% no-coding platform is such a tough task, and we have to target a specific category. So that's why we have 10 categories applications such as SNS, chatting, shopping mall, and the reservation system. And we will develop exclusive plugins so that the 80 to 90% can be going for no coding. And we are trying to find the right path for us in the market. But what we target as first potential customer is shopping malls or small-sized merchants and IoT companies who would like to modularize their system for their customers. And these are 3 areas of customers we target. Well, this may be a similar question. Do you already have a payment module? Well, actually, we are still beginning our businesses. So in the future, developers can make their own applications and sell on our marketplace. Well, if you would like to have a payment module, you should have a PG partner. Well, I'm not sure if you could go for the direction that you desire. And once it is installed, and there should be an exclusive person who will be dedicated to that. Well, are you having? Do you also have a plan on that? Well, as for the payments, well, we do not work directly with card companies, so we will go through PG, and there should be a modularization for development PG, and developers can develop more easily for their own PG system. And as for maintenance and operation, plugin should operate seamlessly without errors, and that management is carried out by ourselves. And if user would like to have an update, and the user can purchase a new plugin to embed it into the existing application. Well, you have 6 seconds left. Do you have any other messages? Okay, thank you then. Was Flipper Corporation. Well, there's an idea, but many people were a bit concerned about the execution. And for those people, Flipper Corporation's technology would be really useful. And we would like to ask you to give another hand to our 3 judges. Thank you. You can now return to your seats. Ms. Kim, Mr. Shin, and Mr. Im have served as judges. Well, 72 startups have finished up their pitches through Startup Showcase. With this, the 3-day journey of COMEUP 2021 has finally ended. I hope this was quite useful and helpful for you. And I was dreaming of a brighter Korea. COMEUP 2021 ends here today, but we will be continuing to communicate with startups globally so that we can establish a global network to come to you again through COMEUP 2022. Well, with the innovators, we have come to an end. COMEUP 2021 is now over. Thank you very much for being with us. I was 강지혜.